Section 16 of the Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Cynthia Moyer. The Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 3, by Robert Burton. Section 16, Partition 3, Section 2, Member 3, Part 1. Symptoms or signs of love melancholy in body, mind, good, bad, etc. Symptoms are either of body or mind. Of body, paleness, leanness, dryness, etc. Pallidus omnis amans, color hic est aptus amanti, as the poet describes lovers, fecit amor maciem, love causeth leanness. Avicenna, De Ilici, chapter 33, makes hollow eyes, dryness, symptoms of this disease, to go smiling to themselves, or acting as if they saw or heard some delectable object. Valleriola, Book 3, Chapter 7, Laurentius, Chapter 10, Aelianus Montaltus, Langius, Epistle 24, Book 1, Epistolae Medicae, deliver as much. Corpus exangue pallet, corpus gracile, oculi cavi, lean, pale, ut nudis qui presit calcibus anguem, as one who trod with naked foot upon a snake. Hollow-eyed, their eyes are hidden in their heads. Tenerque nitidi corposis cecidit decor. They pine away and look ill with waking, cares, sighs. Et qui tenebant signa Phoebeae facis, oculi nihil gentile nec patrium micant. And eyes that once rivalled the locks of Phoebus lose the patrial and paternal lustre. With groans, griefs, sadness, dullness, nulla jam quereris subi cura aut salutis, want of appetite, etc. A reason of all this Jason Pratensis gives, because of the distraction of the spirits the liver doth not perform his part, nor turns the aliment into blood as it ought, and for that cause the members are weak for want of sustenance, they are lean and pine, as the herbs of my garden do this month of May for want of rain. The green sickness, therefore, often happeneth to young women, a cachexia or an evil habit to men, besides their ordinary sighs, complaints, and lamentations, which are too frequent, as drops from a still, ut occluso stillat ab igne liquor, doth Cupid's fire provoke tears from a true lover's eyes. The mighty Mars did oft for Venus shriek, privily moistening his horrid cheek with womanish tears. Ignis distillat in undas, testis erit largus qui rigat ora liquor. With many such like passions. When Chariclea was enamoured of Theagenes, as Heliodorus sets her out, she was half distracted, and spake she knew not what, sighed to herself, lay much awake, and was lean upon a sudden. And when she was besotted on her son-in-law, pallor deformis, marcentes oculi, etc., she had ugly paleness, hollow eyes, restless thoughts, short wind, etc. Euryalus, in an epistle sent to Lucretia his mistress, complains amongst other grievances, tu mihi et somni et cibi usum abstulisti. Thou hast taken my stomach and my sleep from me. So he describes it aright. His sleep, his meat, his drink, in him bereft, that lean he waxeth, and dry as a shaft, his eyes hollow and grisly to behold, his hue pale and ashen to unfold, and solitary he was ever alone, and waking all the night making moan. Theocritus, Idil 2, makes a fair maid of Delphos, in love with a young man of Minda, confess as much. Ut vidi ut insanii, ut animus mihi male affectiis est, miserae mihi forma tabescebat, neque amplius pompam, ullum curabam, aut quando domum redieram, novi sed me ardens quidam morbus consumebat, decubui in lecto dies decem et noctes decem, defluebant capite capilli, ipsaque sola reliqua ossa et cutis. No sooner seen I had, but mad I was. My beauty failed, and I no more did care for any pomp. I knew not where I was, but sick I was, and evil I did fare. I lay upon my bed 10 days and nights, a skeleton I was in all men's sights. All these passions are well expressed by that heroical poet in the person of Dido. At non infelix animi faenissa, nec unquam solvitur in somnos, oculisque ac pectore amores, accipit, ingeminant curae, rorsusque resurgens, saevit amor, etc. Unhappy Dido could not sleep at all, but lies awake and takes no rest, and up she gets again, whilst care and grief and raging love torment her breast. Accius Sanazarius, Ecloga 2, de Galatea, in the same manner feigns his Lycoris tormenting herself for want of sleep, sighing, sobbing, and lamenting, and Eustathius in his Ismenias, much troubled and panting at heart at the sight of his mistress, he could not sleep, his bed was thorns. All make leanness, want of appetite, want of sleep, ordinary symptoms, and by that means they are brought often so low, so much altered and changed, that as he jested in the comedy, one can scarce know them to be the same men. Attenuant juvenum vigilatae corpora noctes, curaque et immenso qui fit amore dolor. Many such symptoms there are of the body to discern lovers by. Quis enim bene celet amorem? Can a man, saith Solomon, Proverbs 6:27, carry fire in his bosom and not burn? It will hardly be hid, though they do all they can to hide it, it must out, plus quam mille notis. It may be described, quoque magis tegitur, tectus magis aestuat ignis. 'Twas Antiphanes, the comedian's observation of old, love and drunkenness cannot be concealed. Celare alia possis, haec praeter duo, vini potum, etc. Words, looks, gestures, all will betray them, but 2 of the most notable signs are observed by the pulse and countenance. When Antiochus, the son of Seleucus, was sick for Stratonice, his mother-in-law, and would not confess his grief or the cause of his disease, Erasistratus the physician found him by his pulse and countenance to be in love with her, because that when she came in presence, or was named, his pulse varied, and he blushed besides. In this very sort was the love of Callichas, the son of Polycles, discovered by Panaceas the physician, as you may read the story at large in Aristaenetus. By the same signs Galen brags that he found out Justa, Boethius the consul's wife, to dote on Pylades the player, because at his name still she both altered pulse and countenance, as Polyarchus did at the name of Argenis. Franciscus Valesius, Book 3, Controversia 13, denies there is any such pulsus amatorius, or that love may be so discerned, but Avicenna confirms this of Galen out of his experience, and Gordonius chapter 20. Their pulse, he saith, is ordinate and swift, if she go by whom he loves. Langius, Epistle 24, Book 1. Neviscanus, Book 4, number 66. Valescus de Taranta, Guianerius, Tractatus 15. Valeriola sets down this for a symptom: difference of pulse, neglect of business, want of sleep, often sighs, blushings when there is any speech of their mistress, are manifest signs. But amongst the rest, Josephus Struthis, that Polonian, in the 5th book, chapter 17, of his Doctrine of Pulses, holds that this and all other passions of the mind may be discovered by the pulse. And if you will know, saith he, whether the men suspected be such or such, touch their arteries, etc. And in his 4th book, 14th chapter, he speaks of this particular pulse: love makes an unequal pulse, etc. He gives instance of a gentlewoman, a patient of his, whom by this means he found to be much enamoured, and with whom he named many persons, but at the last when his name came whom he suspected, her pulse began to vary and to beat swifter, and so by often feeling her pulse he perceived what the matter was. Apollonius, Argonautica, Book 4, poetically setting down the meeting of Jason and Medea, makes them both to blush at one another's sight, and at the first they were not able to speak. Totus Parmeno tremo horeoque postquam aspexi hanc. Phaedria trembled at the sight of Thais, others sweat, blow short. Crura tremunt ac poplites, are troubled with palpitation of heart upon the like occasion. Cor proximum ori, saith Aristaenetus, their heart is at their mouth, leaps, these burn and freeze, for love is fire, ice, hot, cold, itch, fever, frenzy, pleurisy, what not. They look pale, red, and commonly blush at their first congress, and sometimes through violent agitation of spirits bleed at nose, or when she is talked of; which very sign Eustathius makes an argument of Ismene's affection, that when she met her sweetheart by chance, she changed her countenance to a maiden blush. 'Tis a common thing amongst lovers, as Arnulfus, that merry conceited bishop, hath well expressed in a facetious epigram of his: alterno facies sibi dat responsa rubore, et tener affectum prodit utrique pudor, etc. Their faces answer, and by blushing say how both affected are they do betray. But the best conjectures are taken from such symptoms as appear when they are both present. All their speeches, amorous glances, actions, lascivious gestures will betray them. They cannot contain themselves, but that they will be still kissing. Stratocles the physician, upon his wedding day, when he was at dinner, nihil prius sorbillavit, quam tria basia puellae pangeret, could not eat his meat for kissing the bride, etc. First a word, and then a kiss, then some other compliment, and then a kiss, then an idle question, then a kiss, and when he had pumped his wits dry, can say no more. Kissing and calling are never out of season. Hoc non deficit incipitque semper. 'Tis never at an end, another kiss, and then another, and another, etc. Hoc ades, O Thesaira, come, kiss me, Corinna. Centum basia centies, centum basia milies, mille basia milies, et tot milia milies, quot guttae siculo mari, quot sunt sidera celo, istis purpureis genis, istis turgidulis labris, ocelisque loquaculis, figam continuo impetu, o formosa Neaera. As Catullus to Lesbia, da mihi basia mille, deindi centum, dein mille altera, da secunda centum, dein usque altera milia, deinde centum. First give 100, then 1,000, then another 100, then unto the other add 1,000, and so more, etc. till you equal with the store all the grass, etc. So Venus did by her Adonis, the moon with Endymion, they are still dallying and culling as so many doves. Columbatimque labra conserentes labiis, and that with alacrity and courage. Affligunt avide corpus, junguntque salivas, oris, et inspirant prensantes dentibus ora. Tam impresso ore ut vix inde labra detrahant, cervice reclinata, as Lamprias in Lucian kissed Thais, Philippus her Aristaenetus, amore lymphato tam oriose adhaesit, ut vix labra solvere esset, totumque os mihi contribuit. Aretines Lucretia by a suitor of hers was so saluted, and 'tis their ordinary fashion. Dentes illudunt saepe labellis, atque premunt arete adfigentes oscula. They cannot, I say, contain themselves. They will be still not only joining hands, kissing, but embracing, treading on their toes, etc., diving into their bosoms, and that libenter et cum delectatione, as Philostratus confesseth to his mistress, and Lamprias in Lucian, mamillas premens per sinum clam dextra, etc., feeling their paps, and that scarce honestly sometimes, as the old man in the comedy well observed of his son, non ego te videbam manum huic puellae in sinum insere. Did I not see thee put thy hand into her bosom? Go to, with many such love tricks. Juno in Lucian, Deorum, tome 3, Dialogus 3, complains to Jupiter of Ixion, he looked so attentively on her, and sometimes would sigh and weep in her company. And when I drank by chance, and gave Ganymede the cup, he would desire to drink still in the very cup that I drank of, and in the same place where I drank, and would kiss the cup, and then look steadily on me, and sometimes sigh, and then again smile. If it be so they cannot come near to dally, have not that opportunity, familiarity, or acquaintance to confer and talk together. Yet if they be in presence, their eye will betray them. Ubi amor, ibi oculus, as the common saying is. Where I look, I like, and where I like, I love. But they will lose themselves in her looks. Alter in alterius jactantes lumina vultus, quaerebant taciti noster ubi esset amor. They cannot look off whom they love, they will impregnare eam ipsis oculis, deflower her with their eyes, be still gazing, staring, stealing faces, smiling, glancing at her, as Apollo on Leucothoe, the moon on her Endymion, when she stood still in Caria, and at Latmos caused her chariot to be stayed. They must all stand and admire, or if she go by, look after her as long as they can see her. She is animae auriga, as Anacreon calls her. They cannot go by her door or window, but, as an adamant, she draws their eyes to it. Though she be not there present, they must needs glance that way, and look back to it. Aristaenetus of Exthymus, Lucian, in his Imaginem of himself, and Tatius of Clitophon, say as much. Ille oculos de Leucippe nunquam deiciebat, and many lovers confess when they came in their mistress's presence, they could not hold off their eyes, but looked wistfully and steadily on her, in conivo aspectu, with much eagerness and greediness, as if they would look through, or should never have enough sight of her. Fixis ardens obtutibus haeret, so she will do by him, drink to him with her eyes, nay, drink him up, devour him, swallow him, as Martial's Mamurra is remembered to have done. Inspexit moles pueros oculisque comedit, etc. There is a pleasant story to this purpose in Navigationes Vertomani, Book 3, Chapter 5. The Sultan of Sana's wife in Arabia, because Vertomanus was fair and white, could not look off him from sun rising to sun setting. She could not desist. She made him one day come into her chamber, et geminae horae spatio intuebatur, non a me anquam aciam oculorum avertebat, me observans veluti cupidinem quendam. For 2 hours space she still gazed on him. A young man in Lucian fell in love with Venus's picture. He came every morning to her temple, and there continued all day long from sun rising to sunset, unwilling to go home at night, sitting over against the goddess's picture, he did continually look upon her, and mutter to himself, I know not what. If so be they cannot see them whom they love, they will still be walking and waiting about their mistress's doors, taking all opportunity to see them, as in Longus Sophista, Daphnis and Chloe, 2 lovers, were still hovering at one another's gates. He sought all occasions to be in her company, to hunt in summer, and catch birds in the frost about her father's house in the winter, that she might see him and he her. A king's palace was not so diligently attended, saith Aretne's Lucretia, as my house was when I lay in Rome. The porch and street was ever full of some walking or riding on set purpose to see me. Their eye was still upon my window as they passed by. They could not choose but look back to my house when they were past, and sometimes hem or cough, or take some impertinent occasion to speak aloud, that I might look out and observe them. 'Tis so in other places, 'tis common to every lover, 'tis all his felicity to be with her, to talk with her. He is never well but in her company, and will walk 7 or 8 times a day through the street where she dwells, and make sleeveless errands to see her, plotting still where, when, and how to visit her. Levesque sub nocte sussurri composita repetuntur hora. And when he is gone, he thinks every minute an hour, every hour as long as a day, 10 days a whole year, till he see her again. Tempora si numeres, bene quae numeramus amantes. And if thou be in love, thou wilt say so too. Et longum formosa, vale. Farewell, sweetheart. Vale carissima Argenis, etc. Farewell, my dear Argenis, once more farewell, farewell. And though he is to meet her by compact, and that very shortly, perchance tomorrow, yet both to depart, he'll take his leave again, and then come back again, look after, and shake his hand, wave his hat afar off. Now gone, he thinks it long till he see her again, and she him. The clocks are surely set back, the hours past. Hospita demophon tua te Rodopheia filis, ultra promissum tempus abesse queror. She looks out at windows still to see whether he come, and by report Phyllis went 9 times to the seaside that day to see if her Demophon were approaching, and Troilus to the city gates to look for his Cresseid. She is ill at ease, and sick till she see him again, peevish in the meantime, discontent, heavy, sad, and why comes he not? Where is he? Why breaks he promise? Why tarries he so long? Sure he is not well, sure he hath some mischance, sure he forgets himself and me, with infinite such. And then, confident again, up she gets, out she looks, listens, and inquires, hearkens, kens. Every man afar off is sure he, every stirring in the street, now he is there, that's he. Male aurorae, male soli dicit, deratque, etc. The longest day that ever was, so she raves, restless and impatient. For amor non patitur moras, love brooks no delays. The time's quickly gone that's spent in her company, the miles short, the way pleasant. All weather is good whilst he goes to her house, heat or cold. Though his teeth chatter in his head, he moves not. Wet or dry, 'tis all one. Wet to the skin, he feels it not, cares not at least for it, but will easily endure it, and much more, because it is done with alacrity, and for his mistress's sweet sake. Let the burden be never so heavy, love makes it light. Jacob served 7 years for Rachel, and it was quickly gone because he loved her. None so merry, if he may happily enjoy her company, he is in heaven for a time; and if he may not, dejected in an instant, solitary, silent, he departs, weeping, lamenting, sighing, complaining. But the symptoms of the mind in lovers are almost infinite, and so diverse, that no art can comprehend them. Though they be merry sometimes, and rapt beyond themselves for joy, yet most part love is a plague, a torture, a hell, a bitter sweet passion at last. Amor mele et fele est faecundissimus, gustum dat dulcem et amarum. 'Tis suavis amaricies dolentia delectabilis hilare tormentum. Et me mele beant suaviora, et me fele necant amariora. Like a summer fly, or sphinx's wings, or a rainbow of all colours. Quae ad solis radios conversae aureae erant, adversus nubes ceruleae quale jabar iridis. Fair, foul, and full of variation, though most part irksome and bad. For, in a word, the Spanish Inquisition is not comparable to it, a torment and execution as it is, as he calls it in the poet, an unquenchable fire, and what not. From it, saith Austin, arise biting cares, perturbations, passions, sorrows, fears, suspicions, discontents, contentions, discords, wars, treacheries, enmities, flattery, cozening, riot, impudence, cruelty, knavery, etc. Dolor, querelae, lamentatio, lacrimae perennes, languor, anxietas, amaritudo, aut si triste magis potest quid esse, hos tu das comites neaera vitae. These be the companions of lovers, and the ordinary symptoms, as the poet repeats them. In amore haec insunt vitia, suspiciones, inimicitiae, audaciae, bellum, pax rursum, etc. Insomnia, aerumna, error, terror, et fuga, excogitantia, excors, immodestia, petulantia, cupiditas, et malevolentia, inhaeret etiam aviditas, desidia, injuria, inopia, contumelia, et dispendium, etc. In love these vices are: suspicions, peace, war, and impudence, detractions, dreams, cares, and errors, terrors, and affrights, immodest pranks, devices, sleights, and flights, heart-burnings, wants, neglects, desire of wrong, loss continual, expense and hurt among. Every poet is full of such catalogues of love symptoms, but fear and sorrow may justly challenge the chief place. Though Hercules de Saxonia, chapter 3, Tractatus de Melancholia, will exclude fear from love melancholy, yet I am otherwise persuaded. Res est solliciti plena timoris amor. 'Tis full of fear, anxiety, doubt, care, peevishness, suspicion. It turns a man into a woman, which made Hesiod belike put fear and paleness Venus's daughters. Marti Clypeos atque arma secanti, alma Venus peperit pallorem unaque timorem. Because fear and love are still linked together. Moreover, they are apt to mistake, amplify, too credulous sometimes, too full of hope and confidence, and then again very jealous, unapt to believe or entertain any good news. The comical poet hath prettily painted out this passage amongst the rest in a dialogue betwixt Mitio and Aeschines, a gentle father and a lovesick son. Be of good cheer, my son, thou shalt have her to wife. Ah, father, do you mock me now? I mock thee, why? That which I so earnestly desire, I more suspect and fear. Get you home, and send for her to be your wife. What now a wife, now father, etc. These doubts, anxieties, suspicions, are the least part of their torments. They break many times from passions to actions, speak fair and flatter, now most obsequious and willing, by and by they are averse, wrangle, fight, swear, quarrel, laugh, weep, and he that doth not so by fits, Lucian holds, is not thoroughly touched with this lodestone of love. So their actions and passions are intermixed, but of all other passions, sorrow hath the greatest share. Love to many is bitterness itself. Rem amaram, Plato calls it, a bitter potion, an agony, a plague. Eripite hanc pestem perniciemque mihi, quae mihi sobrepens immos ut torpor in artus, expulit ex omni pectore laetitias. O take away this plague, this mischief from me, which as a numbness over all my body expels my joys, and makes my soul so heavy. Phaedria had a true touch of this, when he cried out, O Thais, utinam esset mihi pars aequa amoris tecum, ac paritor fieret ut aut hoc tibi doleret itidem, ut mihi dolet. O Thais, would thou hadst of these my pains a part, or as it doth me now, so it would make thee smart. So had that young man, when he roared again for discontent, Iactor crucior agitor stimulor, versor in amoris rota miser, ex animor feror distrahor deripior, ubi sum, ibi non sum, ubi non sum, ibi est animus. I am vexed and tossed and racked on love's wheel, where not, I am, but where am, do not feel. The moon in Lucian made her moan to Venus, that she was almost dead for love, pereo equidem amore, and after a long tale she broke off abruptly and wept, O Venus, thou knowest my poor heart. Charmides in Lucian was so impatient, that he sobbed and sighed, and tore his hair, and said he would hang himself. I am undone, O sister Tryphena, I cannot endure these love pangs, what shall I do? Vos odiaverunci solvite me his curis. O ye gods, free me from these cares and miseries, out of the anguish of his soul, Theocles prays. Shall I say, most part of a lover's life is full of agony, anxiety, fear, and grief, complaints, sighs, suspicions, and cares. Hi ho, my heart is woe, full of silence and irksome solitariness. Frequenting shady bowers in discontent, to the air his fruitless clamours he will vent. except at such times that he hath lucida intervalla, pleasant gales, or sudden alterations, as if his mistress smile upon him, give him a good look, a kiss, or that some comfortable message be brought him, his service is accepted, etc. He is then too confident, and rapt beyond himself, as if he had heard the nightingale in the spring before the cuckoo, or as Callisto was at Malebaeus' presence, quis unquam hac mortali vita tam gloriosum corpus vidit, humanitatem transcendere videor, etc. Who ever saw so glorious a sight, what man ever enjoyed such delight? More content cannot be given of the gods, wished, had, or hoped of any mortal man. There is no happiness in the world comparable to his, no content, no joy to this, no life to love, he is in paradise. Quis me uno vivit felicior, aut magis hac est optandum vita dicere quis poterit. Who lives so happy as myself? What bliss in this our life may be compared to this? He will not change fortune in that case with a prince. Donec gratus eram tibi per sarum vigui rege beatior. The Persian kings are not so jovial as he is. O festus dies hominis! O happy day! So Chaerea exclaims when he came from Pamphyla his sweetheart well pleased, Nunc est profecto interfici cum perpeti me possem, ne hoc gaudium contaminet vita aliqua aegritudine. He could find in his heart to be killed instantly, lest if he live longer, some sorrow or sickness should contaminate his joys. A little after, he was so merrily set upon the same occasion, that he could not contain himself. O populares, equis me vivit hodie fortunatior, nemo Hercule quisquam, nam in me dii plane potestatem suam omnem ostendere. Is't possible, O my countrymen, for any living to be so happy as myself? No, sure it cannot be, for the gods have shown all their power, all their goodness in me. Yet by and by, when this young gallant was crossed in his wench, he laments and cries and roars downright, Occidi, I am undone. Neque virgo es usquam, neque ego, qui e conspectu illam amisi meo, ubi quaeram, ubi investigem, quem percunter, quam insistam viam. The virgin's gone, and I am gone. She's gone, and what shall I do? Where shall I seek her? Where shall I find her? Whom shall I ask? What way, what course shall I take? What will become of me? Vitalis auras invitus agebat. He was weary of his life, sick, mad, and desperate. Utinam mihi esset aliquid hic, quo nunc me praecipitem darem. 'Tis not Chaereas' case this alone, but his, and every lover's in the like state. If he hear ill news, have bad success in his suit, she frown upon him, or that his mistress in his presence respect another more, as Hedus observes, prefer another suitor, speak more familiarly to him, or use more kindly than himself, if by nod, smile, message, she discloseth herself to another, he is instantly tormented, none so dejected as he is, utterly undone, a castaway, in quem fortuna omnia odiorum suorum crudelissima tela exonerat, a dead man, the scorn of fortune, a monster of fortune, worse than naught, the loss of a kingdom had been less. Aretine's Lucretia made very good proof of this, as she relates it herself. For when I made some of my suitors believe I would betake myself to a nunnery, they took on as if they had lost father and mother, because they were for ever after to want my company. Omnes labores leves fuere, all other labour was light, but this might not be endured. Tui carendum quod erat, for I cannot be without thy company, mournful Amintas, painful Amintas, careful Amintas. Better a metropolitan city were sacked, a royal army overcome, an invincible armada sunk, and 20,000 kings should perish, than her little finger ache, so zealous are they, and so tender of her good. They would all turn friars for my sake, as she follows it, in hope by that means to meet or see me again, as my confessors, at stool ball or at barley break. And so afterwards, when an importunate suitor came, if I had bid my maid say that I was not at leisure, not within, busy, could not speak with him, he was instantly astonished, and stood like a pillar of marble. Another went swearing, chafing, cursing, foaming, illa sibi vox ipsa Jovis violentior ira cum tonat, etc. The voice of a mandrake had been sweeter music. But he to whom I gave entertainment was in the Elysian fields, ravished for joy, quite beyond himself. 'Tis the general humour of all lovers. She is their stern, pole star, and guide. Deliciumque animi, deliquiumque sui. As a tulipant to the sun, which our herbalists call Narcissus, when it shines, is admirandus flos ad radios solis sepandens, a glorious flower exposing itself. But when the sun sets, or a tempest comes, it hides itself, pines away, and hath no pleasure left, which Carolus Gonzaga, Duke of Mantua, in a cause not unlike, sometimes used for an impress. Do all inamorates to their mistress. She is their sun, their primum mobile, or anima informans. This one hath elegantly expressed by a windmill, still moved by the wind, which otherwise hath no motion of itself. Sic tua ni spiret gratia truncus ero. He is wholly animated from her breath, his soul lives in her body. Sola claves habet interitus et salutis. She keeps the keys of his life. His fortune ebbs and flows with her favour. A gracious or bad aspect turns him up or down. Mens mea lucescit lucia luce tua. Howsoever his present state be pleasing or displeasing, 'tis continuate so long as he loves. He can do nothing, think of nothing but her. Desire hath no rest. She is his cynosure Hesperus and Vesper, his morning and evening star, his goddess, his mistress, his life, his soul, his everything. Dreaming, waking, she is always in his mouth, his heart, his eyes, ears, and all his thoughts are full of her, his Laura, his Victorina, his Columbina, Flavia, Flaminia, Caelia, Delia, or Isabella, call her how you will, she is the sole object of his senses, the substance of his soul. Nidulus animae suae. He magnifies her above measure, totus in illa, full of her, can breathe nothing but her. I adore Melibaea, saith lovesick Callisto. I believe in Melibaea. I honour, admire, and love my Melibaea. His soul was soused, imparadised, imprisoned in his lady. When Thais took her leave of Phaedria, Mi Phaedria, et nun quid aliud vis? Sweetheart, she said, will you command me any further service? He readily replied, and gave this in charge: Egone quid velim, dies noctesque ames me desideres, me somnies, me expectes, me cogites, me speres, me te oblectes, mecum tota sis, meus fac postremo animus, quando ego sum tuus. Dost ask, my dear, what service I will have? To love me day and night is all I crave, to dream on me, to expect, to think on me, depend and hope, still covet me to see. Delight thyself in me, be wholly mine, for know, my love, that I am wholly thine. But all this needed not, you will say. If she affect once, she will be his, settle her love on him alone. Illum absens absentem auditque videtque. She can, she must think and dream of naught else but him, continually of him, as did Orpheus on his Eurydice. Te dulcis conjux, te solo in littore mecum, te veniente die, te discedente canebam. On thee, sweet wife, was all my song, morn, evening, and all along. And Dido upon her Aeneas: Et quae me insomnia terrent, multa viri virtus et plurima currit imago. And ever and anon she thinks upon the man that was so fine, so fair, so blithe, so debonair. Clitophon, in the first book of Achilles, Tatius complaineth how that his mistress Leucippe tormented him much more in the night than in the day, for all day long he had some object or other to distract his senses, but in the night all ran upon her. All night long he lay awake, and could think of nothing else but her. He could not get her out of his mind. Towards morning sleep took a little pity on him, he slumbered a while, but all his dreams were of her. Te nocte sub atra olloquor amplector falsaque in imagine somni, gaudia solicitam palpant evanida mentem. In the dark night I speak, embrace, and find that fading joys deceive my careful mind. The same complaint Euryalus makes to his Lucretia: day and night I think of thee, I wish for thee, I talk of thee, call on thee, look for thee, hope for thee, delight myself in thee, day and night I love thee. Nec mihi vespere surgente decedunt amores, nec rapidum fugiente solem. Morning, evening, all is alike with me, I have restless thoughts. Te vigilans oculis, animo te nocte requiro. still I think on thee. Anima non est ubi animat, sed ubi amat. I live and breathe in thee, I wish for thee. O niveam, quae te poterit mihi redere lucem, o mihi felicem terque quaterque diem. O happy day that shall restore thee to my sight. In the meantime he raves on her, her sweet face, eyes, actions, gestures, hands, feet, speech, length, breadth, height, depth, and the rest of her dimensions are so surveyed, measured, and taken by that astrolabe of fantasy, and that so violently sometimes, with such earnestness and eagerness, such continuance, so strong an imagination, that at length he thinks he sees her indeed. He talks with her, he embraceth her, Ixion like, pro Junone nubem, a cloud for Juno, as he said. Nihil praeter Leucippen cerno, Leucippe mihi perpetuo in oculis, et animo versatur. I see and meditate of naught but Leucippe, be she present or absent, all is one. Et quam vis aberat placidae praesentia formae, quem dederat praesens forma, manebat amor. That impression of her beauty is still fixed in his mind. Haerent infixi pectora vultus. As he that is bitten with a mad dog thinks all he sees dogs, dogs in his meat, dogs in his dish, dogs in his drink, his mistress is in his eyes, ears, heart, in all his senses. Valleriola had a merchant, his patient, in the same predicament, and Ulricus Molitor out of Augustine hath a story of one, that through vehemency of his love passion, still thought he saw his mistress present with him, she talked with him, et commisceri cum ea vigilans videbatur, still embracing him. Now if this passion of love can produce such effects, if it be pleasantly intended, what bitter torments shall it breed when it is with fear and continual sorrow, suspicion, care, agony, as commonly it is, still accompanied, what an intolerable pain must it be! Non tam grandes gargara culmos, quod demerso, pectore curas longa nexas, usque catena, vel quae penitus crudelis amor vulnera miscet. Mount Gargarus hath not so many stems, as lover's breast hath grievous wounds, and linked cares, which love compounds. End of section 16. Section 17 of the Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Cynthia Moyer. The Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 3, by Robert Burton. Section 17. Partition 3, Section 2, Member 3, Part 2. When the king of Babylon would have punished a courtier of his for loving of a young lady of the royal blood, and far above his fortunes, Apollonius in presence by all means persuaded to let him alone, for to love and not enjoy was a most unspeakable torment, no tyrant could invent the like punishment. As a gnat at a candle, in a short space he would consume himself. For love is a perpetual flux, angor animi, a warfare, militat omnis amans, a grievous wound is love still, and a lover's heart is Cupid's quiver, a consuming fire, accede ad hunc ignem, etc., an inextinguishable fire. Alitur et crescit malum, et ardet intus, qualis aetnaeo vapor exundat antro. As Aetna rageth, so doth love, and more than Aetna or any material fire. Nam amor saepe lupareo vulcano ardentiorem flammam incendere solet. Vulcan's flames are but smoke to this. For fire, saith Xenophon, burns them alone that stand near it, or touch it. But this fire of love burneth and scorcheth afar off, and is more hot and vehement than any material fire. Ignis in igne furit, 'tis a fire in a fire, the quintessence of fire. For when Nero burnt Rome, as Callisto urgeth, he fired houses, consumed men's bodies and goods. But this fire devours the soul itself, and one soul is worth 100,000 bodies. No water can quench this wild fire. In pectus coecus absorbuit ignes, ignes qui nec aqua perimi potuere, nec imbre diminui, neque graminibus magicisque susurris. A fire he took into his breast, which water could not quench, nor herb, nor art, nor magic spells could quell, nor any drench. Except it be tears and sighs, for so they may chance find a little ease. Sic candentia colla, sic patens frons, sic me blanda tui neaera ocelli, sic pares minio genae perurunt, ut ni me lacrimae rigent perennes, totus in tenues eam favillas. So thy white neck, Neaera, me, poor soul, doth scorch, thy cheeks, thy wanton eyes that roll. Were it not for my dropping tears that hinder, I should be quite burnt up forthwith to cinder. This fire strikes like lightning, which made those old Grecians paint Cupid in many of their temples, with Jupiter's thunderbolts in his hands. For it wounds, and cannot be perceived how, whence it came, where it pierced. Urimur et coecum pectora vulnus habent, and can hardly be discerned at first. Est mollis flamma medullas, et tacitum insano vivit sub pectore vulnus. A gentle wound, an easy fire it was, and sly at first, and secretly did pass. But by and by it began to rage and burn amain. Pectus insanum vapor, amorque torret, intus saevus vorat, penitus medullas, atque per venas meat, visceribus ignis mersus, et venis latens, ut agelis altas flamma percurrit trabes. This fiery vapour rageth in the veins, and scorcheth entrails, as when fire burns a house, it nimbly runs along the beams, and at the last the whole it overturns. Abraham Hophemanus relates out of Plato, how that Empedocles, the philosopher, was present at the cutting up of one that died for love. His heart was combust, his liver smoky, his lungs dried up, insomuch that he verily believed his soul was either sodden or roasted through the vehemency of love's fire, which belike made a modern writer of amorous emblems express love's fury by a pot hanging over the fire, and Cupid blowing the coals. As the heat consumes the water, sic sua consumit viscera caecus amor, so doth love dry up his radical moisture. Another compares love to a melting torch, which stood too near the fire. Sic quo quis proprior suae puellae est, hoc stultus proprior suae ruinae est. The nearer he unto his mistress is, the nearer he unto his ruin is. So that, to say truth, as Castilio describes it, the beginning, middle, end of love is naught else but sorrow, vexation, agony, torment, irksomeness, wearisomeness; so that to be squalid, ugly, miserable, solitary, discontent, dejected, to wish for death, to complain, rave, and to be peevish, are the certain signs and ordinary actions of a lovesick person. This continual pain and torture makes them forget themselves, if they be far gone with it, in doubt, despair of obtaining, or eagerly bent, to neglect all ordinary business. Pendent opera interrupta, minaeque murorum ingentes, aequataque machina caelo. Lovesick Dido left her work undone, so did Phaedra. Palladis tellae vacant, et inter ipsus pensa labuntur manus. Faustus in Mantuan took no pleasure in anything he did. Nulla quies mihi dulcis erat, nullus labor aegro pectore sensus iners, et mens torpore sepulta, carminis occiderat studium. And 'tis the humour of them all to be careless of their persons and their estates, as the shepherd in Theocritus, et haec barba inculta est squalidique capilli, their beards flag, and they have no more care of pranking themselves, or of any business, they care not, as they say, which end goes forward. Oblitusque greges et rura domestica totus uritur, et noctes in luctum expendit amaras. Forgetting flocks of sheep and country farms, the silly shepherd always mourns and burns. Lovesick Chaerea, when he came from Pamphila's house, and had not so good welcome as he did expect, was all amort. Parmeno meets him, quid tristis es? Why art thou so sad, man? Unde es? Whence comest? How doest? But he sadly replies, Ego Hercle nescio neque unde eam, neque quorsum eam, ita prorsus oblitus sum mei. I have so forgotten myself, I neither know where I am, nor whence I come, nor whether I will what I do. Parmeno. How so? Chaerea. I am in love. Prudens sciens, vivus vidensque pereo, nec quid agam scio. He that erst had his thoughts free, as Philostratus Lemnius in an epistle of his describes this fiery passion, and spent his time like a hard student in those delightsome philosophical precepts, he that with the sun and moon wandered all over the world, with stars themselves ranged about, and left no secret or small mystery in nature unsearched, since he was enamoured, can do nothing now but think and meditate of love matters, day and night composeth himself how to please his mistress. All his study, endeavour, is to approve himself to his mistress, to win his mistress's favour, to compass his desire, to be counted her servant. When Peter Abelard, that great scholar of his age, cui soli patuit scibile quisquid erat, whose faculties were equal to any difficulty in learning, was now in love with Heloise, he had no mind to visit or frequent schools and scholars any more. Taediosum mihi valde fuit, as he confesseth, ad scholas procedere, vel iniis morari. All his mind was on his new mistress. Now to this end and purpose, if there be any hope of obtaining his suit, to prosecute his cause, he will spend himself, goods, fortunes for her, and though he lose and alienate all his friends, be threatened, be cast off, and disinherited. For as the poet saith, amori quis legem det, though he be utterly undone by it, disgraced, go a begging, yet for her sweet sake, to enjoy her, he will willingly beg, hazard all he hath, goods, lands, shame, scandal, fame, and life itself. Non recedam neque quiescam noctu et interdiu, profecto quam aut ipsam, aut mortem investigavero. I'll never rest or cease my suit, till she or death do make me mute. Parthenis in Aristaenetus was fully resolved to do as much. I may have better matches, I confess, but farewell shame, farewell honour, farewell honesty, farewell friends and fortunes, etc. O Harpedona, keep my counsel. I will leave all for his sweet sake. I will have him, say no more. Contra gentes, I am resolved, I will have him. Gobrias, the captain, when he had espied Rhodanthe, the fair captive maid, fell upon his knees before Mystylus the general, with tears, vows, and all the rhetoric he could, by the scars he had formerly received, the good service he had done, or whatsoever else was dear unto him, besought his governor he might have the captive virgin to be his wife, virtutis suae spolium, as a reward of his worth and service, and moreover he would forgive him the money which was owing, and all reckonings besides due unto him. I ask no more, no part of booty, no portion, but Rhodanthe to be my wife. And whenas he could not compass her by fair means, he fell to treachery, force, and villainy, and set his life at stake at last to accomplish his desire. 'Tis a common humour this, a general passion of all lovers to be so affected, and which Aemilia told Aratine, a courtier in Castilio's discourse, surely, Aratine, if thou werst not so indeed, thou didst not love. Ingenuously confess, for if thou hadst been thoroughly enamoured, thou wouldst have desired nothing more than to please thy mistress. For that is the law of love, to will and nill the same. Tantum velle et nolle, velit nollit, quod amica. Undoubtedly this may be pronounced of them all. They are very slaves, drudges for the time, madmen, fools, dizzards, atrabilarii, beside themselves, and as blind as beetles. Their dotage is most eminent. Amore simul et sapere ipsi Jovi non datur, as Seneca holds, Jupiter himself cannot love and be wise both together. The very best of them, if once they be overtaken with this passion, the most staid, discreet, grave, generous, and wise, otherwise able to govern themselves, in this commit many absurdities, many indecorums, unbefitting their gravity and persons. Quisquis amat servit, sequitur captivus amantem, fert domita cervice jugum. Samson, David, Solomon, Hercules, Socrates, etc., are justly taxed of indiscretion in this point. The middle sort are between hawk and buzzard, and although they do perceive and acknowledge their own dotage, weakness, fury, yet they cannot withstand it, as well may witness those expostulations and confessions of Dido in Virgil. Incipit effari mediaque in voce resistit. Phaedra in Seneca. Quod ratio poscit, vincit ac regnat furor, potensque totamente dominatur Deus. Myrrha in Ovid. Illa quidem sentit, fedoque repugnat amori, et secum quo mente feror, quid molior, inquit, dii precor, et pietas, etc. She sees and knows her fault, and doth resist, against her filthy lust she doth contend, and whither go I, what am I about, and, God forbid, yet doth it in the end. Again, per vigil igne carpitur indomito, furiosaque vota retrectat, et modo desperat, modo vult tentare, pudetque, et cupit, et quid agat, non invenit, etc. With raging lust she burns, and now recalls her vow, and then despairs, and when 'tis past, her former thoughts she'll prosecute in haste, and what to do she knows not at the last. She will and will not, abhors, and yet as Medea did, doth it. Trahit in vitam nova via, aliudque cupido, mens aliud suadet, video meliora proboque deteriora sequor. Reason pulls one way, burning lust another, she sees and knows what's good, but she doth neither. O fraus amorque, et mentis emotae furor, quo me abstulistis. The major part of lovers are carried headlong like so many brute beasts, reason counsels one way, thy friends, fortunes, shame, disgrace, danger, and an ocean of cares that will certainly follow. Yet this furious lust precipitates, counterpoiseth, weighs down on the other, though it be their utter undoing, perpetual infamy, loss, yet they will do it, and become at last insensati, void of sense, degenerate into dogs, hogs, asses, brutes, as Jupiter into a bull, Apuleius an ass, Lycaon a wolf, Tereus a lapwing, Callisto a bear, Elpenor and Gryllus into swine by Circe. For what else may we think those ingenious poets to have shadowed in their witty fictions and poems, but that a man once given over to his lust, as Fulgentius interprets that of Apuleius, Alciat of Tereus, is no better than a beast. Rex fueram, sic Christa docet, sed sordida vita, immundam e tanto culmine fecit avem. I was a king, my crown my witness is, but by my filthiness am come to this. Their blindness is all out, as great, as manifest as their weakness and dotage, or rather an inseparable companion, an ordinary sign of it. Love is blind, as the saying is, Cupid's blind, and so are all his followers. Quisquis amat ranam, ranam putat esse Dianam. Every lover admires his mistress, though she be very deformed of herself, ill-favoured, wrinkled, pimpled, pale, red, yellow, tanned, tallow-faced, have a swollen juggler's platter face, or a thin, lean, chitty face, have clouds in her face, be crooked, dry, bald, goggle-eyed, blear-eyed, or with staring eyes she looks like a squist cat, hold her head still awry, heavy, dull, hollow-eyed, black or yellow about the eyes, or squint-eyed, sparrow-mouthed, Persian hook-nosed, have a sharp fox nose, a red nose, china flat, great nose, nare simo patuloque, a nose like a promontory, gubber-tushed, rotten teeth, black, uneven brown teeth, beetle-browed, a witch's beard, her breath stink all over the room, her nose drop winter and summer, with a Bavarian poke under her chin, a sharp chin, lave-eared, with a long crane's neck, which stands awry too, pendulis mammis, her dugs like two double jugs, or else no dugs in that other extreme, bloody fallen fingers, she have filthy long unpared nails, scabbed hands or wrists, a tanned skin, a rotten carcass, crooked back, she stoops, is lame, splay-footed, as slender in the middle as a cow in the waist, gouty legs, her ankles hang over her shoes, her feet stink, she breed lice, a mere changeling, a very monster, an oaf imperfect, her whole complexion savours, a harsh voice, incondite gesture, vile gait, a vast virago, or an ugly tit, a slug, a fat fustilugs, a truss, a long lean raw bone, a skeleton, a sneaker, si qua latent meliora puta, and to thy judgment looks like a murd in a lantern, whom thou couldst not fancy for a world, but hatest, loathest, and wouldst have spit in her face, or blow thy nose in her bosom, remedium amoris, to another man, a dowdy, a slut, a scold, a nasty, rank, rammy, filthy, beastly queen, dishonest peradventure, obscene, base, beggarly, rude, foolish, untaught, peevish, Irus's daughter, Thersites' sister, Grobian's scholar. If he love her once, he admires her for all this, he takes no notice of any such errors or imperfections of body or mind. Ipsa haec delectant veluti balbinum polypus agnae. He had rather have her than any woman in the world. If he were a king, she alone would be his queen, his empress. Oh, that he had but the wealth and treasure of both the Indies to endow her with, a carrack of diamonds, a chain of pearl, a cascanet of jewels. A pair of calfskin gloves of 4d. a pair were fitter, or some such toy to send her for a token, she should have it with all his heart. He would spend myriads of crowns for her sake. Venus herself, Panthea, Cleopatra, Tarquin's Tanaquil, Herod's Mariamne, or Mary of Burgundy, if she were alive, would not match her. Vincit vultus haec Tindarios, qui moverunt horrida bella. Let Paris himself be judge. Renowned Helen comes short, that Rhodophaean Phyllis, Larissean Coronis, Babylonian Thisbe, Polyxena, Laura, Lesbia, etc. Your counterfeit ladies were never so fair as she is. Quisquid erit placidi, lepidi, grati, atque faceti, vivida cunctorum retines Pandora deorum. Whate'er is pretty, pleasant, facete, well, whate'er Pandora had, she doth excel. Dicebam trivioe formam nihil esse Dianae. Diana was not to be compared to her, nor Juno, nor Minerva, nor any goddess. Thetis's feet were as bright as silver, the ankles of Hebe clearer than crystal, the arms of Aurora as ruddy as the rose, Juno's breasts as white as snow, Minerva wise, Venus fair. But what of this? Dainty, come thou to me. She is all in all. Caelia ridens est Venus incedens Juno Minerva loquens. Fairest of fair, that fairness doth excel. Ephemerus in Aristaenetus so far admireth his mistress's good parts, that he makes proclamation of them, and challengeth all comers in her behalf. Whoever saw the beauties of the East or of the West, let them come from all quarters, all, and tell truth, if ever they saw such an excellent feature as this is. A good fellow in Petronius cries out, no tongue can tell his lady's fine feature, or express it, quisquid dixeris minus erit, etc. No tongue can her perfections tell, in whose each part all tongues may dwell. Most of your lovers are of his humour and opinion. She is nulli secunda, a rare creature, a phoenix, the sole commandress of his thoughts, queen of his desires, his only delight. As Triton now feelingly sings, that love-sick sea god, Candida Leucothoe placet, et placet atra Melaene, sed Galatea placet longe magis omnibus una. Fair Leucothoe, black Melene, please me well, but Galatea doth by odds the rest excel. All the gracious elogies, metaphors, hyperbolical comparisons of the best things in the world, the most glorious names, whatsoever I say is pleasant, amiable, sweet, grateful, and delicious, are too little for her. Phoebo pulchrior et sorore Phoebe. His Phoebe is so fair, she is so bright, she dims the sun's lustre and the moon's light. Stars, sun, moons, metals, sweet-smelling flowers, odours, perfumes, colours, gold, silver, ivory, pearls, precious stones, snow, painted birds, doves, honey, sugar, spice, cannot express her, so soft, so tender, so radiant, sweet, so fair is she. Mollior cuniculi capillo, etc. Lydia bella, puellia candida, quae bene superas lac et lilium, albamque simul rosam et rubicundam, et expolitum ebur indicum. Fine Lydia, my mistress, white and fair, the milk, the lily do not thee come near, the rose so white, the rose so red to see, and Indian ivory comes short of thee. Such a description our English Homer makes of a fair lady. That Emilia that was fairer to seen than is lily upon the stalk green, and fresher than May with flowers new, for with the rose colour strove her hue, I not which was the fairer of the two. In this very phrase Polyphemus courts Galatea. Candidior folio nivei Galatea ligustri, floridior prato, longa procerior alno, splendidior vitro, tenero lascivior haedo, etc. Mollior et hygni plumis et lacte coacto. Whiter gallet than the white withy wind, fresher than a field, higher than a tree, brighter than glass, more wanton than a kid, softer than swan's down, or aught that may be. So she admires him again, in that conceited dialogue of Lucian, which John Secundus, an elegant Dutch modern poet, hath translated into verse. When Doris and those other sea nymphs upbraided her with her ugly misshapen lover Polyphemus, she replies, they speak out of envy and malice. Et plane invidia huc mera vos stimulare videtur, quod non vos itidem ut me Polyphemus amet. Say what they could, he was a proper man. And as Heloise writ to her sweetheart Peter Abelard, Si me Augustus orbis imperator uxorem expeteret, malem tua esse meretrix quam orbis imperatrix. She had rather be his vassal, his queen, than the world's empress or queen. Non si me Jupiter ipse forte velit. She would not change her love for Jupiter himself. To thy thinking she is a most loathsome creature, and as when a country fellow discommended once that exquisite picture of Helen made by Zeuxis, for he saw no such beauty in it, Nicomachus, a lovesick spectator, replied, Sume tibi meos oculos, et deam existimabis. Take mine eyes, and thou wilt think she is a goddess. Dote on her forthwith, count all her vices virtues, her imperfections infirmities, absolute and perfect. If she be flat-nosed, she is lovely; if hook-nosed, kingly; if dwarfish and little, pretty; if tall, proper and manlike, our brave British Boadicea; if crooked, wise; if monstrous, comely. Her defects are no defects at all, she hath no deformities. Immo nec ipsum amicae stercus foetit, though she be nasty, fulsome, as Sostratus's bitch or Parmenos' sow, thou hadst as lief have a snake in thy bosom, a toad in thy dish, and callest her witch, devil, hag, with all the filthy names thou canst invent. He admires her on the other side, she is his idol, lady, mistress, venerilla, queen, the quintessence of beauty, an angel, a star, a goddess. Thou art my Vesta, thou my goddess art, thy hallowed temple only is my heart. The fragrancy of 1,000 courtesans is in her face. Nec pulchrae effigies haec Cypridis aut Stratonices. 'Tis not Venus's picture that, nor the Spanish Infantas, as you suppose, good sir, no princess or king's daughter, no, no, but his divine mistress, forsooth, his dainty Dulcinea, his dear Antiphila, to whose service he is wholly consecrate, whom he alone adores. Cui comparatus indecens erit pavo, in amabilis sciurus et frequens phoenix. To whom conferred a peacock's indecent, a squirrel's harsh, a phoenix too frequent. All the graces, veneries, elegancies, pleasures attend her. He prefers her before a myriad of court ladies. He that commends Phyllis or Nereia, or Amaryllis or Galatea, Tityrus or Melibea, by your leave, let him be mute, his love the praises have. Nay, before all the gods and goddesses themselves. So Quintus Catullus admired his squint-eyed friend Roscius. Pace mihi liceat, celestes, dicere vestra, mortalis visus pulchrior esse Deo. By your leave, gentle gods, this I'll say true, there's none of you that have so fair a hue. All the bombast epithets, pathetical adjuncts, incomparably fair, curiously neat, divine, sweet, dainty, delicious, etc., pretty diminutives, corculum, suaviolum, etc., pleasant names may be invented, bird, mouse, lamb, puss, pigeon, pig's knee, kid, honey, love, dove, chicken, etc., he puts on her. Meum mel, mea suavitas, meum cor, meum suaviolum, mei lepores. My life, my light, my jewel, my glory, Margareta speciosa, cuius respectu omnia mundi pretiosa sordent. My sweet Margaret, my sole delight and darling. And as Rhodomont courted Isabella, by all kind words and gestures that he might, he calls her his dear heart, his sole beloved, his joyful comfort, and his sweet delight, his mistress and his goddess, and such names as loving knights apply to lovely dames. Every cloth she wears, every fashion pleaseth him above measure. Her hand, O quales digitos, quos habet illa manus. Pretty foot, pretty coronets, her sweet carriage, sweet voice, tone, oh, that pretty tone, her divine and lovely looks, her everything, lovely, sweet, amiable, and pretty, pretty, pretty. Her very name, let it be what it will, is a most pretty, pleasing name. I believe now there is some secret power and virtue in names. Every action, sight, habit, gesture, he admires, whether she play, sing, or dance, in what tires soever she goeth, how excellent it was, how well it became her, never the like seen or heard. Mille habet ornatus, mille decenter habet. Let her wear what she will, do what she will, say what she will. Quisquid enim dicit, seu facit, omne decet. He applauds and admires everything she wears, saith, or doth. Illam quisquid agit quoquo vestigia vertit, composuit furtim subsequiturque decor. Seu solvit crines, fusis decet esse capillis, seu compsit, comptis est reverenda comis. Whate'er she doth, or whither'er she go, a sweet and pleasing grace attends forsooth, or loose, or bind her hair, or comb it up, she's to be honoured in what she doth. Vestem induetur, formosa est, exuitur, tota forma est. Let her be dressed or undressed, all is one, she is excellent still, beautiful, fair, and lovely to behold. Women do as much by men, nay more, far fonder, weaker, and that by many parasangs. Come to me, my dear Lycias, saith Musaeus in Aristaenetus, come quickly, sweetheart, all other men are satyrs, mere clowns, blockheads to thee, nobody to thee. Thy looks, words, gestures, actions, etc., are incomparably beyond all others. Venus was never so much besotted on her Adonis, Phaedra so delighted in Hippolytus, Ariadne in Theseus, Thisbe in her Pyramus, as she is enamoured on her Mopsus. Be thou the marigold, and I will be the sun, be thou the friar, and I will be the nun. End of section 17. Section 18 of the Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Cynthia Moyer. The Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 3, by Robert Burton. Section 18. Partition 3, Section 2, Member 3, Part 3. I could repeat centuries of such. Now tell me, what greater dotage or blindness can there be than this in both sexes? And yet their slavery is more eminent, a greater sign of their folly than the rest. They are commonly slaves, captives, voluntary servants, amator amicae mancipium, as Castilio terms him, his mistress's servant, her drudge, prisoner, bondman, what not? He composeth himself wholly to her affections to please her, and, as Amelia said, makes himself her lackey. All his cares, actions, all his thoughts are subordinate to her will and commandment. Her most devote, obsequious, affectionate servant and vassal. For love, as Cyrus in Xenophon well observed, is a mere tyranny, worse than any disease, and they that are troubled with it desire to be free and cannot, but are harder bound than if they were in iron chains. What greater captivity or slavery can there be, as Tully expostulates, than to be in love? Is he a free man over whom a woman domineers, to whom she prescribes laws, commands, forbids what she will herself, that dares deny nothing she demands? She asks, he gives; she calls, he comes; she threatens, he fears. Nequissimum hunc servum puto. I account this man a very drudge. And as he follows it, is this no small servitude for an enamorite to be every hour combing his head, stiffening his beard, perfuming his hair, washing his face with sweet water, painting, curling, and not to come abroad but sprucely crowned, decked, and apparelled? Yet these are but toys in respect, to go to the barber, baths, theatres, etc. He must attend upon her wherever she goes, run along the streets by her doors and windows to see her, take all opportunities, sleeveless errands, disguise, counterfeit shapes, and as many forms as Jupiter himself ever took, and come every day to her house, as he will surely do if he be truly enamoured, and offer her service, and follow her up and down from room to room, as Lucretia's suitors did, he cannot contain himself but he will do it, he must and will be where she is, sit next her, still talking with her. If I did but let my glove fall by chance, as the said Aretine's Lucretia brags, I had one of my suitors, nay, 2 or 3 at once ready to stoop and take it up, and kiss it, and with a low congé deliver it unto me. If I would walk, another was ready to sustain me by the arm, a third to provide fruits, pears, plums, cherries, or whatsoever I would eat or drink. All this and much more he doth in her presence, and when he comes home, as Troilus to his Cressida, 'tis all his meditation to recount with himself his actions, words, gestures, what entertainment he had, how kindly she used him in such a place, how she smiled, how she graced him, and that infinitely pleased him. And then he breaks out, O sweet Areusa, O my dearest Antiphyla, O most divine looks, O lovely graces, and thereupon instantly he makes an epigram, or a sonnet to 5 or 7 tunes, in her commendation. Or else he ruminates how she rejected his service, denied him a kiss, disgraced him, etc., and that as effectually torments him. And these are his exercises between comb and glass, madrigals, elegies, etc., these his cogitations till he see her again. But all this is easy and gentle, and the least part of his labour and bondage. No hunter will take such pains for his game, fowler for his sport, or soldier to sack a city, as he will for his mistress's favour. Ipsa comes veniam, neque me salabrosa movebunt saxa, nec obliquo dente timendus aper. As Phaedra to Hippolytus, no danger shall affright, for if that be true the poets feign, love is the son of Mars and Venus, as he hath delights, pleasures, elegances from his mother, so hath he hardness, valour, and boldness from his father. And 'tis true that Bernard hath, amore nihil mollius, nihil volentius, nothing so boisterous, nothing so tender as love. If once, therefore, enamoured, he will go, run, ride many a mile to meet her, day and night, in a very dark night, endure scorching heat, cold, wait in frost and snow, rain, tempest, till his teeth chatter in his head, those northern winds and showers cannot cool or quench his flame of love. In tempesta nocte non deterretur. He will, take my word, sustain hunger, thirst, penetrabit omnia, perumpit omnia. Love will find out a way, through thick and thin he will to her. Expeditissimi montes videntur omnes tranabiles. He will swim through an ocean, ride post over the Alps, Apennines, or Pyrenean hills. Ignem marisque fluctus atque turbines venti paratus est transire. Though it rain daggers with their points downward. Light or dark, all is one. Roscida per tenebras faunus ad antra venit. For her sweet sake he will undertake Hercules' 12 labours, endure, hazard, etc. He feels it not. What shall I say, saith Haedus, of their great dangers they undergo, single combats they undertake, how they will venture their lives, creep in at windows, gutters, climb over walls to come to their sweethearts, anointing the doors and hinges with oil, because they should not creak, tread soft, swim, wade, watch, etc. And if they be surprised, leap out at windows, cast themselves headlong down, bruising or breaking their legs or arms, and sometimes losing life itself, as Callisto did for his lovely Melibea. Hear some of their own confessions, protestations, complaints, proffers, expostulations, wishes, brutish attempts, labours in this kind. Hercules served Omphale, put on an apron, took a distaff, and spun. Thraso the soldier was so submissive to Thais, that he was resolved to do whatever she enjoined. Ego me Thaedi dedam, et faciam quod iubet. I am at her service. Philostratus, in an epistle to his mistress, I am ready to die, sweetheart, if it be thy will, allay his thirst, whom thy star hath scorched and undone. The fountains and rivers deny no man drink that comes. The fountain doth not say, thou shalt not drink, nor the apple, thou shalt not eat, nor the fair meadow, walk not in me. But thou alone wilt not let me come near thee, or see thee. Contemned and despised, I die for grief. Polyaenus, when his mistress Circe did but frown upon him in Petronius, drew his sword, and bade her kill, stab, or whip him to death, he would strip himself naked, and not resist. Another will take a journey to Japan. Longae navigationis molestis non curans. A third, if she say it, will not speak a word for a 12 months' space. Her command shall be most inviolably kept. A fourth will take Hercules' club from him, and with that centurion in the Spanish Celestina, will kill 10 men for his mistress Areusa. For a word of her mouth he will cut bucklers in two like pippins, and flap down men like flies. Elige quo mortis genere illum occidi cupis. Galeatus of Mantua did a little more, for when he was almost mad for love of a fair maid in the city, she, to try him belike what he would do for her sake, bade him in jest leap into the river Po, if he loved her. He forthwith did leap headlong off the bridge, and was drowned. Another at Ficinum in like passion, when his mistress by chance, thinking no harm I dare swear, bade him go hang, the next night at her doors hanged himself. Money, saith Xenophon, is a very acceptable and welcome guest, yet I had rather give it my dear Clinia than take it of others. I had rather serve him than command others. I had rather be his drudge than take my ease, undergo any danger for his sake, than live in security. For I had rather see Clinia than all the world besides, and had rather want the sight of all other things than him alone. I am angry with the night and sleep, that I may not see him, and thank the light and sun, because they show me my Clinia. I will run into the fire for his sake, and if you did but see him, I know that you likewise would run with me. So Philostratus to his mistress, command me what you will, I will do it. Bid me go to sea, I am gone in an instant. Take so many stripes, I am ready. Run through the fire, and lay down my life and soul at thy feet. 'Tis done. So did Aeolus to Juno. Tuus, o regina, quod optas explorare labor, mihi jussa capescere fas est. O queen, it is thy pains to enjoin me still, and I am bound to execute thy will. And Phaedra to Hippolytus, me vel sororem Hippolyte aut famulam voca, famulamque potius omne servitium feram. O call me sister, call me servant, choose, or rather servant, I am thine to use. Non me per altas ire si jubeas nives, pigeat Galatis ingredi pindi jugis, non si per ignes ire aut infesta agmina cuncter paratus ensibus pectus dare, te tunc jubere, me decet jussa exequi. It shall not grieve me to the snowy hills, or frozen Pindus' tops forthwith to climb, or run through fire, or through an army, say but the word, for I am always thine. Callicratides in Lucian breaks out into this passionate speech: O God of heaven, grant me this life forever, to sit over against my mistress, and to hear her sweet voice, to go in and out with her, to have every other business common with her. I would labour when she labours, sail when she sails. He that hates her should hate me, and if a tyrant kill her, he should kill me. If she should die, I would not live, and one grave should hold us both. Finiet illa meus moriens morientis amores. Abrocomus in Aristaenetus makes the like petition for his Delphia. Tecum vivere amem, tecum obeam lubens. I desire to live with thee, and I am ready to die with thee. 'Tis the same strain which Theagenes used to his Chariclea. So that I may but enjoy thy love, let me die presently. Leander to his Hero, when he besought the sea waves to let him go quietly to his love, and kill him coming back. Parcite dum propero, mergite dum redeo. Spare me whilst I go, drown me as I return. 'Tis the common humour of them all, to contemn death, to wish for death, to confront death in this case. Quippe queis nec fera, nec ignis, neque praecipitium, nec fretum, nec ensis, neque laqueos gravia videntur. 'Tis their desire, saith Tyrius, to die. Haud timet mortem cupit ire in ipsos, obvius enses. He does not fear death, he desireth such upon the very swords. Though 1,000 dragons or devils keep the gates, Cerberus himself, Sciron and Procrustes lay in wait, and the way as dangerous, as inaccessible as hell, through fiery flames and over burning coulters he will adventure for all this. And as Peter Abelard lost his testicles for his Heloise, he will, I say, not venture an incision, but life itself. For how many gallants offered to lose their lives for a night's lodging with Cleopatra in those days, and in the hour or moment of death 'tis their sole comfort to remember their dear mistress, as Zerbino slain in France, and Brandemart in Barbary, as Arcite did his Emily. When he felt death, dusked been his eyes, and faded is his breath, but on his lady yet casteth he his eye, his last word was, Mercy, Emily. His spirit changed, and out went there, whither I cannot tell, ne where. When Captain Gobrius by an unlucky accident had received his death's wound, Heu me miserum exclamat, miserable man that I am, instead of other devotions, he cries out, shall I die before I see my sweetheart Rhodanthe? Sic amor mortem, saith mine author, aut quisquid humanitus accidit aspernatur. So love triumphs, contemns, insults over death itself. 13 proper young men lost their lives for that fair Hippodamias' sake, the daughter of Onomaus, king of Elis, when that hard condition was proposed of death or victory, they made no account of it, but courageously for love died, till Pelops at last won her by a sleight. As many gallants desperately adventured their dearest blood for Atalanta, the daughter of Schenius, in hope of marriage, all vanquished and overcame, till Hippomenes by a few golden apples happily obtained his suit. Perseus of old fought with a sea monster for Andromeda's sake, and our Saint George freed the king's daughter of Sabea, the golden legend is mine author, that was exposed to a dragon by a terrible combat. Our knights errant, and the Sir Lancelots of these days, I hope will adventure as much for ladies' favours as the squire of dames, knight of the sun, Sir Bevis of Southampton, or that renowned peer, Orlando, who long time had loved dear Angelica the fair, and for her sake about the world in nations far and near did high attempts perform and undertake. He is a very dastard, a coward, a block and a beast that will not do as much, but they will, sure they will, for it is an ordinary thing for these inamorotos of our time to say and do more, to stab their arms, carouse in blood, or as that Thessalian Thero that bit off his own thumb, provocans rivalem ad hoc aemulandum, to make his co-rival do as much. 'Tis frequent with them to challenge the field for their lady and mistress' sake, to run a tilt. That either bears, so furiously they meet, the other down under the horse's feet. And then up and to it again. And with their axes both so sorely power, that neither plate nor mail sustained the stour, but rivelled reek like rotten wood asunder, and fire did flash like lightning after thunder. And in her quarrel, to fight so long till their headpiece, bucklers be all broken, and swords hacked like so many saws, for they must not see her abused in any sort, 'tis blasphemy to speak against her, a dishonour without all good respect to name her. 'Tis common with these creatures to drink healths upon their bare knees, though it were a mile to the bottom, no matter of what mixture, off it comes. If she bid them, they will go barefoot to Jerusalem, to the great Cham's court, to the East Indies to fetch her a bird to wear in her hat, and with Drake and Candish sail round about the world for her sweet sake, adversis ventis, serve twice 7 years, as Jacob did for Rachel, do as much as Gesmunda, the daughter of Tancredus, prince of Salerna, did for Guisardus, her true love, eat his heart when he died. Or as Artemisia drank her husband's bones beaten to powder, and so bury him in herself, and endure more torments than Theseus or Paris. Et his colitur Venus magis quamture et victimis. With such sacrifices as these, as Aristaenetus holds, Venus is well pleased. Generally they undertake any pain, any labour, any toil for their mistress' sake, love and admire a servant, not to her alone, but to all her friends and followers, they hug and embrace them for her sake, her dog, picture, and everything she wears, they adore it as a relic. If any man come from her, they feast him, reward him, will not be out of his company, do him all offices, still remembering, still talking of her. Nam si abest quod ames, praesto simulacra tamen sunt, Ilius et nomen dulce observatur ad aures. The very carrier that comes from him to her is a most welcome guest, and if he bring a letter, she will read it 20 times over, and, as Lucretia did by Euryalus, kiss the letter 1,000 times together, and then read it. And Caledonia by Philonius, after many sweet kisses, put the letter in her bosom. And kiss again, and often look thereon, and stay the messenger that would be gone. And asked many pretty questions over and over again, as how he looked, what he did, and what he said. In a word, vult placere sese amicae, vult mihi, vult pedissequae, vult famulis, vult etiam ancillis, et catulo meo. He strives to please his mistress and her maid, her servants and her dog, and's well apaid. If he get any remnant of hers, a busk point, a feather of her fan, a shoe tie, a lace, a ring, a bracelet of hair, pignusque direptum lacertis aut digito male pertinaci. He wears it for a favour on his arm, in his hat, finger, or next his heart. Her picture he adores twice a day, and for 2 hours together will not look off it, as Laodamia did by Protesilaus, when he went to war, sit at home with his picture before her. A garter or a bracelet of hers is more precious than any saint's relic. He lays it up in his casket, O blessed relic, and every day will kiss it. If in her presence, his eye is never off her, and drink he will where she drank, if it be possible, in that very place, etc. If absent, he will walk in the walk, sit under that tree where she did use to sit, in that bower, in that very seat. Et foribus miseroscula figit. Many years after sometimes, though she be far distant, and dwell many miles off, he loves yet to walk that way still, to have his chamber window look that way, to walk by that river's side, which, though far away, runs by the house where she dwells. He loves the wind blows to that coast. O quoties dixi zephyris properantibus illuc, felices pulchram visuri amirillada venti. O happy western winds that blow that way, for you shall see my love's fair face to-day. He will send a message to her by the wind. Vos aurae alpinae, placidis de montibus aurae, haec illi portate. He desires to confer with some of her acquaintance, for his heart is still with her, to talk of her, admiring and commending her, lamenting, moaning, wishing himself anything for her sake, to have opportunity to see her. Oh, that he might but enjoy her presence! So did Philostratus to his mistress. O happy ground on which she treads, and happy were I if she would tread upon me. I think her countenance would make the rivers stand, and when she comes abroad, birds will sing and come about her. Ridebunt vales, ridebunt obvia tempe, in florem viridis protinus ibi humus. The fields will laugh, the pleasant valleys burn, and all the grass will into flowers turn. Omnis ambrosiam spirabit aura. When she is in the meadow, she is fairer than any flower, for that lasts but for a day. The river is pleasing, but it vanisheth on a sudden. But thy flower doth not fade, thy stream is greater than the sea. If I look upon the heaven, methinks I see the sun fallen down to shine below, and thee to shine in his place, whom I desire. If I look upon the night, methinks I see two more glorious stars, Hesperus and thyself. A little after he thus courts his mistress. If thou goest forth of the city, the protecting gods that keep the town will run after to gaze upon thee. If thou sail upon the seas, as so many small boats, they will follow thee. What river would not run into the sea? Another, he sighs and sobs, swears he hath cor scissum, a heart bruised to powder, dissolved and melted within him, or quite gone from him, to his mistress's bosom belike, he is in an oven, a salamander in the fire, so scorched with love's heat. He wisheth himself a saddle for her to sit on, a posy for her to smell to, and it would not grieve him to be hanged, if he might be strangled in her garters. He would willingly die to-morrow, so that she might kill him with her own hands. Ovid would be a flea, a gnat, a ring, Catullus a sparrow. O si tecum ludere sicut ipsa possem, et tristes animi levare curas. Anacreon, a glass, a gown, a chain, anything. Sed speculum ego ipse fiam, ut me tuomosque cernas, et vestis ipse fiam, ut me tuomosque gestes. Mutare et opto in undam, lavem tuos ut artus nardus puella fiam, ut ego te ipsum in ungam, sim fascia in papillis, tuo et monile colo. Fiamque calceos me saltem ut pedeusque calces. But I a looking glass would be, still to be looked upon by thee, or I, my love, would be thy gown, by thee to be worn up and down, or a pure well full to the brims, that I might wash thy purer limbs, or I'd be precious balm to 'noint with choicest care each choicest joint. Or if I might, I would be fain about thy neck thy happy chain, or would it were my blessed hap to be the lawn or thy fair pap, or would I were thy shoe to be daily trod upon by thee. O thrice happy man that shall enjoy her, as they that saw Hero in Museus, and Salmacis to Hermaphroditus. Felices mater, etc. Felix nutrix, sed longe cunctis, longeque beatior ille, quem fructus sponsi et socii dignabere lecti. The same passion made her break out in the comedy, Nae illae fortunatae sunt quae cum illo cubant, happy are his bedfellows. And as she said of Cyprus, beata quae illi uxor futura esset, blessed is that woman that shall be his wife. Nay, thrice happy she that shall enjoy him but a night. Una nox Jovis sceptro aequiparanda, such a night's lodging is worth Jupiter's sceptre. Qualis nox erit illa, dii deaeque, quam mollis torus. Oh, what a blissful night would it be, how soft, how sweet a bed. She will adventure all her estate for such a night, for a nectarian, a balsam kiss alone. Qui te videt beatus est, beatior qui te audiet, qui te potitur est Deus. The Sultan of Sana's wife in Arabia, when she had seen Vertomannus, that comely traveller, lamented to herself in this manner: O God, thou hast made this man whiter than the sun, but me, mine husband, and all my children black. I would to God he were my husband, or that I had such a son. She fell a weeping, and so impatient for love at last, that, as Potiphar's wife did by Joseph, she would have had him gone in with her, she sent away Gazella, Tegea, Galzerana, her waiting maids, loaded him with fair promises and gifts, and wooed him with all the rhetoric she could. Extremum hoc miserae da munus amanti, grant this last request to a wretched lover. But when he gave not consent, she would have gone with him, and left all, to be his page, his servant, or his lackey. Certa sequi carum corpus ut umbra solet, so that she might enjoy him, threatening moreover to kill herself, etc. Men will do as much and more for women, spend goods, lands, lives, fortunes. Kings will leave their crowns, as King John for Matilda the nun at Dunmow. But kings in this yet privileged may be, I'll be a monk so I may live with thee. The very gods will endure any shame. Atque aliquis de diis non tristibus inquit, etc. Be a spectacle, as Mars and Venus were, to all the rest. So did Lucian's Mercury wish, and peradventure, so dost thou. They will adventure their lives with alacrity, pro qua non metuam mori, nay more, pro qua non metuam bis mori. I will die twice, nay 20 times for her. If she die, there's no remedy, they must die with her, they cannot help it. A lover in Calcagninus wrote this on his darling's tomb: Quincia obiit, sed non quincia sola obiit, quincia obiit, sed cum quincia et ipse obii, risus obit, obit gratia, lusus obit, nec mea nunc anima in pectore at in tumulo est. Quincia, my dear, is dead, but not alone, for I am dead, and with her I am gone. Sweet smiles, mirth, graces, all with her do rest, and my soul too, for 'tis not in my breast. How many doting lovers upon the like occasion might say the same? But these are toys in respect, they will hazard their very souls for their mistress' sake. Atque aliquis inter juvenes miratus est, et verbum dixit, non ego in caelo cuperem Deus esse, nostram uxorem habens domi hero. One said, to heaven would I not desire at all to go, if that at mine own house I had such a fine wife as Hero. Venus forsook heaven for Adonis' sake, caelo praefertur Adonis. Old Janivere in Chaucer thought when he had his fair May, he should never go to heaven, he should live so merrily here on earth. Had I such a mistress, he protests, caelum diis ego non suum inviderem, sed sortem mihi dii meam inviderent. I would not envy their prosperity, the gods should envy my felicity. Another as earnestly desires to behold his sweetheart, he will adventure and leave all this, and more than this, to see her alone. Omnia quae patior mala si pensare velit fors, una aliqua nobis prosperitate, dii, hoc precor, ut faciant me cernere coram, cor mihi captivum, quae tenet hoce deam. If all my mischiefs were recompensed, and God would give me what I requested, I would my mistress' presence only seek, which doth mine heart in prison captive keep. But who can reckon upon the dotage, madness, servitude, and blindness, the foolish phantasms and vanities of lovers, their torments, wishes, idle attempts? Yet for all this, amongst so many irksome, absurd, troublesome symptoms, inconveniences, fantastical fits and passions, which are usually incident to such persons, there be some good and graceful qualities in lovers, which this affection causeth. As it makes wise men fools, so many times it makes fools become wise. It makes base fellows become generous, cowards courageous, as Cardan notes out of Plutarch, covetous, liberal and magnificent, clowns civil, cruel gentle, wicked profane persons to become religious, slovens neat, churls merciful, and dumb dogs eloquent, your lazy drones quick and nimble. Feras mentes domat Cupido. That fierce, cruel, and rude Cyclops Polyphemus sighed and shed many a salt tear for Galatea's sake. No passion causeth greater alterations, or more vehement of joy or discontent. Plutarch, Symposion, Book 5, question 1, saith, that the soul of a man in love is full of perfumes and sweet odours, and all manner of pleasing tones and tunes, insomuch that it is hard to say, as he adds, whether love do mortal men more harm than good. It adds spirits, and makes them otherwise soft and silly, generous and courageous. Audacem faciebat amor. Ariadne's love made Theseus so adventurous, and Medea's beauty Jason so victorious. Expectorat amor timorem. Plato is of opinion that the love of Venus made Mars so valorous. A young man will be much abashed to commit any foul offence that shall come to the hearing or sight of his mistress, as he that desired of his enemy, now dying, to lay him with his face upward, ne amasius videret eum a tergo vulneratum, lest his sweetheart should say he was a coward. And if it were possible to have an army consist of lovers, such as love or are beloved, they would be extraordinary valiant and wise in their government. Modesty would detain them from doing amiss, emulation incite them to do that which is good and honest, and a few of them would overcome a great company of others. There is no man so pusillanimous, so very a dastard, whom love would not incense, make of a divine temper and an heroical spirit. As he said in like case, tota ruat caeli moles non terreor, etc. Nothing can terrify, nothing can dismay them. But as Sir Blandimore and Paridel, those two brave fairy knights, fought for the love of fair Florimel in presence, and drawing both their swords with rage anew, like two mad mastiffs each other slew, and shields did share, and mails did rash, and helms did hew, so furiously each other did assail, as if their souls at once they would have rent out of their breasts, that streams of blood did trail adown as if their springs of life were spent, that all the ground with purple blood was sprent, and all their armour stained with bloody gore, yet scarcely once to breath would they relent. So mortal was their malice and so sore, that both resolved than yield to die before. Every base swain in love will dare to do as much for his dear mistress's sake. He will fight and fetch Argivum Clypeum, that famous buckler of Argos, to do her service, adventure at all, undertake any enterprise. And as Serranus the Spaniard, then governor of Sluys, made answer to Marquis Spinola, if the enemy brought 50,000 devils against him, he would keep it. The 9 worthies, Oliver and Roland, and 40 dozen of peers are all in him. He is all metal, armour of proof, more than a man, and in this case improved beyond himself. For as Agatho contends, a true lover is wise, just, temperate, and valiant. I doubt not, therefore, but if a man had such an army of lovers, as Castilio supposeth, he might soon conquer all the world, except by chance he met with such another army of inamoratos to oppose it. For so perhaps they might fight as that fatal dog and fatal hare in the heavens, course one another round, and never make an end. Castilio thinks Ferdinand, king of Spain, would never have conquered Granada had not Queen Isabel and her ladies been present at the siege. It cannot be expressed what courage the Spanish knights took when the ladies were present. A few Spaniards overcame a multitude of Moors. they will undergo any danger whatsoever, as Sir Walter Manny in Edward the Third's time, stuck full of ladies' favours, fought like a dragon; for soli amantes, as Plato holds, pro amicis mori appetunt, only lovers will die for their friends, and in their mistresses quarrel. And for that cause he would have women follow the camp, to be spectators and encouragers of noble actions. Upon such an occasion, the squire of dames himself, Sir Launcelot or Sir Tristram, Caesar or Alexander, shall not be more resolute or go beyond them. End of section 18. Section 19 of the Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Cynthia Moyer. The Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 3, by Robert Burton. Section 19. Partition 3, Section 2, Member 3, Part 4. Not courage only doth love add, but, as I said, subtlety, wit, and many pretty devices. Namque dolos inspirat amor, fraudesque ministrat. Jupiter in love with Leda, and not knowing how to compass his desire, turned himself into a swan, and got Venus to pursue him in the likeness of an eagle, which she doing, for shelter he fled to Leda's lap. Et in eus gremio se collocavit. Leda embraced him, and so fell fast asleep. Sed dormientem Jupiter compressit, by which means Jupiter had his will. Infinite such tricks love can devise, such fine feats in abundance, with wisdom and wariness. Quis fallere possit amantem? All manner of civility, decency, compliment, and good behaviour, plus solis et leporis, polite graces and merry conceits. Boccaccio hath a pleasant tale to this purpose, which he borrowed from the Greeks, and which Beroaldus hath turned into Latin, Bebelius in verse, of Cimon and Iphigenia. This Cimon was a fool, a proper man of person, and the governor of Cyprus's son, but a very ass, insomuch that his father being ashamed of him, sent him to a farmhouse he had in the country to be brought up, where by chance, as his manner was, walking alone, he espied a gallant young gentlewoman named Iphigenia, a burgomaster's daughter of Cyprus, with her maid, by a brookside in a little thicket, fast asleep in her smock, where she had newly bathed herself. When Cimon saw her, he stood leaning on his staff, gaping on her immovable and in amaze. At last he fell so far in love with the glorious object, that he began to rouse himself up, to bethink what he was, would needs follow her to the city, and for her sake began to be civil, to learn to sing and dance, to play upon instruments, and got all those gentlemanlike qualities and compliments in a short space, which his friends were most glad of. In brief, he became, from an idiot and a clown, to be one of the most complete gentlemen in Cyprus, did many valorous exploits, and all for the love of Mistress Iphigenia. In a word, I may say thus much of them all, Let them be never so clownish, rude, and horrid, grobians and sluts, if once they be in love, they will be most neat and spruce, for omnibus rebus et nitidis nitoribus antevenit amor. They will follow the fashion, begin to trick up, and to have a good opinion of themselves. Venus tatim enim mater Venus. A ship is not so long a rigging, as a young gentlewoman a trimming up herself against her sweetheart comes. A painter's shop, a flowery meadow, no so gracious aspect in nature's storehouse as a young maid, nubilis puella, a noviza or Venetian bride that looks for a husband, or a young man that is her suitor. Composed looks, composed gait, clothes, gestures, actions, all composed. All the graces, elegances in the world are in her face. Their best robes, ribbons, chains, jewels, lawns, linens, laces, spangles, must come on. Praeter quam res patitur student elegantiae. They are beyond all measure coy, nice, and too curious on a sudden. 'Tis all their study, all their business, how to wear their clothes neat, to be polite and terse, and to set out themselves. No sooner doth a young man see his sweetheart coming, but he smugs up himself, pulls up his cloak now fallen about his shoulders, ties his garters, points, sets his band, cuffs, slicks his hair, twires his beard, etc. When Mercury was to come before his mistress, Chlamydemque ut pendeat apte collocat, ut limbus totumque appareat aurum. He put his cloak in order, that the lace, and hem, and gold work, all might have his grace. Salmacis would not be seen of Hermaphroditus till she had spruced up herself first. Nec tamen ante adiit, et si properabat adire, quam se composuit, quam circumspexit amictus, et finxit vultum, et meruit formosa videri. Nor did she come, although 'twas her desire, till she composed herself, and trimmed her tire, and set her looks to make him to admire. Venus had so ordered the matter, that when her son Aeneas was to appear before Queen Dido, he was os humerosque deo similis, namque ipsa decoram Caesariam nato genetrix, lumenque juventae, purpureum et laetos oculis afflarat honores. Like a god, for she was the tire-woman herself, to set him out with all natural and artificial impostures. As Mother Mamea did her son Heliogabalus, new chosen emperor, when he was to be seen of the people first. When the hirsute Cyclopial Polyphemus courted Galatea, Jamque tibi formae, jamque est tibi curae placendi, jam rigidos pectis rastris Polypheme capillos, jam libet hirsutam tibi falce recidere barbam, et spectare feros in aqua, et componere vultus. And then he did begin to prank himself, to plait and comb his head, and beard to shave, and look his face i' the water as a glass, and to compose himself for to be brave. He was upon a sudden now spruce and keen as a new ground hatchet. He now began to have a good opinion of his own features and good parts, now to be a gallant. Jam Galatea veni, nec munere despice nostra, certe ego minoi, liquidaque in imagine vidi, nuper aquae, placuitque mihi mea forma videnti. Come now, my Galatea, scorn me not, nor my poor presence, for but yesterday I saw myself in the water, and methought full fair I was, then scorn me not, I say. Non sum adeo informis, nu per me in litore vidi, cum placidum ventis staret mare. 'Tis the common humour of all suitors to trick up themselves, to be prodigal in apparel, pure lotus, neat, combed and curled, with powdered hair, comptus et calimistratus, with a long love lock, a flower in his ear, perfumed gloves, rings, scarves, feathers, points, etc., as if he were a prince's Ganymede, with every day new suits, as the fashion varies, going as if he trod upon eggs, as Heinsius writ to Primierus, if once he be besoughten on a wench, he must like awake at nights, renounce his book, sigh and lament, now and then weep for his hard hap, and mark above all things what hats, bands, doublets, breeches are in fashion, how to cut his beard and wear his locks, to turn up his mustachios and curl his head, prune his pique devant, or if he wear it abroad, that the east side be correspondent to the west. He may be scoffed at otherwise, as Julian that apostate emperor was for wearing a long hirsute goatish beard, fit to make ropes with, as in his Misopogone, or that apologetical oration he made at Antioch to excuse himself, he doth ironically confess, it hindered his kissing. Nam non licuit inde pura puris, eoque suavioribus labra labris adjungere. But he did not much esteem it, as it seems by the sequel, de accipiendis dandisve osculis non laboro. Yet, to follow mine author, it may much concern a young lover, he must be more respectful in this behalf, he must be in league with an excellent tailor, barber. Tonsorem pulchrum sed arte talem, qualis nec talamis fuit Neronis. Have neat shoe ties, points, garters, speak in print, walk in print, eat and drink in print, and that which is all in all, he must be mad in print. Amongst other good qualities an amorous fellow is endowed with, he must learn to sing and dance, play upon some instrument or other, as without all doubt he will, if he be truly touched with this lodestone of love. For as Erasmus hath it, musicam docet amor et poesia, love will make them musicians, and to compose ditties, madrigals, elegies, love sonnets, and sing them to several pretty tunes, to get all good qualities may be had. Jupiter perceived Mercury to be in love with Philologia, because he learned languages, polite speech, for Suadela herself was Venus's daughter, as some write, arts and sciences, quo virgini placeret, all to ingratiate himself and please his mistress. 'Tis their chiefest study to sing, dance, and without question so many gentlemen and gentlewomen would not be so well qualified in this kind, if love did not incite them. Who, saith Castilio, would learn to play, or give his mind to music, learn to dance, or make so many rhymes, love songs, as most do, but for women's sake, because they hope by that means to purchase their good wills and win their favour? We see this daily verified in our young women and wives, they that being maids took so much pains to sing, play, and dance, with such cost and charge to their parents, to get those graceful qualities, now being married, will scarce touch an instrument, they care not for it. Constantine makes Cupid himself to be a great dancer. By the same token, as he was capering amongst the gods, he flung down a bowl of nectar, which distilling upon the white rose, ever since made it red. And Callistratus, by the help of Daedalus, about Cupid's statue made a many of young wenches still a dancing, to signify belike that Cupid was much affected with it, as without all doubt he was. For at his and Psyche's wedding, the gods being present to grace the feast, Ganymede filled nectar in abundance, as Apuleius describes it. Vulcan was the cook, the Hours made all fine with roses and flowers, Apollo played upon the harp, the Muses sang to it, sed suavi musicae super ingressa Venus saltavit. But his mother Venus danced to his and their sweet content. Witty Lucian, in that pathetical love passage, or pleasant description of Jupiter's stealing of Europa, and swimming from Phoenicia to Crete, makes the sea calm, the winds hush, Neptune and Amphitrite riding in their chariot to break the waves before them, the Tritons dancing round about with every one a torch, the sea nymphs half naked, keeping time on dolphins' backs, and singing Hymenaeus, Cupid nimbly tripping on the top of the waters, and Venus herself coming after in a shell, strewing roses and flowers on their heads. Praxiteles, in all his pictures of love, feigns Cupid ever smiling and looking upon dancers. And in St. Mark's in Rome, whose work I know not, one of the most delicious pieces is a many of satyrs dancing about a wench asleep, so that dancing still is, as it were, a necessary appendix to love matters. Young lasses are never better pleased than when as upon a holiday, after evensong, they may meet their sweethearts and dance about a maypole, or in a town green under a shady elm. Nothing so familiar in France as for citizens' wives and maids to dance around in the streets, and often too, for want of better instruments, to make good music of their own voices, and dance after it. Yea, many times this love will make old men and women that have more toes than teeth dance. John, come, kiss me now, mask and mum. For Comus and Hymen love masks, and all such merriments above measure, will allow men to put on women's apparel in some cases, and promiscuously to dance, young and old, rich and poor, generous and base, of all sorts. Paulus Jovius taxeth Augustine Niphus the philosopher, for that being an old man and a public professor, a father of many children, he was so mad for the love of a young maid, that which many of his friends were ashamed to see, an old gouty fellow, yet would dance after fiddlers. Many laughed him to scorn for it, but this omnipotent love would have it so. Hyacintino bacillo properans amor me adegit violenter ad sequendum. Love hasty with his purple staff did make me follow, and the dance to undertake. And 'tis no news this, no indecorum, for why? A good reason may be given of it. Cupid and Death met both in an inn, and, being merrily disposed, they did exchange some arrows from either quiver. Ever since, young men die, and oftentimes old men dote. Sic moritur juvenis, sic moribundus amat. And who can then withstand it? If once we be in love, young or old, though our teeth shake in our heads like virginal jacks, or stand parallel asunder like the arches of a bridge, there is no remedy. We must dance trenchmore for a need, over tables, chairs, and stools, etc. And princum prancum is a fine dance. Plutarch, Symposion, Book 1, Question 5, doth in some sort excuse it, and telleth us, moreover, in what sense: musicam docet amor, licet prius fuerit rudis. How love makes them that had no skill before learn to sing and dance. He concludes, 'tis only that power and prerogative love hath over us. Love, as he holds, will make a silent man speak, a modest man most officious, dull, quick, slow, nimble, and that which is most to be admired, a hard, base, untractable churl, as fire doth iron in a smith's forge, free, facile, gentle, and easy to be entreated. Nay, 'twill make him prodigal in the other extreme, and give 100 sesterces for a night's lodging, as they did of old to Lais of Corinth, or ducenta drachmarum milia pro unica nocte, as Mundus to Paulina, spend all his fortunes, as too many do in like case, to obtain his suit. For which cause many compare love to wine, which makes men jovial and merry, frolic and sad, whine, sing, dance, and what not. But above all the other symptoms of lovers, this is not lightly to be overpassed, that likely of what condition soever, if once they be in love, they turn to their ability rhymers, ballad makers, and poets. For as Plutarch saith, they will be witnesses and trumpeters of their paramours' good parts, bedecking them with verses and commendatory songs, as we do statues with gold, that they may be remembered and admired of all. Ancient men will dote in this kind sometimes as well as the rest. The heat of love will thaw their frozen affections, dissolve the ice of age, and so far enable them, though they be 60 years of age above the girdle, to be scarce 30 beneath. Jovianus Pontanus makes an old fool rhyme, and turn poetaster to please his mistress. Ne ringas Mariana, meos me dispice canos, de sene nam juvenem dia referre potes, etc. Sweet Marian, do not mine age disdain, for thou canst make an old man young again. They will be still singing amorous songs and ditties, if young especially, and cannot abstain, though it be when they go to, or should be at, church. We have a pretty story to this purpose in West Monasteriensis, an old writer of ours, if you will believe it, Anno Dominis 1012, at Kollwitz in Saxony, on Christmas Eve, a company of young men and maids, whilst the priest was at mass in the church, were singing catches and love songs in the churchyard. He sent to them to make less noise, but they sung on still, and if you will, you shall have the very song itself. Equitabat homo per silvam frondosam, ducebatque secum mesuindem formosam, quid stamus, cur non imus? A fellow rid by the greenwood side, and fair Meswinde was his bride. Why stand we so, and do not go? This they sung, he chafed, till at length, impatient as he was, he prayed to Saint Magnus, patron of the church, they might all three sing and dance till that time 12-month, and so they did, without meat and drink, wearisomeness, or giving over, till at year's end they ceased singing, and were absolved by Heribertus, Archbishop of Cologne. They will in all places be doing thus, young folks especially, reading love stories, talking of this or that young man, such a fair maid, singing, telling or hearing lascivious tales, scurrilous tunes, such objects are their sole delight, their continual meditation, and as Guastavinius adds, ob seminis abundantiam crebrae cogitationes, veneris frequens recordatio et pruriens voluptas, etc. An earnest longing comes hence. Pruriens corpus, pruriens anima. Amorous conceits, tickling thoughts, sweet and pleasant hopes. Hence it is they can think, discourse willingly, or speak almost of no other subject. 'Tis their only desire, if it may be done by art, to see their husband's picture in a glass. They'll give anything to know when they shall be married, how many husbands they shall have, by cromniomantia, a kind of divination with onions laid on the altar on Christmas Eve, or by fasting on St. Anne's Eve or night, to know who shall be their first husband, or by amphitomantia, by beans in a cake, etc., to burn the same. This love is the cause of all good conceits, neatness, exornations, plays, elegancies, delights, pleasant expressions, sweet motions, and gestures, joys, comforts, exultancies, and all the sweetness of our life. Qualis jam vita foret, aut quid jucunde sine aurea venere, emoria cum ista non amplius mihi cura fuerit. Let me live no longer than I may love, saith a mad merry fellow in Mimnermus. This love is that salt that seasoneth our harsh and dull labours, and gives a pleasant relish to our other unsavoury proceedings. Absit amor, surgunt tenebrae, torpedo, veternum, pestis, etc. All our feasts almost, masques, mummings, banquets, merry meetings, weddings, pleasing songs, fine tunes, poems, love stories, plays, comedies, atellans, jigs, fescennines, elegies, odes, etc., proceed hence. Danaus, the son of Belus, at his daughter's wedding at Argos, instituted the first plays, some say, that were ever heard of. Symbols, emblems, impresses, devices, if we shall believe Jovius, Cutiles, Paradine, Camillus de Camillis, may be ascribed to it. Most of our arts and sciences, painting amongst the rest, was first invented, saith Patritius, ex amoris beneficio, for love's sake. For when the daughter of Deiboriades the Scionian was to take leave of her sweetheart now going to wars, ut desiderio eius minus tabesceret, to comfort herself in his absence, she took his picture with coal upon a wall, as the candle gave the shadow, which her father admiring, perfected afterwards, and it was the first picture, by report, that ever was made. And long after, Scion for painting, carving, statuary, music, and philosophy was preferred before all the cities in Greece. Apollo was the first inventor of physic, divination, oracles. Minerva found out weaving, Vulcan curious ironwork, Mercury letters. But who prompted all this into their heads? Love. Nunquam talia invenissent, nisi talia adamascent. They loved such things, or some party, for whose sake they were undertaken at first. 'Tis true, Vulcan made a most admirable brooch or necklace, which long after Axion and Temenus, Phegeus' sons, for the singular worth of it, consecrated to Apollo at Delphos, but Pharilus the tyrant stole it away and presented it to Ariston's wife, on whom he miserably doted. Parthenius tells the story out of Philarchus. But why did Vulcan make this excellent ouche? To give Hermione, Cadmus's wife, whom he dearly loved. All our tilts and tournaments, orders of the garter, golden fleece, etc. Nobilitas sub amore jacet, owe their beginnings to love, and many of our histories. By this means, saith Jovius, they would express their loving minds to their mistress and to the beholders. 'Tis the sole subject almost of poetry, all our invention tends to it, all our songs, whatever those old Anacreons, and therefore Hesiod makes the Muses and Graces still follow Cupid, and, as Plutarch holds, Menander and the rest of the poets were love's priests. All our Greek and Latin epigrammatists, love writers. Antony Diogenes, the most ancient, whose epitome we find in Phocius Bibliotheca, Longus Sophista, Eustathius, Achilles, Tatius, Aristaenetus, Heliodorus, Plato, Plutarch, Lucian, Parthenius, Theodorus, Prodromus, Ovid, Catullus, Tibullus, etc. Our new Ariostos, Boyards, authors of Arcadia, Urania, Fairy Queen, etc. Marullus, Leotychius, Angerianus, Stroza, Secundus, Capellanus, etc., with the rest of those facete modern poets, have written in this kind, are but as so many symptoms of love. Their whole books are a synopsis or breviary of love, the Portuus of love, legends of lovers' lives and deaths, and of their memorable adventures, nay more, quod leguntur, quod laudantur amori debent, as Nevisanus the lawyer holds. There never was any excellent poet that invented good fables or made laudable verses, which was not in love himself. Had he not taken a quill from Cupid's wings, he could never have written so amorously as he did. Cynthia te vatem fecit lascive properti, ingenium Galli pulchra lucoris habet. Fama est arguti nemesis formosa Tibuli, Lesbia dictavit docte Catulla tibi. Non me pelignus, nec spernet mantua vatem, si qua Corinna mihi, si quis Alexis erit. Wanton Propertius and witty Callus, subtle Tibullus, and learned Catullus, it was Cynthia, Lesbia, Lycoris, that made you poets all, and if Alexis or Corinna chance my paramour to be, Virgil and Ovid shall not despise me. Non me Carminibus vincet, nec Draceus Orpheus, nec linus. Petrarch's Laura made him so famous, Astrophel's Stella, and Jovianus Pontanus's mistress was the cause of his roses, violets, lilies, nequitiae blanditiae, joci decor, nardus, ver, corolla. Thus Mars, Pallas, Venus, Charis, Crocum, Laurus, unguentem, costum, lacrimae, myrrha, musae, etc., and the rest of his poems. Why are Italians at this day generally so good poets and painters? Because every man of any fashion amongst them hath his mistress. The very rustics and hog rubbers, Menalcas and Corydon, qui faetant de stercore equino, those fulsome knaves, if once they taste of this love liquor, are inspired in an instant. Instead of those accurate emblems, curious impresses, gaudy masks, tilts, tournaments, etc., they have their wakes, Whitsunnails, shepherds' feasts, meetings on holidays, country dances, roundelays, writing their names on trees, true lovers' knots, pretty gifts. With tokens, hearts divided, and half rings, shepherds in their loves are as coy as kings. Choosing lords, ladies, kings, queens, and valentines, etc., they go by couples. Corydon's Phyllis, Nysa, and Mopsus, with dainty Dulcibel and Sir Tophus. Instead of odes, epigrams, and elegies, etc., they have their ballads, country tunes, O the broom, the bonny bonny broom, ditties and songs, Bess a belle, she doth excel. They must write likewise, and indite all in rhyme. Thou honeysuckle of the hawthorn hedge, vouchsafe in Cupid's cup my heart to pledge. My heart's dear blood, sweet Cis, is thy carouse, worth all the ale in Gammer Gubbin's house. I say no more, affairs call me away, my father's horse for provender doth stay. Be thou the Lady Cresset Light to me, Sir Trolly Lolly will I prove to thee. Written in haste, farewell, my cowslip sweet, pray let's a Sunday at the alehouse meet. Your most grim Stoics and severe philosophers will melt away with this passion, and if Athenaeus belie them not, Aristippus, Apollodorus, Antiphanes, etc., have made love songs and commentaries of their mistresses' praises, orators write epistles, princes give titles, honours, what not? Xerxes gave to Themistocles Lampsacus to find him wine, magnesia for bread, and Meunte for the rest of his diet. The Persian kings allotted whole cities to like use. Haec civitas mulieri redimiculum praebeat, haec incolum, haec in crines. One whole city served to dress her hair, another her neck, a third her hood. Ahasuerus would have given Esther half his empire, and Herod bid Herodias ask what she would, she should have it. Caligula gave 100,000 sesterces to his courtesan at first word to buy her pins, and yet when he was solicited by the Senate to bestow something to repair the decayed walls of Rome for the commonwealth's good, he would give but 6,000 sesterces at most. Dionysius, that Sicilian tyrant, rejected all his privy counsellors, and was so besotted on Myrrha his favourite and mistress, that he would bestow no office, or in the most weightiest business of the kingdom do aught without her especial advice, prefer, depose, send entertain no man, though worthy and well deserving, but by her consent. And he again whom she commended, howsoever unfit, unworthy, was as highly approved. Kings and emperors, instead of poems, build cities. Adrian built Antinoa in Egypt, besides constellations, temples, altars, statues, images, etc., in the honour of his Antinous. Alexander bestowed infinite sums to set out his Hephaestion to all eternity. Socrates professeth himself love's servant, ignorant in all arts and sciences, a doctor alone in love matters. Et quum alienarum rerum omnium scientiam defeteretur, saith Maximus Tyrius, his sectator huius negotii professor, etc. And this he spake openly, at home and abroad, at public feasts, in the academy, in Pyrrheo, Lycaeo, sub Platano, etc. The very bloodhound of beauty, as he is styled by others. But I conclude there is no end of love's symptoms, 'tis a bottomless pit. Love is subject to no dimensions, not to be surveyed by any art or engine. And besides, I am of Haedus's mind, no man can discourse of love matters, or judge of them aright, that hath not made trial in his own person, or, as Aeneas Sylvius adds, hath not a little doted, been mad, or lovesick himself. I confess I am but a novice, a contemplator only. Nescio quid sit amor nec amo. I have a tincture, for why should I lie, dissemble, or excuse it? Yet homo sum, etc., not altogether inexpert in this subject. Non sum praeceptor amandi, and what I say is merely reading, ex altorum forsan ineptiis, by mine own observation, and others' relation. End of section 19.
Section 20 of the Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Morgan Scorpion. The Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 3, by Robert Burton. Section 20. Partition 3, Section 2, Member 4. Prognostics of Love Melancholy. What fires, torments, cares, jealousies, suspicions, fears, griefs, anxieties accompany such as are in love? I have sufficiently said. The next question is, what will be the event of such miseries? What they foretell? Some are of opinion that this love cannot be cured. Nullis amor est medicabilis herbis. It accompanies them to the last. Idem amor exitio est pecori, pecorisque magistro. The same passion consume both the sheep and the shepherd, and is so continuate, that by no persuasion almost it may be relieved. Bid me not love, said Euryalus. Bid the mountains come down into the plains. Bid the rivers run back to their fountains. I can as soon leave to love, as the sun leave his course. Et prius equoribus pisces, et montibus umbrae, ad volucres deurunt sylvis, et murmura ventis, quam mihi discedent formosae Amaryllidis ignes. First seas shall want their fish, the mountains shade, woods singing birds, the wind's murmur shall fade, than my fair Amaryllis' love allayed. Bid me not love, bid a deaf man hear, a blind man see, a dumb speak, lame run, counsel can do no good, a sick man cannot relish, no physic can ease me. Non prosunt domino quae prosunt omnibus artes, as Apollo confessed, and Jupiter himself could not be cured. Omnes humanus curat medicina dolores, solus amor morbi non habet artificem. Physic can soon cure every disease, excepting love, that can it not appease. But whether love may be cured or no, and by what means, shall be explained in his place. In the meantime, if it take his course, and be not otherwise eased or amended, it breaks out into outrageous often and prodigious events. Amor et liber violenti dii sunt, as Tatius observes, et eosque animum incendunt, ut pudoris oblivisci cognant. Love and Bacchus are so violent gods, so furiously rage in our minds, that they make us forget all honesty, shame, and common civility. For such men ordinarily, as are thoroughly possessed with this humour, become insensati et insani. For it is amor insanus, as the poet calls it, beside themselves, and as I have proved, no better than beasts, irrational, stupid, headstrong, void of fear of God or men. They frequently forswear themselves, spend, steal, commit incests, rapes, adulteries, murders, depopulate towns, cities, countries, to satisfy their lust. A devil 'tis, and mischief such doth work, as never yet did pagan, Jew, or Turk. The wars of Troy may be a sufficient witness, and as Appian saith of Antony and Cleopatra, their love brought themselves and all Egypt into extreme and miserable calamities. The end of her is as bitter as wormwood, and as sharp as a two-edged sword. Proverbs verses 4-5. Her feet go down to death, her steps lead on to hell. She is more bitter than death. Ecclesiastes 7:28. And the sinner shall be taken by her. Qui in amore praecipitavit, pejus perit, quam qui saxos salit. He that runs headlong from the top of a rock, is not in so bad a case as he that falls into this gulf of love. For hence, saith Platina, comes repentance, dotage, they lose themselves, their wits, and make shipwreck of their fortunes altogether, madness, to make away themselves and others, violent death. Prognosticatio est talis, saith Gordonius, si non succurratur iis, aut in maniam cadunt, aut moriuntur. The prognostication is, they will either run mad, or die. For if this passion continue, saith Aelian Montaltus, it makes the blood hot, thick, and black, and if the inflammation get into the brain, with continual meditation and waking, it so dries up, that madness follows, or else they make away themselves. O Corydon, Corydon, quae dementia crepit? Now, as Arnoldus adds, it will speedily work these effects, if it be not presently helped. They will pine away, run mad, and die upon a sudden. Facile incidunt in maniam, saith Valescus, quickly mad, nisi succurratur, if good order be not taken. Ehu triste jugum quisquis amoris habet, is prius se noit se pertisse perit. O heavy yoke of love, which whoso bears is quite undone, and that at unawares, so she confessed of herself in the poet. Insanium priusquam crius sentiat, vix pili intervallio a furore absum. I shall be mad before it be perceived. A hair breadth off scarce am I, now distracted. As mad as Orlando for his Angelica, or Hercules for his Hylas. At ille ruebat quo pedes ducebant, furibundus, nam illicebus deus juntus jecur laniebat. He went he cared not whither, mad he was, the cruel god so tortured him, alas. At the sight of Hero I cannot tell how many ran mad. Alias vulnus cellans insanit pulchritudine puellae. And whilst he does conceal his grief, madness comes on him like a thief. Go to Bedlam for examples. It is so well known in every village, how many have either died for love, or voluntarily made away themselves, that I need not much labour to prove it. Nec modus aut requies nisi mors reperitur amoris. Death is the common catastrophe to such persons. Mori mihi contingat, non enim alia, liberatio ab eramnis fuerit ullo paeto istis. Would I were dead, for naught, God knows, but death can rid me of these woes. As soon as Euryalus departed from Senes, Lucretia, his paramour, never looked up. No jests could exhilarate her sad mind, no joys comfort her wounded and distressed soul. But a little after she fell sick and died. But this is a gentle end, a natural death. Such persons commonly make away themselves. Proprioque in sanguine latus, indignantem animam vacuus eludit in auras. So did Dido. Sed moriamur ait, sic juvat ire per umbras. Pyramus and Thisbe, Medea, Corasus and Callirrhoe, Theagenes the philosopher, and many myriads besides, and so will ever do. Et mihi fortis est manus, est et amor, dabit hic in vulnera vires. Whoever heard a story of more woe than that of Juliet and her Romeo? Read Parthenium in Eroticis, and Plutarch's Amatorias Narrationes, or love stories, all tending almost to this purpose. Valleriola, Book 2, Observation 7, hath a lamentable narration of a merchant, his patient, that raving through impatience of love, had he not been watched, would every while have offered violence to himself. Amatus Lusitanus hath such another story, and Felix Plater, a third of a young gentleman that studied physic, and for the love of a doctor's daughter, having no hope to compass his desire, poisoned himself, anno 1615. A barber in Frankfurt, because his wench was betrothed to another, cut his own throat. At Neuburg the same year, a young man, because he could not get his parents' consent, killed his sweetheart, and afterward himself, desiring of the magistrate, as he gave up the ghost, that they might be buried in one grave. Quodque rogis superest, una requiescat in una. Which Gismunda besought of Tancredius, her father, that she might be in like sort buried with Guiscardus, her lover, so that their bodies might lie together in the grave, as their souls wander about campus lugentes in the Elysian fields. Quos duus amor crudeli tabe peredit, in a myrtle grove. Et myrtea circum silva tegit, curae non ipsa in morte reliquunt. You have not yet heard the worst. They do not offer violence to themselves in this rage of lust, but unto others, their nearest and dearest friends. Catiline killed his only son, misitque ad orci pallida, lethi obnubila, obsita tenebris loca, for the love of Aurelia Oristella, quod ejus nuptias vivo filio recusaret. Laodice, the sister of Mithridates, poisoned her husband to give content to a base fellow whom she loved. Alexander, to please Thais, a concubine of his, set Persepolis on fire. Nereus' wife, a widow and lady of Athens, for the love of a Venetian gentleman, betrayed the city, and he for her sake murdered his wife, the daughter of a nobleman in Venice. Constantine Despota made away Catherine his wife, turned his son Michael and his other children out of doors, for the love of a base scrivener's daughter in Thessalonica, with whose beauty he was enamoured. Leucophria betrayed the city where she dwelt, for her sweetheart's sake, that was in the enemy's camp. Pithidice, the governor's daughter of Methinia, for the love of Achilles, betrayed the whole island to him. Her father's enemy, Diogenes, did as much in the city where he dwelt, for the love of Polycrita. Medea for the love of Jason. She taught him how to tame the fire-breathing, brass-feeted bulls, and kill the mighty dragon that kept the golden fleece, and tore her little brother Absyrtus in pieces, that her father Aethes might have something to detain him, while she ran away with her beloved Jason, etc. Such acts and scenes hath this tragic comedy of love. End of Section 20. Section 21 of the Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Morgan Scorpion. The Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 3, by Robert Burton, Section 21. Partition 3, Section 2, Member 5, Subsection 1. Cure of Love Melancholy, by labour, diet, physic, fasting, etc. Although it be controverted by some, whether love melancholy may be cured, because it is so irresistible and violent a passion, for, as you know, facilis descensus Averni, sed revocari gradium, superasque evadere ad auras. Hic labor, hoc opus est. It is an easy passage down to hell, but to come back, once there, you cannot well. Yet without question, if it be taken in time, it may be helped, and by many good remedies amended. Avicenna sets down 7 compendious ways how this malady may be eased, altered, and expelled. Savanarola 9, Principal Observations, Jason Pratensis, prescribes 8 rules besides physic, how this passion may be tamed. Laurentius 2, main precepts, Arnoldus, Valleriola, Montaltus, Hildesheim, Langius, and others inform us otherwise, and yet all tending to the same purpose. The sum of which I will briefly epitomize, for I light my candle from their torches, and enlarge again upon occasion, as shall seem best to me, and that after mine own method. The first rule to be observed in this stubborn and unbridled passion is exercise and diet. It is an old and well-known sentence, sine cerere et sacco friget Venus. Love grows cool without bread and wine. As an idle sedentary life, liberal feeding, are great causes of it, so the opposite, labour, slender and sparing diet, with continual busyness, are the best and most ordinary means to prevent it. Otio si tollas, perieri cupidinis ertes, contemptaeque jacent, et sine luce faces. Take idleness away, and put to flight are Cupid's arts, his torches give no light. Minerva, Diana, Vesta, and the 9 Muses were not enamoured at all, because they were never idle. Frustra blanditae apullistis ad has. Frustra nequitiae venistis ad has. Frustra delitiae obsidebitis has. Frustra has illecebrae et procacitatis, et suspiria, et oscula, et susuri, et quisquis male sana coda amantum. Blandis Iberia fascinat Veneris. In vain are all your flatteries, in vain are all your knaveries, delights, deceits, procacities, sighs, kisses, and conspiracies, and whatever is done by art to bewitch a lover's heart. 'Tis in vain to set upon those that are busy. 'Tis Savanarola's 3rd rule, occupari in multus et magnis negotiis, and Avicenna's cedit amor rebus, res age tutus eris. To be busy still, and as Guianerius enjoins about matters of great moment, if it may be. Magninus adds, never to be idle but at the hours of sleep. Et si poscas ante diem librum cum lumine, si non intendas animum studiis, et rebus honestis, invidia vel amore miser torquebere. For if thou dost not ply thy book by candlelight to study bent, employed about some honest thing, envy or love shall thee torment. No better physic than to be always occupied, seriously intent. Cur in penatis rarius tenuis subit, haec delicatus elegans pestis domus, mediumque sanus vulgus affectus tenet, etc. Why dost thou ask? Poor folks are often free, and dainty places still molested be. Because poor people fare coarsely, work hard, go woolward, and bear. non habet unde suum paupertas pascat amorem. Guianerius therefore prescribes his patients to go with haircloth next his skin, to go barefooted and barelegged in cold weather, to whip himself now and then, as monks do, but above all to fast, not with sweet wine, mutton, and pottage, as many of those tender bellies do, howsoever they put on Lenten faces, and whatsoever they pretend, but from all manner of meat. Fasting is an all-sufficient remedy of itself. For, as Jason Pratensis holds, the bodies of such persons that feed liberally, and live at ease, are full of bad spirits and devils, devilish thoughts. No better physic for such parties than to fast. Hildesheim to this of hunger adds, often baths, much exercise and sweat. But hunger and fasting he prescribes before the rest. And 'tis indeed our Saviour's oracle. This kind of devil is not cast out but by fasting and prayer, which makes the fathers so immoderate in commendation of fasting. As hunger, saith Ambrose, is a friend of virginity, so it is an enemy to lasciviousness, but fullness overthrows chastity, and fostereth all manner of provocations. If thine horse be too lusty, Hierome adviseth thee to take away some of his provender. By this means those Pauls, Hilaries, Antonys, and famous anchorites subdued the lusts of the flesh. By this means Hilarion made his ass, as he called his own body, leave kicking. So Hierome relates of him in his life, when the devil tempted him to any such foul offence. By this means those Indian Brahmins kept themselves continent. They lay upon the ground covered with skins, as the redshanks do on heather, and dieted themselves sparingly on one dish, which Guianerius would have all young men put in practice, and if that will not serve, Gordonius would have them soundly whipped, or, to cool their courage, kept in prison, and there fed with bread and water till they acknowledge their error, and become of another mind. If imprisonment and hunger will not take them down, according to the directions of that Theban Crates, time will wear it out. If time will not, the last refuge is a halter. But this, you will say, is comically spoken. Howsoever, fasting, by all means, must still be used. And as they must refrain from such meats formerly mentioned, which cause venery or provoke lust, so they must use an opposite diet. Wine must be altogether avoided of the younger sort, so Plato prescribes, and would have the magistrates themselves abstain from it, for example's sake, highly commending the Carthaginians for their temperance in this kind. And 'twas a good edict, a commendable thing, so that it were not done for some sinister respect, as those old Egyptians abstained from wine, because some fabulous poets had given out, wine sprang from the first blood of the giants, or out of superstition, as our modern Turks, but for temperance, it being animae virus et vitiorum fomes, a plague itself, if immoderately taken. Women of old for that cause, in hot countries were forbid the use of it, as severely punished for drinking of wine, as for adultery. And young folks, as Leonicus hath recorded, out of Athenaeus and others, and is still practised in Italy, and some other countries of Europe and Asia, as Claudius Minois hath well illustrated in his comment on the 23rd emblem of Alciat. So choice is to be made of other diet. Nec minus erucas aptum est vitare salaces, et quidquid veneri corpora nostra parat. Eringos are not good for to be taken, and all lascivious meats must be forsaken. Those opposite meats which ought to be used are cucumbers, melons, purslain, water lilies, rue, woodbine, ammi, lettuce, which Lemnius so much commends, and Mizaldus to this purpose, Vitex or Agnus castus before the rest, which, saith Magninus, hath a wonderful virtue in it. Those Athenian women, in their solemn feasts called Thesmopheries, were to abstain 9 days from the company of men, during which time, saith Aelian, they laid a certain herb, named Hanea, in their beds, which assuaged those ardent flames of love, and freed them from the torments of that violent passion. See more in Porta, Matthiolus, Crescentius, etc., and what every herbalist almost and physician hath written, chapter de Satyriace et Priapismo, Rhasis amongst the rest. In some cases again, if they be much dejected, and brought low in body, and now ready to despair through anguish, grief, and too sensible a feeling of their misery, a cup of wine and full diet is not amiss. And as Valescus adviseth, cum alia honesta venerem saepe exercendo, which Langius Epistolis Medicae, Book 1, Epistle 24, approves out of Rhasis, ad acidulationem coitus invitat. And Guianerius seconds it, as a very profitable remedy. Tument tibi cuum inguina, cum si ancilla ad verna praesto est, tentigine rumpi malis, non ego namque, etc. Jason Pratensis subscribes to this counsel of the poet, excretio enim aut tollet prorsus, aut lenit eguitudinem, as did the raging lust of Ahasuerus, qui ad impatientiam amoris leniediam, per singulas fere noctes novas puellas devirginavit. And to be drunk too by fits. But this is mad physic, if it be at all to be permitted. If not, yet some pleasure is to be allowed, as that which Vives speaks of, Book 3, de Anima. A lover that hath as it were lost himself through impotency, impatience, must be called home as a traveller, by music, feasting, good wine, if need be to drunkenness itself, which many so much commend for the easing of the mind, all kinds of sports and merriments, to see fair pictures, hangings, buildings, pleasant fields, orchards, gardens, groves, ponds, pools, rivers, fishing, fowling, hawking, hunting, to hear merry tales and pleasant discourse, reading, to use exercise till he sweat, that new spirits may succeed, or by some vehement affection or contrary passion to be diverted till he be fully weaned from anger, suspicion, cares, fears, etc., and habituated into another course. Semper tecum sit, as Sempronius adviseth Callisto his lovesick master, qui sermones joculares moviat, conciones ridiculas, dicteria falsa, suaves historias, fabulas venustas recentiat, coram ludat, etc. Still have a pleasant companion to sing and tell merry tales, songs, and facete histories, sweet discourse, etc. And as the melody of music, merriment, singing, dancing, doth augment the passion of some lovers, as Avicenna notes, so it expelleth it in others, and doth very much good. These things must be warily applied, as the parties' symptoms vary, and as they shall stand variously affected. If there be any need of physic, that the humours be altered, or any new matter aggregated, they must be cured as melancholy men. Carolus a Lorme, amongst other questions discussed for his degree at Montpellier in France, hath this, an amantes et amantes listem remediis curentur, whether lovers and madmen be cured by the same remedies. He affirms it, for love extended is mere madness. Such physic then as is prescribed, as either inward or outward, as hath been formerly handled in the precedent partition in the cure of melancholy. Consult with Valleriola, Lodovicus Mercatus, Book 2, Chapter 4, de mulierem affectionibus, Daniel Senatus, Book 1, Part 2, Chapter 10, Jacobus Ferrandus the Frenchman, in his tract de Amor Erotique, Forestus, Book 10, Observations 29 and 30, Jason Pratensis and others for peculiar receipts. Amatus Lusitanus cured a young Jew, that was almost mad for love, with the syrup of hellebore, and such other evacuations and purges which are usually prescribed to black choler. Avicenna confirms as much, if need require, and bloodletting above the rest, which makes amantes nascent amentes, lovers to come to themselves, and keep in their right minds. 'Tis the same which Schola Salernitana, Jason Pratensis, Hildesheim, etc., prescribe bloodletting to be used as a principal remedy. Those old Scythians had a trick to cure all appetite of burning lust, by letting themselves blood under the ears, and to make both men and women barren, as Sabellicus in his Aeneades relates of them, which Salmus Mercurialis out of Hippocrates and Benzo say still is in use amongst the Indians, a reason of which Langius gives Book 1. Epistle 10. Huc faciunt medicamenta venerem sopientia, ut camphora pudendis alligata, et in bracha gestata, quidem ait, membrum flaccidum reddit, laboravit hoc morbo Virgo nobilis, cui inter caetera praescripsit medicus, ut laminam plumbiam multis foraminibus pertusam ad dies viginti potaret in dorso, ad exicandum vero sperma jussit eam quam percissime cibari, et manducari frequenter coriandrum praeparatum, et semen lactucae, et acetosae, et sim iam a morbo liberavit. Poro impediunt, et remittunt coitum folia salicus trita et epota, et si frequentius usurpentur ipsa in totum affluunt. Idem praestat Topatius annulo gestatus, dexterum lupi testiculum atritum, et oleo vel aqua rosata exhibitum veneris tedium inducere scribit Alexander Benedictus. Lac buteri commestum et semen cannabis, et camphora exhibita idem praestant, verbena herba gestata libidinem extinguit, pulvisquae ranae decollatae et exsicatae. Ad extinguendum coitum, ungantum membra genitalia, et renes et pecten aqua in qua opium, thebicum sit dissolutum, libidine maxime contraria camphora est, et coriandrum circumfrangit coitum, et erectionum virgae impedet, idem efficit synapium ebibitum, da verbenam in potu et non erigetur virga sex diebus, utere menthe sicca cum aceto, genitaliae illinita succo hyosciami aid cicutae, coitus appellitum sedant, etc. End of section 21.
Section 22 of The Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anna Simon. The Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 3, by Robert Burton, Section 22. Partition 3, Section 2, Member 5, Subsection 2. Withstand the beginnings, avoid occasions, change his place, fair and foul means, contrary passions with witty inventions, to bring in another, and discommend the former. Other good rules and precepts are enjoined by our physicians, which, if not alone, yet certainly conjoined, may do much. The first of which is obstare principiis, to withstand the beginning. Quisquis in primo obstitit, pepulutque amorem tutus ac victor fuit. He that will but resist at first, may easily be a conqueror at the last. Balthazar Castilio, Book 4, urgeth this prescript above the rest. When he shall chance, saith he, to light upon a woman that hath good behaviour joined with her excellent person, and shall perceive his eyes with a kind of greediness to pull unto them this image of beauty, and carry it to the heart, shall observe himself to be somewhat incensed with this influence which moveth within, when he shall discern those subtle spirits sparkling in her eyes, to administer more fuel to the fire, he must wisely withstand the beginnings, rouse up reason, stupefied almost, fortify his heart by all means, and shut up all those passages by which it may have entrance. 'Tis a precept which all concur upon. Opprime dum nova sunt subiti mala semina morbi, dum licet in primo lumine siste pedem. Thy quick disease, whilst it is fresh today, by all means crush, thy feet at first step stay. Which cannot speedier be done, than if he confess his grief and passion to some judicious friend, qui tacitus ardet magis uritur. The more he conceals, the greater is his pain. that by his good advice may happily ease him on a sudden, and withal to avoid occasions or any circumstance that may aggravate his disease, to remove the object by all means. For who can stand by a fire and not burn? Suscilite obsecro et mitite istanc foras, quae misero mihi amanti e bibit sanguinem. 'Tis good therefore to keep quite out of her company, which Hierom so much labours to Paula, to Nepotian. Chrysost so much inculcates in Ser in Contubern. Cyprian and many other fathers of the church, Siracides in his 9th chapter, Jason Pratensis, Savonarola, Arnoldus, Valeriola, etc., and every physician that treats of this subject. Not only to avoid, as Gregory Tolosanus exhorts, kissing, dalliance, all speeches, tokens, love letters, and the like, or as Castilio, Book 4, to converse with them, hear them speak or sing. Tolerabilius est audire basiliscum sibilantem. Thou hadst better hear, saith Cyprian, a serpent hiss. Those amiable smiles, admirable graces, and sweet gestures which their presence affords. Neo capita liment solitis mersiunculis, et his papillarum oppressiunculis abstineant. But all talk, name, mention, or cogitation of them, and of any other women, persons, circumstance, amorous book or tale that may administer any occasion of remembrance. Prosper adviseth young men not to read the Canticles, and some parts of Genesis at other times, but for such as are enamoured, they forbid as before the name mentioned, etc., especially all sight. They must not so much as come near or look upon them. Et fugitare decet simulacra et pabula amoris, abstinere sibi atque alio convertere mentem. Gaze not on a maid, saith Siracides, turn away thine eyes from a beautiful woman, chapter 9, verses 5, 7, 8. Averte oculos, saith David, or if thou dost see them, as Ficinus adviseth, let not thine eye be intentus ad libidinem. Do not intend her more than the rest. For as Propertius holds, ipse alimenta sibi maxima praebet amor. Love as a snowball enlargeth itself by sight. But as Hierome to Nepotian, aut equaliter ama, aut equaliter ignora. Either see all alike, or let all alone. Make a league with thine eyes, as Job did, and that is the safest course, let all alone, see none of them. Nothing sooner revives, or waxeth sore again, as Petrarch holds, than love doth by sight. As pomp renews ambition, the sight of gold covetousness, a beauteous object sets on fire this burning lust. Et multum saliens incitat unda sitim. The sight of drink makes one dry, and the sight of meat increaseth appetite. 'Tis dangerous therefore to see. A young gentleman in merriment would needs put on his mistress's clothes and walk abroad alone, which some of her suitors espying, stole him away for her that he represented. So much can sight enforce. Especially if he have been formerly enamoured, the sight of his mistress strikes him into a new fit, and makes him rave many days after. Infirmis causa pusilla nocet, ut pene extinctum cinerem si sulfure tangas, vivet, et ex minimo maximus ignis erit, sic nisi vitabis quicquid renovabit amorem, flamma recrudescet, quae modo nulla fuit. A sickly man a little thing offends, as brimstone doth a fire decayed renew, and makes it burn afresh, doth love's dead flames, if that the former object it review. Or, as the poet compares it to embers in ashes, which the wind blows, ut solet a ventis, etc., a scald head, as the saying is soon broken, dry wood quickly kindles, and when they have been formerly wounded with sight, how can they by seeing but be inflamed? Ismenias acknowledged as much of himself, when he had been long absent, and almost forgotten his mistress, at the first sight of her, as straw in a fire I burned afresh, and more than ever I did before. Chariclia was as much moved at the sight of her dear Theagenes, after he had been a great stranger. Mercilla, in Aristaenetus, swore she would never love Pamphilus again, and did moderate her passion so long as he was absent, but the next time he came in presence she could not contain effuse amplexa attractari cessinet, etc. She broke her vow, and did profusely embrace him. Hermotinus, a young man, in the said author, is all out as unstaid. He had forgot his mistress quite, and by his friends was well weaned from her love. But seeing her by chance, ach novit veteris vestigia flammae, he raved amain, illa tamen emergens veluti lucida stella cepit el luca, etc. She did appear as a blazing star, or an angel to his sight. And it is the common passion of all lovers to be overcome in this sort. For that cause, belike Alexander discerning this inconvenience and danger that comes by seeing, when he heard Darius's wife so much commended for her beauty, would scarce admit her to come in his sight, foreknowing belike that of Plutarch, formosam videre periculosissimum, how full of danger it is to see a proper woman. And though he is intemperate in other things, yet in this superbe segessit, he carried himself bravely. And so when as Arispus in Xenophon had so much magnified that divine face of Panthea to Ceres, by how much she was fairer than ordinary, by so much he was the more unwilling to see her. Scipio, a young man of 23 years of age, and the most beautiful of the Romans, equal in person to that Grecian Carinus, or Homer's Nereus, at the siege of a city in Spain, when as a noble and most fair young gentlewoman was brought unto him, and he had heard she was betrothed to a lord, rewarded her, and sent her back to her sweetheart. St. Augustine, as Gregory reports of him, ne cum sorore quidem sua putavit habitandum, would not live in the house with his own sister. Xenocrates lay with Lais of Corinth all night, and would not touch her. Socrates, though all the city of Athens supposed him to dote upon fair Alcibiades, yet when he had an opportunity, solus cum solo, to lie in the chamber with, and was wooed by him besides, as the said Alcibiades publicly confessed, formam sprevit et superbe contempsit, he scornfully rejected him. Petrarch, that had so magnified his Laura in several poems, when by the Pope's means she was offered unto him, would not accept of her. It is a good happiness to be free from this passion of love, and great discretion it argues in such a man, that he can so contain himself. But when thou art once in love, to moderate thyself, as he saith, is a singular point of wisdom. Nam vitare plagas in amoris, ne jaciamur non ita difficile est, quam captum retibus ipsis exire, et validos veneris perumpere nodos. To avoid such nets is no such mastery, but ta'en escape is all the victory. But forasmuch as few men are free, so discreet lovers, or that can contain themselves, and moderate their passions, to curb their senses, as not to see them, not to look lasciviously, not to confer with them, such is the fury of this headstrong passion of raging lust, and their weakness, ferox ille ardor a natura insitus, as he terms it, such a furious desire nature hath inscribed, such unspeakable delight. Sic divie veneris furor, insanis adio mentibus incubat, which neither reason, counsel, poverty, pain, misery, drudgery, partus dolor, etc., can deter them from. We must use some speedy means to correct and prevent that and all other inconveniences, which come by conference and the like. The best, readiest, surest way, and which all approve, is loci mutatio, to send them several ways, that they may neither hear of, see, nor have an opportunity to send to one another again, or live together, soli cum sola, as so many Gilbertines. Elongatio a patria, 'tis Savonarola's fourth rule, and Gordonia's precept, distrahatur ad longinquas regiones, send him to travel. 'Tis that which most run upon, as so many hounds, with full cry, poets, divines, philosophers, physicians, all mutet patriam. Felicius, as a sick man he must be cured with change of air. Tully 4 Tusculans. The best remedy is to get thee gone, Jason Pratensis, change air and soil. Laurentius, fuge litus amatum. Virgil, utile finitimis abstinuisse locis. Ovid, iprocul et longas carpere perges vias, sed fuge tutus eris. Travelling is an antidote of love. Magnum iter ad doctas provicisci cogor Athenas, ut me longa gravi solvat amore via. For this purpose, saith Propertius, my parents sent me to Athens. Time and patience wear away pain and grief, as fire goes out for want of fuel. Quantum oculis animo tam procul ibit amor. But so as they tarry out long enough, a whole year, Xenophon prescribes Critobulus, vix enim intra hoc tempus ab amore sanari poteris. Some will hardly be weaned under. All this Heinsius merely inculcates in an epistle to his friend Primierus. First fast, then tarry, thirdly change thy place, fourthly drink of a halter. If change of place, continuance of time, absence, will not wear it out with those precedent remedies, it will hardly be removed, but these commonly are of force. Felix Plater had a baker to his patient, almost mad for the love of his maid, and desperate. By removing her from him, he was in a short space cured. Eseus, a philosopher of Assyria, was a most dissolute liver in his youth, palem lasciviens, in love with all he met, but after he betook himself by his friend's advice to his study and left women's company, he was so changed that he cared no more for plays, nor feasts, nor masks, nor songs, nor verses, fine clothes, nor no such love toys. He became a new man upon a sudden. Tanquam si priores oculos amisisset, saith mine author, as if he had lost his former eyes. Peter Godefridus, in the last chapter of his third book, had a story out of St. Ambrose, of a young man that meeting his old love after long absence, on whom he had extremely doted, would scarce take notice of her. She wondered at it, that he should so lightly esteem her, called him again, lenibat dictis animum, and told him who she was. Ego sum, inquit, ad ego non sum ego. But he replied, he was not the same man. Proripuit sese tandem. As Aeneas fled from Dido, not vouchsafing her any farther parley, loathing his folly, and ashamed of that which formerly he had done. Non sum stultus ut ante jam neaera. O Neaera, put your tricks, and practise hereafter upon somebody else. You shall befool me no longer. Petrarch hath such another tale of a young gallant that loved a wench with one eye, and for that cause by his parents was sent to travel into far countries. After some years he returned, and meeting the maid for whose sake he was sent abroad, asked her how and by what chance she lost her eye. No, said she, I have lost none, but you have found yours, signifying thereby that all lovers were blind, as Fabius saith. Amantes de forma judicare non possunt. Lovers cannot judge of beauty, nor scarce of anything else, as they will easily confess after they return unto themselves, by some discontinuance or better advice, wonder at their own folly, madness, stupidity, blindness, be much abashed, and laugh at love, and call it an idle thing, condemn themselves that ever they should be so besotted or misled, and be heartily glad they have so happily escaped. If so be, which is seldom, that change of place will not effect this alteration, then other remedies are to be annexed, fair and foul means, as to persuade, promise, threaten, terrify, or to divert by some contrary passion, rumour, tales, news, or some witty invention, to alter his affection, by some greater sorrow to drive out the less, saith Gordonius, as that his house is on fire, his best friends dead, his money stolen; that he is made some great governor, or hath some honour, office, some inheritance is befallen him; he shall be a knight, a baron, or by some false accusation, as they do to such as have the hiccup, to make them forget it. St. Jerome, Book 2, Epistle 16 to Rusticus the monk, hath an instance of a young man of Greece that lived in a monastery in Egypt, that by no labour, no continence, no persuasion could be diverted, but at last by this trick he was delivered. The abbot sets one of his convent to quarrel with him, and with some scandalous reproach or other to defame him before company, and then to come and complain first. The witnesses were likewise suborned for the plaintiff. The young man wept, and when all were against him, the abbot cunningly took his part, lest he should be overcome with immoderate grief. But what need many words? By this invention he was cured, and alienated from his pristine love-thoughts, injuries, slanders, contempts, disgraces, suetaique injuria formae, the insult of her slighted beauty, are very forcible means to withdraw men's affections. Contumelia affecti amatores amare desinunt, as Lucian saith, lovers reviled or neglected, contemned or misused, turn love to hate. Rediam non si me obsecret, I'll never love thee more. Egone illam, qua illum, qua me, quae non. So Zephyrus hated Hyacinthus because he scorned him, and preferred his co-rival Apollo, Polyphytus. He will not come again though he be invited. Tell him but how he was scoffed at behind his back, 'tis the counsel of Avicenna, that his love is false, and entertains another, rejects him, cares not for him, or that she is a fool, a nasty quean, a slut, a vixen, a scold, a devil, or, which Italians commonly do, that he or she hath some loathsome filthy disease, gout, stone, strangury, falling sickness, and that they are hereditary, not to be avoided, he is subject to consumption, hath the pox, that he hath 3 or 4 incurable tetters, issues, that she is bald, her breath stinks, she is mad by inheritance, and so are all the kindred, a harebrain, with many other secret infirmities, which I will not so much as name, belonging to women; that he is a hermaphrodite, a eunuch, imperfect, impotent, a spendthrift, a gamester, a fool, a gull, a beggar, a whoremaster, far in debt, and not able to maintain her, a common drunkard, his mother was a witch, his father hanged, that he hath a wolf in his bosom, a sore leg, he is a leper, hath some incurable disease, that he will surely beat her, he cannot hold his water, that he cries out or walks in the night, will stab his bedfellow, tell all his secrets in his sleep, and that nobody dare lie with him. His house is haunted with spirits, with such fearful and tragical things, able to avert and terrify any man or woman living. Gordonius, chapter 20, part 2, Hunc in modo consulit, paritur aliqua vetula turpissima aspectu, cum turpi et vili habitu, et portet subtus gremium panum menstrualem, et dicat quod amica sua sit ebriosa, et quod mingat in lecto, et quod est epileptica et impudicia, et quod in corpore suo sunt excrescentiae enormes, cum fetore angelitus, et aliae enormitates, quibus vetulae sunt edoctae, si nolit his persuaderi, subito extrahat panum menstrualem, coram facie portando, exclamando, talis est amica tua, et si ex his non demiserit, non est homo, sed diabolus incarnatus, idem fere Avicenna caput viginti quater, de cura elici liber 3, narent res immundas vetulae, ex quibus abominationem incurat, et res sordidas, et hoc assiduent, idem Arculanus caput sedecem, in novem rasis, etc. Withal, as they do discommend the old for the better effecting a more speedy alteration, they must commend another paramour, altram induca, set him or her to be wooed, or woo some other that shall be fairer, of better note, better fortune, birth, parentage, much to be preferred, invenies alium si te hic fastidit Alexis, by this means, which Jason Pratensis wisheth, to turn the stream of affection another way, successore novo truditur omnis amor, or as Valesius adviseth, by subdividing to diminish it, as a great river cut into many channels runs low at last, hortor et ut pariter pinas habeatis amicas, etc. If you suspect to be taken, be sure, said the poet, to have two mistresses at once, or go from one to another, as he that goes from a good fire in cold weather is loath to depart from it, though in the next room there be a better which will refresh him as much. There is as much difference of haec as haec ignis. Or bring him to some public shows, plays, meetings, where he may see variety, and he shall likely loathe his first choice. Carry him but to the next town, yea peradventure to the next house, and as Paris lost Oenone's love by seeing Helen, and Cressida forsook Troilus by conversing with Diomede, he will dislike his former mistress, and leave her quite behind him, as Theseus left Ariadne fast asleep in the island of Dia to seek her fortune, that was erst his loving mistress. Nunc primum Dorida vetus amator contempsi, as he said, Doris is but a dowdy to this. As he that looks himself in a glass forgets his physiognomy forthwith, this flattering glass of love will be diminished by remove. After a little absence it will be remitted, the next fair object will likely alter it. A young man in Lucian was pitifully in love. He came to the theatre by chance, and by seeing other fair objects there, mentis sanitatem recipit, was fully recovered, and went merrily home, as if he had taken a dram of oblivion. A mouse, saith an apologer, was brought up in a chest, there fed with fragments of bread and cheese, though there could be no better meat, till coming forth at last, and feeding liberally of other variety of viands, loathed his former life. Moralize this fable by thyself. Plato, in his 7th book De Legibus, had a pretty fiction of a city underground, to which by little holes some small store of light came. The inhabitants thought there could not be a better place, and at their first coming abroad they might not endure the light, egerime solem intueri, but after they were accustomed a little to it, they deplored their fellow's misery that lived underground. A silly lover is in like state, none so fair as his mistress at first, he cares for none but her, yet after a while, when he hath compared her with others, he abhors her name, sight, and memory. 'Tis generally true, for as he observes, priorem flammam novus ignis extrudit, et eam multorum natura, et presentes maxime ament. One fire drives out another, and such is women's weakness, that they love commonly him that is present. And so do many men, as he confessed he loved Amia, till he saw Florial, and when he saw Cynthia, forgat them both. But fair Phyllis was incomparably beyond them all. Chloris surpassed her, and yet when he espied Amaryllis, she was his sole mistress. O divine Amaryllis, quam procera cupressi ad instar, quam elegans, quam decens, etc. How lovely, how tall, how comely she was, saith Polemius, till he saw another, and then she was the sole subject of his thoughts. In conclusion, her he loves best he saw last. Triton, the sea god, first loved Leucothoe, till he came in presence of Mylaene. She was the commandress of his heart till he saw Galatea. But, as she complains, he loved another eftsoons, another and another. 'Tis a thing which, by Hierom's report, hath been usually practised. Heathen philosophers drive out one love with another, as they do a peg or pin with a pin, which those 7 Persian princes did to Ahasuerus, that they might requite the desire of Queen Vashti with the love of others. Pausanias in Eliacis saith, that therefore one Cupid was painted to contend with another, and to take the garland from him, because one love drives out another. Alterius Verus subtrahit altem amor, and Tully 3 on the nature of the gods, disputing with C. Cotta, makes mention of 3 several Cupids, all differing in office. Felix Plater, in the first book of his Observations, boasts how he cured a widower in Basil, a patient of his, by this stratagem alone, that doted upon a poor servant his maid, when friends, children, no persuasion could serve to alienate his mind, they motioned him to another honest man's daughter in the town, whom he loved and lived with long after, abhorring the very name and sight of the first. After the death of Lucretia, Euryalus would admit of no comfort, till the Emperor Sigismund married him to a noble lady of his court, and so in short space he was freed. End of section 22.
Section 23 of the Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Cynthia Moyer. The Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 3, by Robert Burton. Section 23, Partition 3, Section 2, Member 5, Subsection 3, Part 1. By counsel and persuasion, foulness of the fact, men's, women's faults, miseries of marriage, events of lust, etc. As there be diverse causes of this burning lust, or heroical love, so there be many good remedies to ease and help, amongst which good counsel and persuasion, which I should have handled in the first place, are of great moment and not to be omitted. Many are of opinion that in this blind headstrong passion counsel can do no good. Quae enim res in se neque consilium, neque modum habet, ullo eam consilio regere non potes. Which thing hath neither judgment or an end, how should advice or counsel it amend? Quis enim modus adsit amori? But without question, good counsel and advice must needs be of great force, especially if it shall proceed from a wise, fatherly, reverent, discreet person, a man of authority, whom the parties do respect, stand in awe of, or from a judicious friend, of itself alone it is able to divert and suffice. Gordonius, the physician, attributes so much to it that he would have it by all means used in the first place. Amoveatur ab illa consilio viri quem timet, ostentendo pericula saeculi, judicium inferni, gaudia paradisi. He would have some discreet men to dissuade them, after the fury of passion is a little spent, or by absence allayed. For it is as intempestive at first to give counsel, as to comfort parents when their children are in that instant departed. To no purpose to prescribe narcotics, cordials, nectarines, potions, Homer's Nepenthes, or Helen's bowl, etc. Non cessabit pectus tundere, she will lament and howl for a season. Let passion have his course awhile, and then he may proceed, by foreshowing the miserable events and dangers which will surely happen, the pains of hell, joys of paradise, and the like, which by their preposterous courses they shall forfeit or incur. And 'tis a fit method, a very good means, for what Seneca said of vice, I say of love. Sine magistro discitur, vix sine magistro deseritur. 'Tis learned of itself, but hardly left without a tutor. 'Tis not amiss therefore to have some such overseer to expostulate and show them such absurdities, inconveniences, imperfections, discontents, as usually follow; which their blindness, fury, madness, cannot apply unto themselves, or will not apprehend through weakness; and good for them to disclose themselves, to give ear to friendly admonitions. Tell me, sweetheart, saith Tryphena to a lovesick Charmides in Lucian, what is it that troubles thee? Peradventure I can ease thy mind, and further thee in thy suit. And so without question she might, and so mayst thou, if the patient be capable of good counsel, and will hear at least what may be said. If he love at all, she is either an honest woman or a whore. If dishonest, let him read or inculcate to him that fifth of Solomon's Proverbs, Ecclesiasticus 26, Ambrose book 1 chapter 4 in his book of Abel and Cain, Philo Judeus de Mercede, Plotinus Dialogus in Amores, Espencaeus, and those 3 books of Petrus Haedus, Aeneas Sylvius's tart epistle, which he wrote to his friend Nicholas of Warthurge, which he calls Medelam illiciti amoris, etc. For what's a whore, as he saith, but a poller of youth, a ruin of men, a destruction, a devourer of patrimonies, a downfall of honour, fodder for the devil, the gate of death and supplement of hell. Talis amor est laqueus animae, etc. A bitter honey, sweet poison, delicate destruction, a voluntary mischief, commixtum coenum, sterquilinium. And as Peter Aretine's Lucretia, a notable queen, confesseth, gluttony, anger, envy, pride, sacrilege, theft, slaughter, were all born that day that a whore began her profession. For, as she follows it, her pride is greater than a rich churl's, she is more envious than the pox, as malicious as melancholy, as covetous as hell. If from the beginning of the world any were mala, pejor, pessima, bad in the superlative degree, 'tis a whore. How many have I undone, caused to be wounded, slain, O Antonia, thou seest what I am without, but within, God knows, a puddle of iniquity, a sink of sin, a pocky queen. Let him now that so dotes meditate on this, let him see the event and success of others, Samson, Hercules, Holofernes, etc. Those infinite mischiefs attend it. If she be another man's wife he loves, 'tis abominable in the sight of God and men. Adultery is expressly forbidden in God's commandment, a mortal sin, able to endanger his soul. If he be such a one that fears God, or have any religion, he will eschew it, and abhor the loathsomeness of his own fact. If he love an honest maid, 'tis to abuse or marry her. If to abuse, 'tis fornication, a foul fact, though some make light of it, and almost equal to adultery itself. If to marry, let him seriously consider what he takes in hand, look before ye leap, as the proverb is, or settle his affections, and examine first the party and condition of his estate and hers, whether it be a fit match for fortunes, years, parentage, and such other circumstances, an sit sitae veneres. Whether it be likely to proceed, if not, let him wisely stave himself off at the first, curb in his inordinate passion, and moderate his desire, by thinking of some other subject divert his cogitations. Or if it be not for his good, as Aeneas, forewarned by Mercury in a dream, left Dido's love, and in all haste got him to sea. Mnestea surgestumque vocat fortemque cloantem, classem aptent taciti iubet. And although she did oppose with vows, tears, prayers, and imprecation, nullis ille movetur fletibus aut illas voces tractabilis audit. Let thy Mercury reason rule thee against all allurements, seeming delights, pleasing inward or outward provocations. Thou mayst do this if thou wilt. Pater non deperit filiam, nec frater sororem. A father dotes not on his own daughter, a brother on a sister. And why? Because it is unnatural, unlawful, unfit. If he be sickly, soft, deformed, let him think of his deformities, vices, infirmities. If in debt, let him ruminate how to pay his debts. If he be in any danger, let him seek to avoid it. If he have any lawsuit or other business, he may do well to let his love matters alone and follow it, labour in his vocation whatever it is. But if he cannot so ease himself, let him wisely premeditate of both their estates. If they be unequal in years, she young and he old, what an unfit match must it needs be, an uneven yoke, how absurd and indecent a thing is it, as Licinus in Lucian told Timolaus, for an old bald crook-nosed knave to marry a young wench, how odious a thing it is to see an old lecher. What should a bald fellow do with a comb? A dumb doter with a pipe? A blind man with a looking-glass? And thou with such a wife? How absurd it is for a young man to marry an old wife for a piece of good! But put case she be equal in years, birth, fortunes, and other qualities correspondent, he doth desire to be coupled in marriage, which is an honourable estate. But for what respects? Her beauty belike and comeliness of person, that is commonly the main object. She is a most absolute form, in his eye at least. Cui formam paphia et charites tribuere decoram. But do other men affirm as much? Or is it an error in his judgment? Fallunt nos oculi vagique sensus, oppressa ratione mentiuntur. Our eyes and other senses will commonly deceive us. It may be to thee thyself upon a more serious examination, or after a little absence, she is not so fair as she seems. Quaedam videntur et non sunt. Compare her to another standing by. 'Tis a touchstone to try, confer hand to hand, body to body, face to face, eye to eye, nose to nose, neck to neck, etc. Examine every part by itself, then altogether, in all postures, several sights, and tell me how thou likest her. It may be not she that is so fair, but her coats, or put another in her clothes, and she will seem all out as fair. As the poet then prescribes, separate her from her clothes. Suppose thou saw her in a base beggar's weed, or else dressed in some old hirsute attires out of fashion, foul linen, coarse raiment besmeared with soot, colly, perfumed with apoponax, sagapenum, asafoetida, or some such filthy gums, dirty, about some indecent action or other. Or in such a case as Bracevola, the physician, found Malatesta his patient after a potion of hellebore, which he had prescribed. Manibus in terram depositis, et anno versus caelum elevato, ac si videretur Socraticus ille Aristophanes, qui geometricas figuras in terram scribens, tuberal colligere videbantur, atram bilem in album parietem injiciebat adeoque totam cameram, et se deturpabat, ut, etc., all to bewrayed or worse. If thou saw'st her, I say, would thou affect her as thou dost? Suppose thou beheldest her in a frosty morning in cold weather, in some passion or perturbation of mind, weeping, chafing, etc., rivelled and ill-favoured to behold. She many times that in a composed look seems so amiable and delicious, tam scitula forma, if she do but laugh or smile, makes an ugly sparrow-mouthed face, and shows a pair of uneven, loathsome, rotten, foul teeth. She hath a black skin, gouty legs, a deformed crooked carcass under a fine coat. It may be for all her costly tires she is bald, and though she seems so fair by dark, by candle light, or afar off at such a distance, as Callicratides observed in Lucian, if thou should see her near, or in a morning, she would appear more ugly than a beast. Si diligenter consideres, quid per os et nares et caeteros corporis meatus egreditur, vilius sterquilinium nunquam vidisti. Follow my counsel, see her undressed, see her, if it be possible, out of her attires. Furtivis nudatam coloribus. It may be she is like Aesop's jay, or Pliny's Cantharides. She will be loathsome, ridiculous, thou wilt not endure her sight. Or suppose thou saw'st her pale, in a consumption, on her deathbed, skin and bones, or now dead. Cujus erat gratissimus amplexus, whose embrace was so agreeable, as Bernard saith, erit horribilis aspectus, non redolet sed olet, quae redolere solet. As a posy she smells sweet, is most fresh and fair one day, but dried up, withered, and stinks another. Beautiful Nereus, by that Homer so much admired, once dead, is more deformed than Thersites, and Solomon deceased as ugly as Marcolphus. Thy lovely mistress, that was erst caris carior ocellis, dearer to thee than thine eyes, once sick or departed, is vili vilior aestimata queno, worse than any dirt or dunghill. Her embraces were not so acceptable as now her looks be terrible. Thou hadst better behold a Gorgon's head than Helen's carcass. Some are of opinion that to see a woman naked is able of itself to alter his affection, and it is worthy of consideration, saith Montaigne the Frenchman in his Essays, that the skilfullest masters of amorous dalliance, appoint for a remedy of venerous passions a full survey of the body, which the poet insinuates, ille quod obscaenas in aperto corpore partes viderat, in cursu qui fuit haesit amor. The love stood still that run in full career, when once it saw those parts should not appear. It is reported of Seleucus, king of Syria, that seeing his wife Stratonice's bald pate, as she was undressing her by chance, he could never affect her after. Remundus Lullius, the physician, spying an ulcer or cancer in his mistress's breast, whom he so dearly loved, from that day following abhorred the looks of her. Philip, the French king, as Neubrigensis, Book 4, chapter 24, relates it, married the king of Denmark's daughter, and after he had used her as a wife one night, because her breath stunk, they say, or for some other secret fault, sent her back again to her father. Peter Mattheus, in the Life of Louis XI., finds fault with our English chronicles for writing how Margaret, the king of Scots' daughter, and wife to Louis XI., French king, was ob graveolentiam oris, rejected by her husband. Many such matches are made for by-respects, or some seemly comeliness, which after honeymoons past turn to bitterness. For burning lust is but a flash, a gunpowder passion, and hatred oft follows in the highest degree dislike and contempt. Cum se cutis arida laxat, fiunt obscuri dentes. When they wax old and ill-favoured, they may commonly no longer abide them. Jam gravis es nobis. Begone, they grow stale, fulsome, loathsome, odious. Thou art a beastly filthy queen. Faciem Phoebe cacantis habes. Thou art Saturni podex, withered and dry, insipida et vetula. Te quia rugae turpant et capitis nives. I say, begone, portae patent proficiscere. Yea, but you will infer your mistress is complete, of a most absolute form in all men's opinions, no exceptions can be taken at her, nothing may be added to her person, nothing detracted. She is the mirror of women for her beauty, comeliness, and pleasant grace, inimitable, merae deliciae, meri lepores. She is mirotetium Veneris, gratiarum pixis. A mere magazine of natural perfections, she hath all the Veneres and graces. Mille faces et mille figuras, in each part absolute and complete. Laeta genas, laeta os roseam, vaga lumina laeta. To be admired for her person, a most incomparable, unmatchable piece. Aurea proles, ad simulacrum alicuius numinis composita. A phoenix. Vernantis aetatulae venerila. A nymph, a fairy, like Venus herself when she was a maid. Nulli secunda, a mere quintessence. Flores spirans et amaracum feminae prodigium. Put case she be, how long will she continue? Florem decoris singuli carpunt dies. Every day detracts from her person, and this beauty is bonum fragile, a mere flash, a Venice glass, quickly broken. Anceps forma bonum mortalibus, exigui donum breve temporis. It will not last, as that fair flower Adonis, which we call an anemone, flourisheth but 1 month. This gracious all-commanding beauty fades in an instant. It is a jewel soon lost, the painter's goddess, fulsa veritas, a mere picture. Favour is deceitful, and beauty is vanity. Proverbs 31:30. Vitrea gemula, fluxaque bullula, candida forma est, nix, rosa, fumus, ventus et aura, nihil. A brittle gem, bubble, is beauty pale. A rose, dew, snow, smoke, wind, air, naught at all. If she be fair, as the saying is, she is commonly a fool. If proud, scornful, sequiturque superbia formam, or dishonest, rara est concordia formae atque pudicitiae. Can she be fair and honest too? Aristo, the son of Agasicles, married a Spartan lass, the fairest lady in all Greece next to Helen, but for her conditions the most abominable and beastly creature of the world. So that I would wish thee to respect, with Seneca, not her person, but qualities. Will you say that's a good blade, which hath a gilded scabbard embroidered with gold and jewels? No, but that which hath a good edge and point, well-tempered metal, able to resist. This beauty is of the body alone, and what is that but, as Gregory Nazianzen telleth us, a mock of time and sickness? Or as Boethius, as mutable as a flower, and 'tis not nature so makes us, but most part the infirmity of the beholder. For ask another, he sees no such matter. Dic mihi per gratias qualis tibi videtur. I pray thee, tell me how thou likest my sweetheart, as she asked her sister in Aristaenetus, whom I so much admire, methinks he is the sweetest gentleman, the properest man that ever I saw, but I am in love, I confess, nec pudet fateri, and cannot therefore well judge. But be she fair indeed, golden-haired as Anacreon his Bathyllus, to examine particulars, she have flammeolos oculos, collaque lacteola, a pure sanguine complexion, little mouth, coral lips, white teeth, soft and plump neck, body, hands, feet all fair and lovely to behold, composed of all graces, elegances, an absolute peace. Lumina sint Melitae Eunonia, dextra Minervae, mamillae Veneris, sura maris Dominae, etc. Let her head be from Prague, paps out of Austria, belly from France, back from Brabant, hands out of England, feet from Rhine, buttocks from Switzerland, let her have the Spanish gait, the Venetian tire, Italian complement and endowments. Candida sideriis ardescant lumina flammis, sudent colorosas, et cedat crinibus aurum, melea purpuram depromant ora ruborum, fulgeat ac venerem celesti corpore vincat, forma de arum omnis, etc. Let her be such a one throughout, as Lucian deciphers in his Imagines, as Euphranor of old painted Venus, Aristaenetus describes Lais, another Helena, Chariclea, Leucippe, Lucretia, Pandora. Let her have a box of beauty to repair herself still, such a one as Venus gave Phaon, when he carried her over the ford. Let her use all helps art and nature can yield. Be like her, and whom thou wilt, or all these in one. A little sickness, a fever, smallpox, wound, scar, loss of an eye or limb, a violent passion, a distemperature of heat or cold, mars all in an instant, disfigures all. Childbearing, old age, that tyrant time will turn Venus to Erinis. Raging time, care, rivels her upon a sudden. After she hath been married a small while, and the black ox hath trodden on her toe, she will be so much altered, and wax out of favour, thou wilt not know her. One grows too fat, another too lean, &c. Modest Matilda, pretty pleasing Peg, sweet singing Susan, mincing merry Moll, dainty dancing Doll, neat Nancy, jolly Joan, nimble Nell, kissing Kate, bouncing Bess with black eyes, fair Phyllis with fine white hands, fiddling Frank, tall Tib, slender Sib, &c. will quickly lose their grace, grow fulsome, stale, sad, heavy, dull, sour, and all at last out of fashion. Ubi jam vultus argutia, suavis suavitatio, blandus risus, &c. Those fair sparkling eyes will look dull. Her soft coral lips will be pale, dry, cold, rough, and blue. Her skin rugged, that soft and tender superficies will be hard and harsh, her whole complexion change in a moment. And as Matilda writ to King John, I am not now as when thou saw'st me last. That favour soon is vanished and past. That rosy blush lapped in a lily veil, now is with morphew overgrown and pale. 'Tis so in the rest, their beauty fades as a tree in winter, which Dejanira hath elegantly expressed in the poet, Deforme solis aspicis truncis nemus, sic nostra longum forma percurrens iter, deperdit aliquid semper, et fulgit minus, malisque minus est quicquid in nobis fuit, olim petitum cecidit, et partu labat, maturque multum rapuit ex illa mihi, aetas citato senior eripuit gradu. And as a tree that in the green wood grows, with fruit and leaves, and in the summer blows, in winter like a stock deformed shows, our beauty takes his race and journey goes, and doth decrease and lose and come to naught, admired of old to this by childbirth brought, and mother hath bereft me of my grace, and crooked old age coining on apace. To conclude with Chrysostom, when thou seest a fair and beautiful person, a brave bona roba, a belladonna quae salivam moveat lepidam puellem et quam tu facile ames, a comely woman having bright eyes, a merry countenance, a shining lustre in her look, a pleasant grace, wringing thy soul, and increasing thy concupiscence, bethink with thyself that it is but earth thou lovest, a mere excrement, which so vexeth thee, which thou so admirest, and thy raging soul will be at rest. Take her skin from her face, and thou shalt see all loathsomeness under it, that beauty is a superficial skin and bones, nerves, sinews. Suppose her sick, now rivelled, hoary-headed, hollow-cheeked, old. Within she is full of filthy phlegm, stinking, putrid, excremental stuff, snot and snivel in her nostrils, spittle in her mouth, water in her eyes, what filth in her brains, etc. Or take her at best, and look narrowly upon her in the light, stand near her, nearer yet, thou shalt perceive almost as much, and love less, as Cardan well writes, minus amant qui acute vident, though Scaliger deride him for it. If he see her near, or look exactly at such a posture, whosoever he is, according to the true rules of symmetry and proportion, those I mean of Albertus Durer, Lomatius, and Tasnier, examine him of her. If he be elegans formarum spectator, he shall find many faults in physiognomy, and ill colour. If form, one side of the face likely bigger than the other, or crooked nose, bad eyes, prominent veins, concavities about the eyes, wrinkles, pimples, red streaks, freckles, hairs, warts, knaves, inequalities, roughness, scabredity, paleness, yellowness, and as many colours as are in a turkey cock's neck, many indecorums in their other parts. Est quod desideres, est quod amputes. One leers, another frowns, a third gapes, squints, etc. And 'tis true that he saith, diligenter consideranti raro facies absoluta et quaevitio caret. Seldom shall you find an absolute face without fault, as I have often observed. Not in the face alone is this defect or disproportion to be found, but in all the other parts of body and mind. She is fair indeed, but foolish; pretty, comely, and decent, of a majestical presence, but peradventure imperious, dishonest, acerba, iniqua, self-willed. She is rich, but deformed; hath a sweet face, but bad carriage, no bringing up, a rude and wanton flirt. A neat body she hath, but it is a nasty queen otherwise, a very slut of a bad kind. As flowers in a garden have colour some, but no smell, others have a fragrant smell, but are unseemly to the eye. One is unsavoury to the taste as rue, as bitter as wormwood, and yet a most medicinal, cordial flower, most acceptable to the stomach. So are men and women. One is well qualified, but of ill proportion, poor, and base. A good eye she hath, but a bad hand and foot. Fede pedes et fede manus. A fine leg, bad teeth, a vast body, etc. Examine all parts of body and mind, I advise thee to inquire of all. See her angry, merry, laugh, weep, hot, cold, sick, sullen, dressed, undressed, in all attires, sights, gestures, passions, eat her meals, etc. And in some of these you will surely dislike. Yea, not her only let him observe, but her parents, how they carry themselves. For what deformities, defects, encumbrances of body or mind be in them at such an age, they will likely be subject to, be molested in like manner, they will patrezare or matrezare, and withal let him take notice of her companions, in convictu, as Civera prescribes, et quibuscum conversetur, whom she converseth with. Noscitur ex comite, qui non cognoscitur ex se. According to Thucydides, she is commonly the best, de quo minimus foras habetur sermo, that is least talked of abroad. For if she be a noted reveller, a gadder, a singer, a pranker or dancer, then take heed of her. For what saith Theocritus? At vos festivae ne saltate puellae, en malus hierus adest in vos saltare paratus. Young men will do it when they come to it. Fauns and satyrs will certainly play reeks when they come in such wanton Baccho's or Eleanora's presence. Now, when they shall perceive any such obliquity, indecency, disproportion, deformity, bad conditions, etc., let them still ruminate on that, and as Haedus adviseth out of Ovid, earum mendas notent, note their faults, vices, errors, and think of their imperfections. 'Tis the next way to divert and mitigate love's furious headstrong passions. As a peacock's feet and filthy comb, they say, make him forget his fine feathers and pride of his tail. She is lovely, fair, well favoured, well qualified, courteous and kind. But if she be not so to me, what care I how kind she be? I say with Philostratus, formosa aliis mihi superba. She is a tyrant to me, and so let her go. Besides these outward knaves or open faults, errors, there may be many inward infirmities, secret, some private, which I will omit, and some more common to the sex, sullen fits, evil qualities, filthy diseases, in this case fit to be considered. Consideratio feditatis mulierum, menstruae imprimis, quam immundae sunt, quam Savanarola proponit regula septima penitus observandam, et Platina Dialogus amoris fuse perstringit, Lodovicus Bonaxialus, Petrus Haedus, Albertus et infinifere medici. A lover in Calcagninus's Apologies wished with all his heart he were his mistress's ring, to hear, embrace, see, and do I know not what. O thou fool, quoth the ring, if thou werst in my room, thou shouldst hear, observe, and see, pudenda et poenitenda, that which would make thee loathe and hate her, yea, peradventure, all women, for her sake. I will say nothing of the vices of their minds, their pride, envy, inconstancy, weakness, malice, self-will, lightness, insatiable lust, jealousy. Ecclesiasticus 5:14. No malice to a woman's, no bitterness like to hers. Ecclesiastes 7:21. And as the same author urgeth, Proverbs 31:10, who shall find a virtuous woman? He makes a question of it. Neque jus, neque bonum, neque aequum sciunt, melius, peius, prosit, opsit, nihil vident, nisi quod libido suggerit. They know neither good nor bad, be it better or worse, as the comical poet hath it, beneficial or hurtful, they will do what they list. Insidiae humani generis queremonia vitae, exuviae noctis, durissima cura diei, poena virum, nex et juvenum, etc. and to that purpose were they first made, as Jupiter insinuates in the poet: the fire that bold Prometheus stole from me, with plagues called women shall revenged be, on whose alluring and enticing face poor mortals doting shall their death embrace. In fine, as Diogenes concludes in Nevisanus, nulla est femina quae non habeat quid, they have all their faults. Every each of them hath some vices: if one be full of villainy, another hath a liquorish eye; if one be full of wantonness, another is a chideress. When Leander was drowned, the inhabitants of Sestos consecrated Hero's lantern to Anteros, Anteroti sacrum, and he that had good success in his love should light the candle; but never any man was found to light it, which I can refer to naught but the inconstancy and lightness of women. For in 1,000 good there is not one. All be so proud, unthankful, and unkind, with flinty hearts, careless of others' moan, in their own lusts carried most headlong blind, but more herein to speak I am forbidden. Sometimes for speaking truth one may be chidden. I am not willing, you see, to prosecute the cause against them, and therefore take heed you mistake me not. Matronam nullam ego tango. I honour the sex with all good men, and as I ought to do, rather than displease them, I will voluntarily take the oath which Mercurius Britannicus took: me nihil unquam mali nobilissimo sexui, vel verbo, vel facto machinaturum, etc. Let Simonides, Mantuan, Platina, Petrus Aretine, and such women haters bear the blame, if aught be said amiss. I have not writ a tenth of that which might be urged out of them and others. Non possunt invectivae omnes et satirae in feminas scriptae uno volumine comprehendi. And that which I have said, to speak truth, no more concerns them than men, though women be more frequently named in this tract. To apologize once for all, I am neither partial against them, or therefore bitter. What is said of the one, mutato nomine, may most part be understood of the other. My words are like Passus's picture in Lucian, of whom, when a good fellow had bespoke a horse to be painted with his heels upwards, tumbling on his back, he made him passant. Now when the fellow came for his piece, he was very angry, and said it was quite opposite to his mind. But Passus instantly turned the picture upside down, showed him the horse at that sight which he requested, and so gave him satisfaction. If any man take exception at my words, let him alter the name, read him for her, and 'tis all one in effect. End of Section 23. Section 24 of the Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Cynthia Moyer. The Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 3, by Robert Burton. Section 24. Partition 3, Section 2, Member 5, Subsection 3, Part 2. But to my purpose. If women in general be so bad, and men worse than they, what a hazard is it to marry? Where shall a man find a good wife, or a woman a good husband? A woman a man may eschew, but not a wife. Wedding is undoing, some say, marrying marring, wooing woeing. A wife is a fever hectic, as Scaliger calls her, and not be cured but by death. As out of Menander Athenaeus adds, in Pelapros te jacis negotiorum, non Libium non Aegeum, ubi extriginta non pereunt tria navigia. Duceos uxorem servatur prorsus nemo. Thou wadest into a sea itself of woes. In Libya and Aegean each man knows, of 30 not 3 ships are cast away, but on this rock not one escapes, I say. The worldly cares, miseries, discontents that accompany marriage, I pray you learn of them that have experience, for I have none. Paedas ego logus egensamen, libri mentis liberi. For my part, I'll dissemble with him, este procul nymphae, fallax genus este puellae, vita jugata meo non facit ingenio, me juvat, etc. Many married men exclaim at the miseries of it, and rail at wives downright. I never tried, but as I hear some of them say, mare haud mare, vos mare acerrimum, an Irish sea is not so turbulent and raging as a litigious wife. Scylla et Charybdis sicula contorquens freta, minus est timenda, nulla non melior fere est. Scylla and Charybdis are less dangerous. There is no beast that is so noxious. Which made the devil belike, as most interpreters hold, when he had taken away Job's goods, corporis et fortunae bona, health, children, friends, to persecute him the more, leave his wicked wife. As Pineda proves out of Tertullian, Cyprian, Austin, Chrysostom, Prosper, Gaudentius, etc. Ut novum calamitatis inde genus viro existeret, to vex and gall him worse, quam totus infernus, than all the fiends in hell, as knowing the conditions of a bad woman. Jupiter non tribuit homini pestilentius malum, saith Simonides. Better dwell with a dragon or a lion than keep house with a wicked wife. Ecclesiasticus 25:18. Better dwell in a wilderness. Proverba 21:19. No wickedness like to her. Ecclesiasticus 25:22. She makes a sorry heart, an heavy countenance, a wounded mind, weak hands, and feeble knees. Verse 25. A woman and death are two the bitterest things in the world. Uxor mihi ducenda est hodie, id mihi visus est dicere, abidomum et suspende te. Terence, Andria, 1:5. And yet for all this we bachelors desire to be married. With that vestal virgin we long for it. Felices nuptae, moriar nisi nubere dulce est. 'Tis the sweetest thing in the world. I would I had a wife, saith he, for fain would I leave a single life, if I could get me a good wife. Heigh ho for a husband, cries she. A bad husband, nay, the worst that ever was, is better than none. O blissful marriage! O most welcome marriage! And happy are they that are so coupled. We do earnestly seek it, and are never well till we have effected it. but with what fate? Like those birds in the emblem, that fed about a cage so long as they could fly away at their pleasure, liked well of it; but when they were taken and might not get loose, though they had the same meat, pined away for sullenness, and would not eat. So we commend marriage. Donec miselli liberi, aspicmis dominam, sed postquam heu janua clausa est, fel intus est quod mel fuit. So long as we are wooers, may kiss and call at our pleasure, nothing is so sweet, we are in heaven, as we think. But when we are once tied, and have lost our liberty, marriage is an hell. Give me my yellow hose again. A mouse in a trap lives as merrily. We are in a purgatory, some of us, if not hell itself. Dulce bellum in expertis, as the proverb is, 'tis fine talking of war, and marriage sweet in contemplation, till it be tried. And then as wars are most dangerous, irksome, every minute at death's door, so is, etc. When those wild Irish peers, saith Stanihurst, were feasted by King Henry II., at what time he kept his Christmas at Dublin, and had tasted of his prince-like cheer, generous wines, dainty fare, had seen his massy plate of silver, gold, enamelled beset with jewels, golden candlesticks, goodly rich hangings, brave furniture, heard his trumpets sound, fifes, drums, and his exquisite music in all kinds; when they had observed his majestical presence, as he sat in purple robes, crowned with his sceptre, etc., in his royal seat, the poor men were so amazed, enamoured, and taken with the object, that they were per taesi domestici et pristini tirotarchi, as weary and ashamed of their own sordidity and manner of life. They would all be English forthwith, who but English? But when they had now submitted themselves, and lost their former liberty, they began to rebel, some of them, others repent of what they had done, when it was too late. 'Tis so with us bachelors, when we see and behold those sweet faces, those gaudy shows that women make, observe their pleasant gestures and graces, give ear to their siren tunes, see them dance, etc. We think their conditions are as fine as their faces, we are taken with dumb signs, in amplexum ruimus, we rave, we burn, and would fain be married. But when we feel the miseries, cares, woes that accompany it, we make our moan, many of us, cry out at length, and cannot be released. If this be true now, as some out of experience will inform us, farewell wiving for my part, and as the comical poet merrily saith, perdatur ille pessime qui feminam duxit secundus, nam nihil primo imprecor, ignarus ut puto mali primus fuit. Foul fall him that brought the second match to pass. The first I wish no harm, poor man, alas! He knew not what he did, nor what it was. What shall I say to him that marries again and again? Stulta maritali qui porgit ora capistro. I pity him not; for the first time he must do as he may, bear it out sometimes by the head and shoulders, and let his next neighbour ride, or else run away, or as that Syracusian in a tempest, when all ponderous things were to be exonerated out of the ship, quia maximum pondus erat, fling his wife into the sea. But this I confess is comically spoken, and so I pray you take it. In sober sadness, Marriage is a bondage, a thraldom, a yoke, a hindrance to all good enterprises. He hath married a wife and cannot come. A stop to all preferments, a rock on which many are saved, many impinge and are cast away. Not that the thing is evil in itself or troublesome, but full of all contentment and happiness, one of the three things which please God, when a man and his wife agree together, an honourable and happy estate, who knows it not? If they be sober, wise, honest, as the poet infers, si commodos non ciscantur amores, nulla miis abes voluptatis genus. If fitly matched be man and wife, no pleasures wanting to their life. But to undiscreet sensual persons, that as brutes are wholly led by sense, it is a feral plague, many times a hell itself, and can give little or no content, being that they are often so irregular and prodigious in their lusts, so diverse in their affections. Uxor nomen dignitatis non voluptatis, as he said, a wife is a name of honour, not of pleasure. She is fit to bear the office, govern a family, to bring up children, sit at a board's end and carve, as some carnal men think and say. They had rather go to the stews, or have now and then a snatch as they can come by it, borrow of their neighbours, than have wives of their own. Except they may, as some princes and great men do, keep as many courtesans as they will themselves, fly out, impune, per molere uxores alienas, that polygamy of Turks, lex Julia, which Caesar once enforced in Rome, though Levinus Torrentius and others suspect it, uti uxores quod est quas velent liceret, that every great man might marry and keep as many wives as he would, or Irish divorcement were in use. But as it is, 'tis hard and gives not that satisfaction to these carnal men, beastly men, as too many are. What still the same to be tied to one, be she never so fair, never so virtuous, is a thing they may not endure, to love one long. Say thy pleasure, and counterfeit as thou wilt, as Parmeno told Thais, neque tu uno eris contenta, one man will never please thee, nor one woman many men. But as Pan replied to his father Mercury, when he asked whether he was married, nequaquam pater, amator enim sum, etc. No, father, no, I am a lover still, and cannot be contented with one woman. Pythias, Echo, Menades, and I know not how many besides, were his mistresses, he might not abide marriage. Varietas delectat, 'tis loathsome and tedious. What one still? Which the satirist said of Iberina, is verified in most. Unus Iberinae vir sufficit? Ocius illud extorquibus ut haec oculo contentasit uno. 'Tis not one man will serve her by her will, as soon she'll have one eye as one man still. As capable of any impression as materia prima itself, that still desires new forms, like the sea their affections ebb and flow. Husband is a cloak for some to hide their villainy. Once married, she may fly out at her pleasure. The name of husband is a sanctuary to make all good. Eo ventum, saith Seneca, ut nulla virum habeat, nisi ut irritet adulterum. They are right and straight, as true Trojans as mine host's daughter, that Spanish wench in Ariosto, as good wives as Messalina. Many men are as constant in their choice, and as good husbands as Nero himself. They must have their pleasure of all they see, and are, in a word, far more fickle than any woman. For either they be full of jealousy, or masterful, or loven novelty. Good men have often ill wives, as bad as Xanthippe was to Socrates, Elvora to St. Louis, Isabella to our Edward II. And good wives are as often matched to ill husbands, as Mariamne to Herod, Serena to Diocletian, Theodora to Theophilus, and Tyra to Gurmunde. But I will say nothing of dissolute and bad husbands, of bachelors and their vices. Their good qualities are a fitter subject for a just volume, too well known already in every village, town, and city, they need no blazon. And lest I should mar any matches, or dishearten loving maids, for this present I will let them pass. Being that men and women are so irreligious, depraved by nature, so wandering in their affections, so brutish, so subject to disagreement, so unobservant of marriage rites, what shall I say? If thou beest such a one, or thou light on such a wife, what concord can there be, what hope of agreement? 'Tis not conjugium, but conjurgium, as the reed and fern in the emblem, averse and opposite in nature. 'Tis 20 to 1 thou wilt not marry to thy contentment. But as in a lottery 40 blanks were drawn commonly for one prize, out of a multitude you shall hardly choose a good one. A small ease hence then, little comfort. Nec integrum unquam transiges laetus diem. If he or she be such a one, thou hadst much better be alone. If she be barren, she is not, etc. If she have children, and thy state be not good, though thou be wary and circumspect, thy charge will undo thee. Fecunda domum tibi prole gravabit. Thou wilt not be able to bring them up. And what greater misery can there be than to beget children, to whom thou canst leave no other inheritance but hunger and thirst? Cum fames dominatur, strident voces rogantium panem, penetrantes patris cor. What so grievous as to turn them up to the wide world to shift for themselves? No plague like to want. And when thou hast good means, and art very careful of their education, they will not be ruled. Think but of that old proverb, Heroon tecna pemata, heroum filii noxae, great men's sons seldom do well. O utinam aut celebs mansissem, aut prole careram. Would that I had either remained single, or not had children, Augustus exclaims in Suetonius. Jacob had his Reuben, Simeon, and Levi; David an Amnon, an Absalom, Adoniah. Wise men's sons are commonly fools, insomuch that Spartian concludes, Neminem prope magnorum virorum optimum et utilem reliquisse filium. They had been much better to have been childless. 'Tis too common in the middle sort. Thy son's a drunkard, a gamester, a spendthrift; thy daughter a fool, a whore; thy servants lazy drones and thieves; thy neighbours devils, they will make thee weary of thy life. If thy wife be froward when she may not have her will, thou hadst better be buried alive. She will be so impatient, raving still, and roaring like Juno in the tragedy, there's nothing but tempests, all is in an uproar. If she be soft and foolish, thou wert better have a block, she will shame thee and reveal thy secrets. If wise and learned, well qualified, there is as much danger on the other side. Mulierum doctam ducere periculosissimum, saith Nevisanus. She will be too insolent and peevish. Malo venusinam quam te Cornelia mater. Take heed, if she be a slut, thou wilt loathe her. If proud, she'll beggar thee, so she'll spend thy patrimony in baubles. All Arabia will not serve to perfume her hair, saith Lucian. If fair and wanton, she'll make thee a cornuto. If deformed, she will paint. If her face be filthy by nature, she will mend it by art. Alienis et adscitiis imposturis, which who can endure? If she do not paint, she will look so filthy thou canst not love her, and that peradventure will make thee dishonest. Cromerus, Book 12, Histories, relates of Casimirus, that he was unchaste, because his wife Aleida, the daughter of Henry, Landgrave of Hesse, was so deformed. If she be poor, she brings beggary with her, saith Nevisanus, misery and discontent. If you marry a maid, it is uncertain how she proves. Haec forsan veniet non satis apta tibi. If young, she is likely wanton and untaught; if lusty, too lascivious; and if she be not satisfied, you know where and when. Nil nisi jurgia. All is in an uproar, and there is little quietness to be had. If an old maid, 'tis a hazard she dies in childbed. If a rich widow, induces te in laqueum, thou dost halter thyself, she will make all away beforehand to her other children, etc. Dominam quis possit ferre tonantem? She will hit thee still in the teeth with her first husband. If a young widow, she is often insatiable and immodest. If she be rich, well descended, bring a great dowry, or be nobly allied, thy wife's friends will eat thee out of house and home. Dives ruinam aedibus inducit. She will be so proud, so high-minded, so imperious. For nihil est magis intolerabile dite. There is nothing so intolerable. Thou shalt be as the tassel of a goshawk. She will ride upon thee, domineer as she list, wear the breeches in her oligarchical government, and beggar thee besides. Uxores divites servitutem exigunt, as Seneca hits them, Declamations, Book 2, Declamation 6. Dotum accepi imperium perdidi. They will have sovereignty. Pro conjuge dominam arcesis. They will have attendants. They will do what they list. In taking a dowry thou losest thy liberty. Dos intrat, libertas exit. Hazardest thine estate. Hae sunt atque aliae multae in magnis dotibus, in commoditates sumptusque intolerabiles, etc. With many such inconveniences. Say the best, she is a commanding servant. Thou hadst better have taken a good housewife maid in her smock. Since then there is such hazard, if thou be wise, keep thyself as thou art. 'Tis good to match, much better to be free. Procreare liberos lepidissimum. Hercle vero liberum esse, id multo est lepidius. Art thou young, then match not yet; if old, match not at all. Vis juvenis nubere? Nondum venit tempus. Ingravescente aetate jam tempus praeteriit. and therefore with that philosopher still make answer to thy friends that importune thee to marry, ad huc impentestivum, 'tis yet unseasonable, and ever will be. Consider withal how free, how happy, how secure, how heavenly in respect a single man is, as he said in the comedy, et isti quod fortunatum esse autumant, uxorem nunquam habui. And that which all my neighbours admire and applaud me for, account so great a happiness, I never had a wife. Consider how contentedly, quietly, neatly, plentifully, sweetly, and how merrily he lives. He hath no man to care for but himself, none to please, no charge, none to control him, is tied to no residence, no cure to serve, may go and come when, whither, live where he will, his own master, and do what he list himself. Consider the excellency of virgins. Virgo caelum meruit, marriage replenisheth the earth, but virginity paradise. Elias, Eliseus, John Baptist were bachelors. Virginity is a precious jewel, a fair garland, a never fading flower. For why was Daphne turned to a green bay tree, but to show that virginity is immortal? Ut flos in septis secretus nascitur hortis, ignotus pecori, nullo contusus aratro, quam mulcent aurae, firmat sol, educat imber, etc. Sic Virgo dum intacta manet, dum cara suis, sed cum castum amisit, etc. Virginity is a fine picture, as Bonaventure calls it, a blessed thing in itself, and if you will believe a papist, meritorious. And although there be some inconveniences, irksomeness, solitariness, etc., incident to such persons, want of those comforts, quae aegro assideat et curet aegrotum, fomentum paret, roget medicum, etc., embracing, dalliance, kissing, culling, etc., those furious motives and wanton pleasures a new married wife most part enjoys, yet they are but toys in respect, easily to be endured, if conferred to those frequent encumbrances of marriage. Solitariness may be otherwise avoided with mirth, music, good company, business, employment; in a word, gaudebit minus et minus dolebit. For their good nights he shall have good days. And methinks, some time or other, amongst so many rich bachelors, a benefactor should be found to build a monastical college for old, decayed, deformed, or discontented maids to live together in, that have lost their first loves, or otherwise miscarried, or else are willing howsoever to lead a single life. The rest, I say, are toys in respect, and sufficiently recompensed by those innumerable contents and incomparable privileges of virginity. Think of these things, confer both lives, and consider last of all these commodious prerogatives a bachelor hath, how well he is esteemed, how heartily welcome to all his friends, quam mentitis obsequiis, as Tertullian observes, with what counterfeit courtesies they will adore him, follow him, present him with gifts, humatis donis. It cannot be believed, saith Ammianus, with what humble service he shall be worshipped, how loved and respected. If he want children, and have means, he shall be often invited, attended on by princes, and have advocates to plead his cause for nothing, as Plutarch adds. Wilt thou then be reverenced and had in estimation? Dominus tamen et domini rex, si tu vis fieri, nullus tibi parvulus aula, Lucerit Aeneas, nec filia dulcior illa? Jucundum et carum steriles facit uxor amicum. Live a single man, marry not, and thou shalt soon perceive how those Haeredipetae, for so they were called of old, will seek after thee, bribe and flatter thee for thy favour, to be thine heir or executor. Aruntius and Aterius, those famous parasites in this kind, as Tacitus and Seneca have recorded, shall not go beyond them. Periplectomenes, that good personate old man, delicium senis, well understood this in Plautus. For when Pleusides exhorted him to marry that he might have children of his own, he readily replied in this sort: Quando habeo multos cognatos quid opus mihi sit liberis, nunc bene vivo et fortunate atque animo ut lubet, mea bona mea morte cognatis dicam interpartiant, illi apud me edunt, me curant, visunt quid agam ec quid velim, qui mihi mittunt munera ad prandium, ad canem vocant. Whilst I have kin, what need I brats to have? Now I live well, and as I will, most brave, and when I die, my goods I'll give away to them that do invite me every day, that visit me and send me pretty toys, and strive who shall do me most courtesies. This respect thou shalt have in like manner, living as he did, a single man. But if thou marry once, cogitato in omni vita te servum fore, bethink thyself what a slavery it is, what a heavy burden thou shalt undertake, how hard a task thou art tied to. For as Hierome hath it, qui uxorem habet debitor est, et uxoris servus alligatus. And how continue it? What squalor attends it? What irksomeness? What charges? For wife and children are a perpetual bill of charges, beside a myriad of cares, miseries, and troubles. For as that comical Plautus merrily and truly said, he that wants trouble must get to be master of a ship, or marry a wife. And as another seconds him, wife and children have undone me, so many and such infinite encumbrances accompany this kind of life. Furthermore, uxor intumuit, etc., or as he said in the comedy, duxi uxorem, quam ibi miseriam vidi, nati filii, alea cura. All gifts and invitations cease, no friend will esteem thee, and thou shalt be compelled to lament thy misery, and make thy moan with Bartholomeus Schereus, that famous poet laureate and professor of Hebrew in Wittenberg. I had finished this work long since, but that inter alia dura et tristia quae misero mihi penetericum fregerunt, I use his own words, amongst many miseries which almost broke my back, Suzugia op xantipismum, a shrew to my wife tormented my mind above measure and beyond the rest. So shalt thou be compelled to complain, and to cry out at last, with Phoroneus the lawyer, how happy had I been if I had wanted a wife. If this which I have said will not suffice, see more in Lemnius, Book 4, Chapter 13, De occulta natura miracula, Espincaius de continentia, Book 6, Chapter 8, Kornmann de virginitate, Platina in Amores Dialogus practica artis amandi, Barbarus de re uxoria, Arnesaius in Politicae, Chapter 3, and him that is instar omnium, Nevisanus the lawyer, Silva nuptial, almost in every page. End of section 24.
Section 25. The Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by April Gonzalez. The Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 3, by Robert Burton. Section 25. Partition 3, Section 2, Member 5, Subsection 4. Philters, magical and poetical cures. Where persuasions and other remedies will not take place, many fly to unlawful means. Philters, amulets, magic spells, ligatures, characters, charms, which are so worn with the spare vacilis, so made and caused, must so be cured. If forced by spells and philters, saith Paracelsus, it must be eased by characters, and by incantations. Fernelius, Skenkius, Book 4, Observationes Medicae, has some examples of such have been so magically caused, and magically cured, and by witchcraft, saith Baptista Codroncus, Book 3, Chapter 9, De Morbis, Venereis, Malius Maleficarum, Chapter 6. 'Tis not permitted to be done, I confess, yet often attempted. See more Wierus, Book 3, Chapter 18, Del Rio, Cardan, Book 16, Chapter 90, recounts of many magnetical medicines, as to pierce through a ring, etc. Miseldus Centuria, 3:30, Baptista Porta, Jason Pratensis, Labellius, Matthiolus, etc. prescribe many absurd remedies. Radix mandragora ebibitae, annuli ex ungulis asini, hystericus amatai subcervical, positum, illa nesciente, etc. Cum odorem feditati sentit, amor solvitur, noctue o cum abstemius facit comestum, ex concilio jarte, indorum gymnosophiste, apud philostratum, liber 3. Sanguis amatiae, ebibitus omnem amoris, sensum tolit, Faustina Marci Aureli uxorem, latiatoris amore captam, ita penitus concilio Chaldiorum liberatam, refert Julius Capitolinus. Some of our astrologers will affect as much by characteristical images, ex sigilis hermetis, Salomonis, Cailis, etc. Mulieris imago habentis, crines parsos, etc. Our old poets and fantastical writers have many fabulous remedies for such a lovesick, as that of Protesilaus Trumb in Philostratus, in his dialogue with Phoenix and Venator. Venator, upon the occasion discoursing with the rare virtues of that shrine, telleth him that Protesilaus' altar antum cures almost all manner of diseases, consumptions, dropsies, cotton agues, sore eyes, and amongst the rest, such as the lovesick shall there be help. But the most famous is Leucata Petra, that renowned rock in Greece, of which Strabo writes, Geographiae Liber 10. Not far from St. Maurus, it stands, Book 1. If any lover flung himself down headlong, he was instantly cured. Venus after the death of Adonis, when she could take no rest for love, cum visana sua toreret flamma medullas, came to the temple of Apollo to know what she should do to be eased of her pain. Apollo sent her to Leucata Petra, where she precipitated herself, and was forthwith freed. And when she would need to know of him a reason of it, he told her again, that he had observed Jupiter, when he was enamoured by Juno, started to go east and wash himself, and after divers others. Cephalus with the love of Protella, Tigonetus' daughter leaped down here, that lesbian Sappho, for found, on whom she miserably doted. Cupidinis aestro pensita is sumo preseps ruit, hoping thus to ease herself, and to be freed of her love pangs. Hic sed Caulion pereso sensus amore, mersit et eliso corpore presit aquas, nec mora, fugit amor, etc. Hither Deucalion came, when Pyrrha's love tormented him, and leapt down to the sea, and had no harm at all, but by and by his love was gone and chase caught away. This medicine Josephus Scaliger speaks of, Ausoniarum lectionum, Book 18, Salmus and other writers. Pliny reports that amongst the Cyzeni, There is a well consecrated to Cupid, of which at any lover taste, his passion is mitigated, and Anthony Vedurius saith, that amongst the ancients there was Amor Lethes. He took burning torches, and extinguished them in river. His statue was to be seen in the temple of Venus Eleusina, of which Ovid makes mention, and said that all lovers of old went thither to pilgrimage. Who would be rid of their love pangs. Pausanias, in Phocicis, writes of a temple dedicated Veneri in Spelunca, to Venus in the vault, at Naupactus in Achaia, now Lepanto, in which your widows that would have second husbands made their supplications to the goddess. All manner of suits concerning lovers were commenced, and their grievances helped. The same author, in Achaesis, tells as much of the river Senelus in Greece. If any lover wash himself in it, by secret virtue of that water, by reason of extreme coldness belike, he was healed of love's torments. Amoris vulnus idem qui sanat facit, which if it be so, that water, as he holds, is omne auro pretiosior, better than any gold. When none of these remedies will take place, I know no other that all lovers must make a head and rebel, as they did in Ausonius, and crucify Cupid till he grant the request, or satisfy their desires. End of section 25. Recording by April Gonzalez in Cavite, Philippines.
Section 26 of The Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anna Simon. The Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 3, by Robert Burton, Section 26. Partition 3, Section 2, Member 5, Subsection 5, Part 1. The last and best cure of love melancholy is to let them have their desire. The last refuge and surest remedy to be put in practice in the utmost place, when no other means will take effect, is to let them go together and enjoy one another. Potissima cura est ut heros amasia sua potiatur, saith Guianerius, Capitum 15, Tractum 15. Aesculapius himself to this malady cannot invent a better remedy, quam ut amanti cedat amatum, Jason Pratensis, than that a lover has his desire. Et pariter torulo bini jungantur in uno, et pulchro detur Aenea Lavinia conjux. And let them both be joined in a bed, and let Aeneas fair Lavinia wed. 'Tis the special cure, to let them bleed in vena haemanchea, for love is a pleurisy, and if it be possible, so let it be. Optataque gaudia carpant. Arculanus holds it the speediest and best cure. 'Tis Savonarola's last precept, a principal infallible remedy, the last, sole, and safest refuge. Julia sola poles nostras extinguere flammas, non nive, nun glacie, sed potes igne pari. Julia alone can quench my desire, with neither ice nor snow, but with like fire. When you have all done, saith Avicenna, there is no speedier or safer course than to join the parties together according to their desires and wishes, the custom and form of law, and so we have seen him quickly restored to his former health, that was languished away to skin and bones. After his desire was satisfied, his discontent ceased, and we thought it strange. Our opinion is therefore that in such cases nature is to be obeyed. Aretius, an old author, Book 3, Chapter 3, had an instance of a young man, when no other means could prevail, was so speedily relieved. What remains then but to join them in marriage? Tunc et basia morsiunculasque surreptim dare mutios fovere amplexus licet et licet iucari. They may then kiss and call, lie and look babies in one another's eyes, as ere sires before them did. They may then satiate themselves with love's pleasures, which they have so long wished and expected. Atque unas simul in toro quiescant, conjuncto simul ore suvientur, et somnos agitent quiete in une. Yea, but hic labor hoc opus, this cannot conveniently be done, by reason of many and several impediments. Sometimes both parties themselves are not agreed. Parents, tutors, masters, guardians will not give consent. Laws, customs, statutes hinder. Poverty, superstition, fear and suspicion. Many men dote on one woman, semel et simul, she dotes as much on him or them, and in modesty must not, cannot woo, as unwilling to confess as willing to love. She dare not make it known, show her affection or speak her mind. And hard is the choice, as it is in Euphues, when one is compelled either by silence to die with grief, or by speaking to live with shame. In this case almost was the fair Lady Elizabeth, Edward IV. His daughter, when she was enamoured on Henry VII., that noble young prince and new saluted king, when she broke forth into that passionate speech, O that I were worthy of that comely prince, but my father being dead, I want friends to motion such a matter. What shall I say? I am all alone, and dare not open my mind to any. What if I acquaint my mother with it? Bashfulness forbids. What if some of the lords? Audacity wants. Oh, that I might but confer with him, perhaps in discourse I might slip such a word that might discover mine intention. How many modest maids may this concern? I am a poor servant, what shall I do? I am a fatherless child, and want means. I am blithe and buxom, young and lusty, but I have never a suitor. Expectant stolidi ut ego illos rogatum veniam, as she said. A company of silly fellows look belike that I should woo them and speak first. Fain they would, and cannot woo. Quae primum exordia sumam. Being merely passive, they may not make suit, with many such lets and inconveniences, which I know not. What shall we do in such a case? Sing fortune my foe? Some are so curious in this behalf, as those old Romans, our modern Venetians, Dutch and French, that if two parties clearly love, the one noble, the other ignoble, they may not by their laws match, though equal otherwise in years, fortunes, education, and all good affection. In Germany, except they can prove their gentility by 3 descents, they scorn to match with them. A nobleman must marry a noble woman, a baron a baron's daughter, a knight a knight's, a gentleman a gentleman's. As slaters sort their slates, do they degrees and families. If she be never so rich, fair, well qualified otherwise, they will make him forsake her. The Spaniards abhor all widows, the Turks repute them old women, if past 25. But these are too severe laws, and strict customs. Dandum aliquid amori. We are all the sons of Adam. 'Tis opposite to nature, it ought not to be so. Again, he loves her most impotently, she loves not him, and so e contra. Pan loved Echo, Echo's Satyrus, Satyrus Lyda. Quantum ipsorum aliquis amantem oderat, tantum ipsius amans odiosus erat. They love and loathe of all sorts, he loves her, she hates him, and is loathed of him on whom she dotes. Cupid hath 2 darts, one to force love, all of gold, and that sharp, quod facet auratum est, another blunt of lead, and that to hinder. Fugat hoc, facet illut amorem. This dispels, that creates love. This we see too often verified in our common experience. Croesus dearly loved that virgin Calirrhoe, but the more he loved her, the more she hated him. Oenone loved Paris, but he rejected her. They are stiff of all sides, as if beauty were therefore created to undo, or be undone. I give her all attendance, all observance, I pray and entreat. Alma precor miserere mei, fair mistress pity me, I spend myself, my time, friends and fortunes, to win her favour, as he complains in the Eclogue. I lament, sigh, weep, and make my moan to her, but she is hard as flint. Cautibus is Mariis immotior. As fair and hard as a diamond, she will not respect. Despectus tibi sum. Or hear me, fugit illa vocantem, nil lacrimas miserata meas, nil flexa querelis. What shall I do? I wooed her as a young man should do. But, sir, she said, I love not you. Duriorat scopulis mea coelia, marmore ferro, robore, rupe, antro, cornu, adamante, gelu, rock, marble, heart of oak with iron barred, frost, flint, or adamants are not so hard. I give, I bribe, I send presents, but they are refused. Rusticus est corridon, nec munera curat Alexis. I protest, I swear, I weep. Odioque rependit amores, irisu lacrimas. She neglects me for all this, she derides me, contemns me, she hates me. Phillida flouts me, caute feris, quercudurior uridice, stiff, churlish, rocky still. And 'tis most true, many gentlewomen are so nice, they scorn all suitors, crucify their poor paramours, and think nobody good enough for them, as dainty to please as Daphne herself. Multi illum petiere, illa aspernate petentes, nec quid hymen, quid amor, quid sint connubia curat. Many did woo her, but she scorned them still, and said she would not marry by her will. One while they will not marry, as they say at least, when as they intend nothing less. Another while not yet, when 'tis their only desire, they rave upon it. She will marry at last, but not him. He is a proper man indeed, and well qualified, but he wants means. Another of her suitors hath good means, but he wants wit. One is too old, another too young, too deformed, she likes not his carriage. A third too loosely given, he is rich, but base born. She will be a gentlewoman, a lady, as her sister is, as her mother is. She is all out as fair, as well brought up, hath as good a portion, and she looks for as good a match as Matilda or Dorinda. If not, she is resolved as yet to tarry, so apt are young maids to boggle at every object, so soon won or lost with every toy, so quickly diverted, so hard to be pleased. In the meantime, quod torsit amantis, one suitor pines away, languisheth in love, mori quod denique cogit, another sighs and grieves, she cares not, and which Sirosa objected to Ariadne. Nec magis Euryali gemitu, lacrimisque moveris, quam prece turbati flectitur ora sati. Tu juvenem quo non formosior alter in urbe, spernis et insano cogis amore mori. Is no more moved with those sad sighs and tears of her sweetheart than raging sea with prayers. Thou scorn'st the fairest youth in all our city, and makest him almost mad for love to die. They take a pride to prank up themselves, to make young men enamoured, captare viros et spernere capias, to dote on them, and to run mad for their sakes. Sed nullis illa movetur fletibus, aut voces ullas tractabilis audit. Whilst niggardly their favours they discover, they love to be beloved, yet scorn the lover. All suit and service is too little for them, presents too base. Tormentis gaudet amantis et spoliis. As Atalanta, they must be overrun or not won. Many young men are as obstinate and as curious in their choice, as tyrannically proud, insulting, deceitful, false-hearted, as irrefragable and peevish on the other side, Narcissus-like. Multi illum juvenis, multe petiere puellae, sed fuit in tenera tam dira superbia forma. Nulli illum juvenis, nullas petiere puellae. Young men and maids did to him sue, but in his youth so proud, so coy was he, young men and maids bade him adieu. Echo wept and wooed him by all means above the rest, love me for pity, or pity me for love, but he was obstinate. Ante ait emoriar quam sit tibi copia nostri. He would rather die than give consent. Psyche ran whining after Cupid, formosum tua te Psyche, formosa requirit, et poscit te diadeum, purumque puella. Fair Cupid, thy fair Psyche to thee sues, a lovely lass a fine young gallant woos. But he rejected her nevertheless. Thus many lovers do hold out so long, doting on themselves, stand in their own light, till in the end they come to be scorned and rejected, as Stroza's Gargiliana was. Te juvenes te odere senes, desertaque langues, quae fueras procerum publica cura prius. Both young and old do hate thee scorned now, that once was all their joy and comfort too. As Narcissus was himself, who despising many, died ere he could enjoy the love of any. They begin to be contemned themselves of others, as he was of his shadow, and take up with a poor curate or an old serving-man at last, that might have had their choice of right good matches in their youth, like that generous mare in Plutarch, which would admit of none but great horses, but when her tail was cut off and mane shorn close, and she now saw herself so deformed in the water when she came to drink, ab asino conscendi se passe, she was contented at last to be covered by an ass. Yet this is a common humour, will not be left, and cannot be helped. Hanc volo quae non vult, illam quae vult ego nolo, vincere vult animos non satiare Venus. I love a maid, she loves me not, full fain, she would have me, but I not her again. So love to crucify men's souls is bent, but seldom doth it please or give consent. There love danceth in a ring, and Cupid hunts them round about, he dotes, is doted on again. Dumque petit petitur, pariterque accedit et ardet. Their affection cannot be reconciled. Oftentimes they may and will not, 'tis their own foolish proceedings that mars all, they are too distrustful of themselves, too soon dejected. Say she be rich, thou poor, she young, thou old, she lovely and fair, thou most ill-favoured and deformed, she noble, thou base, she spruce and fine, but thou an ugly clown. Nil desperandum, there's hope enough yet. Mopso nisa datur, quid non speremus amantes. Put thyself forward once more, as unlikely matches have been and are daily made, see what will be the event. Many leave roses and gather thistles, loathe honey and love verjuice. Our likings are as various as our palates. But commonly they omit opportunities, oscula qui sumsit, etc. They neglect the usual means and times. He that will not when he may, when he will he shall have nay. They look to be wooed, sought after, and sued to. Most part they will and cannot, either for the above-named reasons, or for that there is a multitude of suitors equally enamoured, doting all alike, and where one alone must speed, what shall become of the rest? Hero was beloved of many, but one did enjoy her. Penelope had a company of suitors, yet all missed of their aim. In such cases he or they must wisely and warily unwind themselves, unsettle his affections by those rules above prescribed. Quin stultos excutit ignis, divert his cogitations, or else bravely bear it out, as Turnus did, tua sit Lavinia conjux, when he could not get her, with a kind of heroical scorn he bid Aeneas take her, or with a milder farewell let her go. Et filida solus habito, take her to you, God give you joy, sir. The fox in the emblem would eat no grapes, but why? Because he could not get them. Care not then for that which may not be had. Many such inconveniences, lets, and hindrances there are, which cross their projects and crucify poor lovers, which sometimes may, sometimes again cannot be so easily removed. But put case they be reconciled all, agreed hitherto, suppose this love or good liking be between two alone, both parties well pleased, there is mutuus amor, mutual love and great affection, yet their parents, guardians, tutors, cannot agree, thence all is dashed, the match is unequal, one rich, another poor. Durus pater, a hard-hearted, unnatural, a covetous father, will not marry his son, except he have so much money, ita in aurum omnes insaniunt, as Chrysostom notes, nor join his daughter in marriage, to save her dowry, or for that he cannot spare her for the service she doth him, and is resolved to part with nothing whilst he lives, not a penny, though he may peradventure well give it, he will not till he dies, and then as a pot of money broke, it is divided amongst them that gaped after it so earnestly. Or else he wants means to set her out, he hath no money, and though it be to the manifest prejudice of her body and soul's health, he cares not, he will take no notice of it, she must and shall tarry. Many slack and careless parents, iniqui patris, measure their children's affections by their own. They are now cold and decrepit themselves, past all such youthful conceits, and they will therefore starve their children's genus, have them a pueris illico nasci senes. They must not marry, nec earum affines esse rerum quas secum fert adolescentia, ex sua libidine moderator quae est nunc, non quae olim fuit. As he said in the comedy, they will stifle nature, their young bloods must not participate of youthful pleasures, but be as they are themselves, old on a sudden. And 'tis a general fault amongst most parents in bestowing of their children. The father wholly respects wealth, when through his folly, riot, indiscretion, he hath embezzled his estate. To recover himself, he confines and prostitutes his eldest son's love and affection to some fool or ancient or deformed piece for money. Fanaretae ducet filiam rufam illam virginem, caesiam sparso ore adunco naso. And though his son utterly dislike, with Clitifo in the comedy, non possum pater, if she be rich, ea, he replies, ad elegans est, credas animum ibi esse. He must and shall have her, she is fair enough, young enough, if he look or hope to inherit his lands, he shall marry, not when or whom he loves, arconidis huius filiam, but whom his father commands, when and where he likes, his affection must dance attendance upon him. His daughter is in the same predicament forsooth as an empty boat, she must carry what, where, when, and whom her father will. So that in these businesses the father is still for the best advantage. Now the mother respects good kindred, must part the son a proper woman. All which Livy exemplifies, a gentleman and a yeoman wooed a wench in Rome, contrary to that statute that the gentry and commonalty must not match together. The matter was controverted. The gentleman was preferred by the mother's voice, quae quam splendissimis nuptiis jungi puellam volebat. The overseer stood for him that was most worth, etc. But parents ought not to be so strict in this behalf. Beauty is a dowry of itself all sufficient. Virgo formosa et si opido pauper, abunde dotata est. Rachel was so married to Jacob, and Bonaventure, in 4 Cent, denies that he so much as venially sins, that marries a maid for comeliness of person. The Jews, Deuteronomius 21:11, if they saw amongst the captives a beautiful woman, some small circumstances observed, might take her to wife. They should not be too severe in that kind, especially if there be no such urgent occasion or grievous impediment. 'Tis good for commonwealth, Plato holds, that in their contracts young men should never avoid the affinity of poor folks, or seek after rich. Poverty and base parentage may be sufficiently recompensed by many other good qualities, modesty, virtue, religion, and choice bringing up. I am poor, I confess, but am I therefore contemptible, and an abject? Love itself is naked, the Graces, the stars, and Hercules clad in a lion's skin. Give something to virtue, love, wisdom, favour, beauty, person, be not all for money. Besides, you must consider that et amor cogi non potest. Love cannot be compelled, they must affect as they may. Fatum est in partibus illis quas sinus abscondit, as the saying is. Marriage and hanging goes by destiny, matches are made in heaven. It lies not in our power to love or hate, for will in us is overruled by fate. A servant maid in Aristaenetus loved her mistress's minion, which when her dame perceived, furiosa emulatione, in a jealous humour, she dragged her about the house by the hair of the head, and vexed her sore. The wench cried out, O mistress, fortune hath made my body your servant, but not my soul. Affections are free, not to be commanded. Moreover, it may be to restrain their ambition, pride, and covetousness, to correct those hereditary diseases of a family, God in his just judgment assigns and permits such matches to be made. For I am of Plato and Bodine's mind, that families have their bounds and periods as well as kingdoms, beyond which for extent or continuance they shall not exceed 600 or 700 years, as they there illustrate by a multitude of examples, and which Peucer and Melanchthon approve, but in a perpetual tenor, as we see by many pedigrees of knights, gentlemen, yeomen, continue as they began, for many descents with little alteration. Howsoever let them, I say, give something to youth, to love, they must not think they can fancy whom they appoint. Amor enim non imperatur, affectus liber si quis alius et vices exigens. This is a free passion, as Pliny said in a panegyric of his, and may not be forced. Love craves liking, as the saying is, it requires mutual affections, a correspondency. Invito non datur nec aufertur. It may not be learned. Ovid himself cannot teach us how to love, Solomon describe, Apelles paint, or Helen express it. They must not therefore compel or intrude. Quis enim, as Fabius urgeth, amare alieno animo potest. But consider withal the miseries of enforced marriages, take pity upon youth, and such above the rest as have daughters to bestow, should be very careful and provident to marry them in due time. Siracides, chapter 7, verse 25, calls it a weighty matter to perform, so to marry a daughter to a man of understanding in due time. Virgines enim tempestive locandae, as Lemnius admonisheth, Book 1, chapter 6. Virgins must be provided for in season to prevent many diseases, of which Rodericus a Castro de morbis mulierum, Book 2, chapter 3, and Lot Mercatus, Book 2, de mulier effect, chapter 4, de Melancholia virginum et viduarum, have both largely discoursed. And therefore, as well to avoid these feral maladies, 'tis good to get them husbands betimes, as to prevent some other gross inconveniences, and for a thing that I know besides. Ubi nuptiarum tempus et aetas advenerit, as Chrysostom adviseth, let them not defer it. They perchance will marry themselves else, or do worse. If Nevisanus the lawyer do not impose, they may do it by right, for as he proves out of Curtius, and some other civilians, Sylvae, Book 2, number 30, a maid past 25 years of age, against her parents' consent, may marry such a one as is unworthy of, and inferior to her, and her father by law must be compelled to give her a competent dowry. Mistake me not in the meantime, or think that I do apologize here for any headstrong, unruly, wanton flirts. I do approve that of St. Ambrose, commentary in Genesis 24:51, which he hath written touching Rebekah's spousals. A woman should give unto her parents the choice of her husband, lest she be reputed to be malapert and wanton, if she take upon her to make her own choice, for she should rather seem to be desired by a man than to desire a man herself. To those hard parents alone I retort that of Curtius, in the behalf of modester maids, that are too remiss and careless of their due time and riper years. For if they tarry longer, to say truth, they are past date, and nobody will respect them. A woman with us in Italy, says Aretine's Lucretia, 24 years of age, is old already, past the best, of no account. An old fellow, as Lysistrata confesseth in Aristophanes, etsi sit canus, cito puellam virginem ducat uxorem, and 'tis no news for an old fellow to marry a young wench, but as he follows it, mulieris brevis occasio est, etsi hoc non apprehenderit, nemo vult ducere uxorem, expectans vero sedet. Who cares for an old maid, she may set, etc. A virgin, as the poet holds, lasciva et petulans puella virgo, is like a flower, a rose withered on a sudden. Quam modo nascentem ritulus conspexit eus, hanc radiens sero vespere vidit anum. She that was erst a maid as fresh as May, is now an old crone, time so steals away. Let them take time then while they may, make advantage of youth, and as he prescribes, collige virgo rosas dum flos novus et nova pubes, et memor esto evium, sic properare tuum. Fair maids, go gather roses in the prime, and think that as a flower so goes on time. Let's all love, dum vires annique sinunt, while we are in the flower of years, fit for love matters, and while time serves, for soles occidere et redire possunt, nobis cum semal occidit brevis lux, nox est perpetuo una dormienda. Suns that set may rise again, but if once we lose this light, 'tis with us perpetual night. volat irrevocabile tempus, time past cannot be recalled, but we need no such exhortation, we are all commonly too forward. Yet if there be any escape, and all be not as it should, as Diogenes struck the father when the son swore, because he taught him no better, if a maid or young man miscarry, I think their parents oftentimes, guardians, overseers, governors, neque vos, saith Chrysostom, a supplicio immunes evaditis, si non statim ad nuptias, etc., are in as much fault and as severely to be punished as their children, in providing for them no sooner. Now for such as have free liberty to bestow themselves, I could wish that good counsel of the comical old man were put in practice. Opulentiores pauperiorum ut filias, in dotas dicant uxores domum, et multo fiat civitas concordior, et invidia nos minore utemur, quam utimur. That rich man would marry poor maidens some, and that without dowry, and so bring them home, so would much concord be in our city, less envy should we have, much more pity. If they would care less for wealth, then we should have much more content and quietness in a commonwealth. Beauty, good bringing up, methinks, is a sufficient portion of itself. Dos est sua forma puellis. Her beauty is a maiden's dower, and he doth well that will accept of such a wife. Eubulides, in Aristaenetus, married a poor man's child, facie non illetabili, of a merry countenance and heavenly visage, in pity of her estate, and that quickly. Acontius, coming to Delos, to sacrifice to Diana, fell in love with Cydippe, a noble lass, and wanting means to get her love, flung a golden apple into her lap, with this inscription upon it, Juro tibi sane per mystica sacra Dianae, met tibi venturum comitem sponsumque futurum. I swear by all the rights of Diana, I'll come and be thy husband if I may. She considered of it, and upon some small inquiry of his person and estate, was married unto him. Blessed is the wooing that is not long a doing. As the saying is, when the parties are sufficiently known to each other, what needs such scrupulosity, so many circumstances? Dost thou know her conditions, her bringing up, like her person? Let her means be what they will, take her without any more ado. Dido and Aeneas were accidentally driven by a storm both into one cave, they made a match upon it. Massinissa was married to that fair captive Sophonisba, King Syphax' wife, the same day that he saw her first, to prevent Scipio Laelius, lest they should determine otherwise of her. If thou lovest the party, do as much. Good education and beauty is a competent dowry, stand not upon money. Erant olim aurei homines, saith Theocritus, et adamantes redamabant. In the golden world men did so, in the reign of Ogyges belike, before staggering Ninus began to domineer. If all be true that is reported, and some few nowadays will do as much, here and there one, 'tis well done, methinks, and all happiness befall them for so doing. Leontius, a philosopher of Athens, had a fair daughter called Atheniis, multo corporis lepore ac Venere, saith mine author, of a comely carriage. He gave her no portion but her bringing up, occulto forme, praesagio, out of some secret foreknowledge of her fortune, bestowing that little which he had amongst his other children. But she, thus qualified, was preferred by some friends to Constantinople, to serve Pulcheria, the emperor's sister, of whom she was baptized and called Eudocia. Theodosius, the emperor, in short space took notice of her excellent beauty and good parts, and a little after, upon his sister's sole commendation, made her his wife. 'Twas nobly done of Theodosius. Rudophe was the fairest lady in her days in all Egypt. She went to wash her, and by chance, her maids meanwhile looking but carelessly to her clothes, an eagle stole away one of her shoes, and laid it in Psammetichus, the king of Egypt's, lap at Memphis. He wondered at the excellency of the shoe and pretty foot, but more equilae factum at the manner of the bringing of it, and caused forthwith proclamation to be made that she that owned that shoe should come presently to his court. The virgin came, and was forthwith married to the king. I say this was heroically done, and like a prince. I commend him for it, and all such as have means, that will either do as he did themselves, or so for love, etc., marry their children. If he be rich, let him take such a one as wants, if she be virtuously given. For as Siracides, chapter 7, verse 19, adviseth, forego not a wife and good woman, for her grace is above gold. If she have fortunes of her own, let her make a man. Danaus of Lacedaemon had a many daughters to bestow, and means enough for them all. He never stood inquiring after great matches, as others used to do, but sent for a company of brave young gallants to his house, and bid his daughters choose every one whom she liked best, and take him for her husband, without any more ado. This act of his was much approved in those times. But in this iron age of ours we respect riches alone, for a maid must buy her husband now with a great dowry if she will have him. Covetousness and filthy lucre mars all good matches, or some such by respects. Craelus, a Servian prince, as Nicephorus Gregoras relates it, was an earnest suitor to Eudocia, the emperor's sister, though her brother much desired, yet she could not abide him, for he had 3 former wives, all basely abused. But the emperor still, Cralus amicitiam magni faciens, because he was a great prince and a troublesome neighbour, much desired his affinity, and to that end betrothed his own daughter Simonida to him, a little girl 5 years of age, he being 45, and 5 years older than the emperor himself. Such disproportionable and unlikely matches can wealth and a fair fortune make. And yet not that alone, it is not only money, but sometimes vainglory, pride, ambition, do as much harm as wretched covetousness itself in another extreme. If a yeoman have one sole daughter, he must overmatch her, above her birth and calling, to a gentleman forsooth, because of her great portion, too good for one of her own rank, as he supposeth. A gentleman's daughter and heir must be married to a knight baronet's eldest son at least, and a knight's only daughter to a baron himself, or an earl, and so upwards, her great dower deserves it. And thus, striving for more honour to their wealth, they undo their children, many discontents follow, and oftentimes they ruinate their families. Paulus Jovius gives instance in Galeathius II, that heroical Duke of Milan, externas affinitates, decoras quidem regio fastu, sed sibi et posteris damnosas et ferre exitiales quesivit. He married his eldest son, John Galeathius, to Isabella, the King of France his sister, but she was so corruptam gravis, ut ducentis millibus aureoram constiterit. Her entertainment at Milan was so costly that it almost undid him. His daughter Violenta was married to Lionel, Duke of Clarence, the youngest son to Edward III, King of England. But ad eus adventum tantae opes tam admirabili liberalitate profusae sunt, ut opulentissimorum regum splendorem superas videretur, he was welcomed with such incredible magnificence, that a king's purse was scarce able to bear it, for besides many rich presents of horses, arms, plate, money, jewels, etc., he made one dinner for him and his company, in which were 32 messes, and as much provision left, ut relatae mensa dapes deca millibus hominum sufficerent, as would serve 10,000 men. But a little after Lionel died, novae nuptae et intempestivis conviviis operam dans, etc., and to the Duke's great loss the solemnity was ended. So can titles, honours, ambition, make many brave, but unfortunate matches of all sides for by-respects, though both crazed in body and mind, most unwilling, averse, and often unfit. So love is banished, and we feel the smart of it in the end. But I am too lavish peradventure in this subject. End of Section 26.